What?
What you hate about it and why?
For me, I like. You got the day of show.
Pardon me. Good to go.
You got the day of show. You got your before the show. You got your show, and then you have the after show, which is going to get some need or something. But starting up, having to start over again on that second show. And also, like in comedy clubs, they often just routinely do a second show, whether there's demand or not. Like, I'm much more inclined to do it if it's either a really small place or if they're like, hey, we have to add a second show because this first one sold out.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't want to do, like, 80 people on the first show and 25 on the second show.
You'd rather do 105 on show
I'd rather
one.
do 105 on show one and be done.
And you've been doing this for a while, and it hasn't changed for you.
What, the second show?
You're like, meaning if you had your druthers, and I never know if I'm using this right. I'm assuming you have your druthers on this, if you did. Then you would just one show.
Yeah.
But you still do a second show.
For the most part, I just do one show. But I do occasionally. I have things on the books now where I'm doing two.
I believe that if I knew that I could I'm only doing one show, I think that would change so much for me.
Why don't you just say I only want to do one show?
Well, I might. So I'm doing a small amount of touring shows now to kind of feel out what's my draw like, how's this going to do, and what kind of demand do I have to allow me what I need to feel safe, which is I want to do one show. Sometimes I'll do two, but I want to do one, and I need to travel. I'm very high maintenance.
You need a what?
I need to travel in a certain way. I need certain hotels.
So you're going to are you going to fly first class to New York for Union Hall?
I'll break even.
I don't think you'll even break even. Place seats 100 people.
Yeah, but the sellout is it's still a decent price.
Yeah, no, they're very generous there, but still.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I just sold out the first show. So
are you doing it early and a late?
No, I said I only want to do one.
So you want to do one and then two and 2 nights?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I had the option of early late. That's why I'm like, no, the only way I would do that, and I've thought about this, is if I could bill that, saying to people, hey, first show is going to be a lot of material, and the second show is going to be bad.
That's going to... Oh, okay. I was going to say if you did like improv one show and
that's what it would be.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be... So like I want to make the second show tickets cheaper and just be like, hey, come to the first show, enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to come to the second show to see what it could look like if I wasn't good.
It's always weird when people come to see more than one show. I've had people see me like 4 times in a weekend, and it's like, all right, if you want to do that.
Cabinet makers. That's what we call them in the biz.
Cabinet makers?
Yeah. They tend to come multiple times. It's a reference to your special.
Oh, the cabinet salesman.
Sorry.
Okay. I didn't get the reference because you misquoted.
Well.
You didn't get the reference is what we're...
Man, you were bringing up all my high school teachers.
You must have
Mr. Quoted. Do you not like when people come to another show because you think they saw this already?
There's a little of that, and there's a little... Yeah, it is kind of that, because it's just kind of like the shine's going to go off it a little bit. It's like there's going to be some things repeated, and I don't know why you'd want to hear it. I mean, there's different things in every one of my shows, but at the same time, it ain't 100% new each time, and which it shouldn't be.
But if they know, and by the way, I'm playing devil's advocate because I feel the same exact way. But if they know, hey, I want to see him again. I liked it so much. I want to see him again. They're expecting to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a thing where like, all right, people are different. It's not something I would do, but I've had them show up and they're not stalkery. They're not weirdos. They're just like, all right, I
don't even like my girlfriend coming to my shows because you've already seen it a few times. You've seen it.
Yeah.
It makes me uncomfortable.
It's good to show your partner like a few kills. I also want them to see a bad one, like a real fun.
You want them to, or you know
see
they
where
will?
Things get, well, I guess that's inevitable also. But yeah, I mean, my girlfriend's come see me a lot, but there is times where you're like, oh man, that must be kind of work sitting through that.
I say if somebody who I am like self-conscious about like them seeing, because this is part of our identity, and like I want them to respect what I do, at least the way that I do. I go, if you're going to come to one show, you have to come to 5. I want you to see, make a sample of it, and then don't maybe come twice a year after that.
Wow.
I don't really enforce that, but like just speaking candidly, that is. I don't like thinking about knowing who is in the audience.
Well, the worst thing, I mean, I don't know, when I know someone and I forget to tell them don't sit up front, and I walked out and you're like front row. You're like, like you can't sit up front.
Do you ever you see somebody up front that you know and you go, I'm sorry, you have to go? To
No, I
the
won't.
show."
I won't take it that far, but I will be like, the show is ruined for me.
Right. Here's a PSA to people who are going to see somebody that person knows you. Don't sit in the first 4 rows.
Oh, don't even sit in the first 10 rows. Sit in the back.
Could you see 5 rows, 8 rows deep?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's easier to ignore them if they're like a little off to the side,
Right.
maybe at least 8 rows in.
When I see somebody that I know and I didn't even know they were going to be there, and I get on stage and I see them, I have to acknowledge it, but I don't want to have to make bits out of it. So I'll do this, and while I'm talking, I'll go, and then I'll continue. Send my hello. Give a little wave.
A little wave to your...
A little wave to who it is. I see you. Was it
It's
worth it?
uncomfortable, though, because then if you make eye contact with them, then they're like... They have to give you a smile, and then you're like, maybe you're laughing because I'm making eye contact with you, and you know that we're going to be going to get some food later.
Don't you feel that about everybody who's laughing at you in the audience? I know whenever anybody laughs at me, I just think, you're just being nice.
Oh, no. I don't think that.
Nice.
I think they're laughing at the great, amazing comedy I'm doing.
So you get paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
No, do you feel that when people come to see you, because when people come to see you, they're coming to see you, not a comedy show necessarily. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, right?
I know what you mean.
And do you feel a sense of obligation to them?
Yeah. I mean, and I try to remind myself, like, you know, if I'm just in a pissy mood or whatever, like, oh, these people like hired babysitters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I imagine the conversation of like, hey, should we get tickets to this? And then they make arrangements. They go, you know, get dinner before. So it's kind of, they're putting some effort into it. And yeah, you got to give them a good show.
That's the Kobe Bryant mentality.
Yeah.
And you'd say, you know, when he's whatever is the game and he's not feeling it, or if like instead of taking a day off, like he would never want to do that even when he's hurt. He said that like there's somebody who's coming to this game as the first time. They've always wanted to see me.
Yeah.
So you're like the Kobe Bryant of.
But also,
comedy.
why would you want to do it any other way? Why would you want to be like, I want to phone it in tonight?
I don't think it's a conscious decision to phone anything in, but like some days you're just not feeling funny.
Yeah. Well, it definitely shows they're more fun than others.
Yeah. Did you ever used to think that you needed to get up a certain amount of times?
I mean, in New York, that's kind of drilled into you a little bit, and I kind of agree with it on some level. But yeah, I think you do need to, because it's good. I shouldn't say same thing. I shouldn't assume everyone has to do it the same way. But there's a big difference between someone who's going on 6 times a week and someone who's going to go on once a week.
Sure.
I mean, the person doing it 6 times could be just innately not good, and so they're just doing shitty material a lot more than the other guy. But you see what I'm saying?
Yes. I ask every guest this. How many sexual partners have you ever had?
Oh, God. Don't ask that.
Would you, if the number was revealed, would people think that's high, that's low, or that's about right?
They'd be stunned.
For which reason?
I don't want to talk about this.
Okay. And then what else do we talk about? You're not going to tell me how many sexual partners you have, but you will tell me how much money you have.
Oh, I jokingly told you how much money I have.
So you don't have $1 million?
I don't have $1 million in my wallet, like I said.
Who do you think, if you had to pick, has had the most sexual partners of any stand-up comedian friend of yours?
I don't know, man. I'd have to think about that.
The only time I've made you laugh is when I've actually just made you uncomfortable.
Yeah,
with
that's
the
true.
question.
Yeah.
So if I ever did a stand-up show and I saw you in the front and I clocked you, you probably wouldn't feel obligated to give me anything.
Well, I mean, we're making a big leap here to where I'm
Love a big leap.
paying money to see you.
It's a good show. If you go to the first one.
Yeah, I would definitely. I'm sure it's a good show, but the idea that after what all I just said, that I would sit up front.
Right. What about when you're with? What about when people want to come to your show and you either drive them there, like, hey, can I come with you, or like you guys go together? That happens sometimes, right?
No.
Really? Never?
Well, I'm usually in New York. I'm walking to my shows, and the only person I would bring is my girlfriend, and occasionally maybe I brought friends, but for the most part.
What about when people say they're going to go and you get them tickets?
What about that?
Okay, this happens.
Yeah,
Do you feel an obligation to like host them? How you doing? Check in with them? That stuff.
No, not really. I mean, no, I don't like double. Hey, did you get in all right? I guess I might sometimes, but for the most part, they're going to get in all right.
Yeah.
It's not really hard to get into one of my shows.
It's not what I hear.
I mean, it's hard to get tickets because they sell out like seconds.
Zoom in on the wallet.
Okay. You have animation on your show? Wow.
Yeah.
What's the budge on this one?
A lot of people think it doesn't make any sense. I have change falling on the table. The budget is that's personal. I'd rather tell you how many partners I've had.
All right, you can tell me.
Gulp, gulp.
You sitting down?
I was 12 when I lost my virginity. To a substitute teacher. She wasn't my teacher. She was a substitute teacher.
¿Una maestra qué?
She was 17. It was legal. Don't need to get into this. Point is, I realized, oh my gosh, I'm starting so early. I want to see if I could get to 10 before I could drive. And before I was 16, I had 55 girls. For real. I know this is embarrassing. I'm making myself look so bad. And it was a competition with myself, and it's no disrespect to anybody. And a lot of them, actually, an amazing pickup line that I would use is, I'm trying to get to whatever the number is. Would you help me be my, and then I would pretend that they were the last one. And then I ended up f***ing so many girls. Anyway, my second goal was I wanted to get to 100 before I graduated. And I was at 99, and the night before graduation, I, Sarah Totenbaum. I f***ed Sarah Totenbaum, and it was the 100th girl, and I told her, you'll be my 100th. She said, I bet you use that all. What's funny is she said, I bet you use that all the time, and I did use that all the time, but this was literally my 100th. And then I was 17, I f***ed my 100th girl on June 7th, 2002, right before graduation. I f***ed 100 girls. I'm only at 118. I've only had 18 since. Random and stuff. But I usually will only sleep with someone and go down on them and have them go down on me if I kind of like them and get to know them. And if they play the music for a second. Also, if I were to ever play the music right now, if I were to ever go inside of that's only because if I fall in love.
Just a regular amount.
Okay. We don't have to talk about this.
Yeah,
Let's talk about comedy.
Well, a lot of people argue. Argue's a nice word. Throw a fucking fit when they watch comedy podcasts and like, all these fucking fucking losers. All they talk about is stand-up. Why don't they talk about pottery? Why don't they talk about
Are there
making
people who
clothes?
complain that?
Oh, yeah. I tend to not talk about stand-up too much unless it's somebody who... maybe if it's somebody who it's my first conversation with them and I know of their stand-up, then I am genuinely interested in their take on it. But I do know a lot of comedy podcasts kind of are surrounded by like, this is what I did, this is how I do it, this is the craft. And like if I'm genuinely interested, which I am, I will ask it. But I also then sometimes become a little bit sensitive to like, okay, let's get into some other stuff.
I do love talking about shit other than comedy.
Me too.
I like to talk about food and things like that.
Yeah.
And I like when someone who's interviewing me, like a normal interview, not a podcast.
By normal, you mean traditional?
Traditional. That's a better way of phrasing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it if they just ask me mundane questions.
What are your general food modifications when you go to a restaurant that you don't like the way they make it?
Is that a real question?
Yeah.
What do you mean general food modifications?
I have an Instagram account called Jumods, and I take a screen grab of all the orders I make with like no butter on the bun, this on the
really?
side, all these things. Yeah, are you somebody that goes someplace and I'll have the blank and take it as it is?
I'll often I try not to. I mean, there's some restaurants where you can do that, and there's some fancier ones where like you're getting what we give you.
You'd be surprised at what you could do at a fancy restaurant
Yeah,
with
I mean,
a little bit of gumption.
Yeah, I know. Or if you say you're allergic.
Yeah. And also you show your palms and squint your eyes, and before you do it, go, I'm sorry. Is it? And then they go, it's okay. What's going on? You want me to fix your table?
I was once dining with some people, and they were all like that. We're like, hey, sorry. And the guy's like, I'm here to serve you. You don't have to keep apologizing.
Love that.
I was kind of impressed by that.
I actually typically try not to say sorry too much unless I genuinely am.
Yeah.
And this is something I think women should learn.
I've cut down on my sorries also.
Mm-hmm. You know what I do? I say thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me hurt your feelings, like something like that.
Thanks for letting me speak freely. Instead of I'm sorry if I've been too much.
Oh.
I used to apologize a ton.
Really?
Like 6 years ago, I went through this phase for like a year where I came into some self-awareness, and then I was just not sure about anything. And I was just like, I'm sorry. And then I was just like exhausting myself. I also felt like that language was making me feel like I was doing something wrong when I actually didn't. I just felt like there was maybe a misunderstanding in the way I was being received and the communication between me and whomever. But like I didn't like the way the language made me feel. And I've become very conscious about what words I use and why.
Uh-huh.
And like sometimes I'll say something and it makes me actually feel that's I've talked about what I'm about to say on a pod before, but like sometimes I hear people say like I have to go to blah 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 blah, and it's like a cool thing.
Yeah.
And I think like you get to go do that thing.
Right.
And I really like, I have to go do these shows. I get to go. I remember when I couldn't get up.
Right.
And like that language truly changes the way I see it.
It also reminds me of when someone, I don't know, maybe this is not relevant. Someone compliments a show and you didn't like the show. And you're like, that's a great show. Nah, it wasn't that good. And you're like, why am I fucking pulling the rug out from under their compliment? You know, it's just like,
Yeah.
they're being nice and you're like telling them they're wrong.
I've had some intentional thoughts about that as well. What do you do about it now?
Now I stop myself from doing that.
And
Unless it's like another comic who I think I can get really like inside baseball with.
right. Inside comedy, you mean? Was that an analogy?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I just wanted to use the term
Strike
inside
one.
baseball.
First base.
But yeah, I mean, if someone says you did a great job, let them have that, and they don't need to go. But it was so much better on the Thursday show that I did. It was actually better.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I feel like what helped me was to recognize that by me saying thank you, I'm not subscribing to what they had to say. I am choosing to trust that they know. So like, oh, you thought that was great? Great.
yeah, you should thank them.
My mom is very positive and upbeat and so appreciative of things. And I remember she ate an omelet and she said, that was a kid. And she goes, this is the best omelet I've ever had. And I thought like, that's fucking nuts. Like, we got to remember this place. I believed her.
Yeah.
And then a week or so, whatever, later, we're someplace else. She's eating an omelet again, and she goes, this is the greatest omelet I've ever had. And I thought to myself, I believed her. And I thought, also, how crazy is it that this one was better than the other one? And that if it was the other way around, she would have had the best omelet ever. And then the next time, she wouldn't have thought that because she had one better last week.
Right.
So it's crazy, not only that these places are great, but the order. And then when she said something else was the best over later, I started to actually not trust her anymore. Like,
Right.
There's no way. There's no way the odds that not only are these the best ever, blah, 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 blah. And then it questioned I started to question the reality and the honesty of things. And then when I got older, I realized, oh, she believes it in that moment. I love it. This is the best. I'm having the best time. This is the best people, the weather. And and that's not a blanketed statement. I mean, she just truly thinks.
And I think some people want to be positive, so they they phrase things like that.
Yeah. So when people say good show and I think otherwise, I think, hey, I believe they had a good time.
Yeah.
But also, dude, you should have seen me Thursday night.
Thursday's when that was the good show.
Typically, do you ever find that Thursday is the best of Thursday, Friday, Saturday? How often does that happen?
I do like performing on non-weekend days. Like I feel like someone who goes out on a Tuesday is something cool about that.
You know what I like about a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Thursday?
It's not the weekend.
It's typically a one-show kind of night.
Yeah.
Like that. And you get better door deals inside baseball, second base. Give me more of the door.
You know how I got a good door deal recently? I did a club during the day,
What time?
like 3 and 5.
Really?
I did 2 shows.
Good door deal?
A good door deal where the second show, I'll do a second show. Yeah, and then you're done by 6:30, and you got every restaurant's open.
And you love to eat.
I do love dining. I love dining.
What do you like about it?
I just love eating. It's my favorite thing to do. One of my favorite things.
Is it a community thing for you when you go with other people or even by yourself?
I mean, I eat out alone a lot, but
Well, you have cats.
I have cats. What does that mean?
Typically, a cat guy eats them by himself.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a girlfriend also.
Quit bragging.
That doesn't fit into your little stereotype there, does it?
Well, I think it still does because it doesn't mean you're lonely. It just
Right.
means you're typically people who have cats are comfortable being alone.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I never knew that.
Do you know anybody with a cat who's not comfortable being alone?
I do, actually. I know people who can't eat alone.
And they have cats?
I know one who's had cats. And
Has or has? Had or has?
Had, maybe, but I
Right.
don't think, I mean, that's
I think there's a reason they didn't get another one.
but yeah, do you eat alone?
Yeah. I love doing things alone. I also love doing things with people.
Yeah.
But some people bring me up. Some people drain me. Some people it's status quo. But when I'm by myself, I typically go slowly, but I re-energize. I love going to movies alone, especially a matinee when I come out, it's still daytime.
Yeah.
Like, if I go to a restaurant, I like eating at home. I just like staying home.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah. Postmates, twice a day.
Really?
But if I'm out already, I'm like, I think I'll go to a restaurant. And I go, and I get my little things, and I wash my hands, and I clean the silverware, and I'm like, bring me things.
Well, that's the idea of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Will you throw down for a fancy place? Like if you're on the road and the place where it's going to cost you $60 for dinner. Would you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, am I a comedian? Yes. Am I also an award-winning dramatic actor? Sure. Not the point.
What is that for?
It's hard to even remember at this point. It's from a show called As We See It on Amazon. But I have started to make a little bit of money recently. I still live in the same place. I'm not buying extravagant stuff.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what I am doing. I'm flying better, and I'm eating whatever I want whenever I want it.
Let's talk about hotels.
Okay?
What are your hotel thoughts?
I mean, I could give specific hotels if we talk about the location.
Oh yeah.
Well, New York or the yeah.
Damn. That's got to be what, 800 a night?
Well, when I bring my podcast stuff, I travel with my podcast. I have 4 suitcases. And this last time I went, it was the first time I actually rented a studio, which ultimately ends up not being cheaper. So I get suites, so it's expensive. I upgrade to a suite
God.
so I could make the suite the podcast studio. And I'll write all that stuff off. But like, then I also feel like I get a suite, but it's work, it's business. I feel like I'm supposed to be doing this.
Yeah.
I'll take baths, and I'll order the room service to come when I get out. Sometimes I'll stay in the bath until the room service comes. Last time I was at I ordered some salmon and some other shit. By the way, I don't love salmon, but I feel it's good for me.
I just started eating it relatively recently.
Thoughts?
I like it. I was surprised how much I like it. I like it well done. Don't tell anyone.
Do you honestly want me to believe that?
That'll be funny.
I watched American History X, which is not as funny as I remember. But I like watching a movie in a hotel room.
Really? See, so if you go, let me run some things by.
Yeah.
Let's say you're going to Indianapolis.
I would have to look up the hotels there. I don't know that.
Okay. No, I'm not saying which hotel, but will you just stay in your room all day? Will you find a coffee shop? Will you find a museum?
Right. I will try and find a thing to do. I love when I'm in D.C. going to that Holocaust museum.
Really? That seems like a one-visit museum for me.
Well, I want to make sure I never forget. But I'll try to find something to do, and that's a conscious decision because I know if I don't do that, I will not leave. During the day, yes, I like to go walk and get a coffee. But then once I'm back, I'll probably stay in the room until it's showtime. I'll do my show and come right back. I will eat at the hotel room service at least once, if not all my meals a day.
Really?
Yeah.
I almost never get room service.
Getting that table with a white tablecloth and the glass of water and the pitcher of water and my honey and my barbecue sauce and all of my things brought to me, and I could take little bites, I could eat, I could walk around.
I did just say weirdly in Chicago. I did a
I
guy's,
stayed in Chicago.
yeah, nice hotel.
yeah.
The guy's birthday party. Me and Rory Scovel. And
Shout out to Rory Scovel for his Instagram handle, too.
But yeah, my girlfriend and I ordered. They have a Chinese restaurant attached to it, so
Is that where you got the size?
easy. And then, but we had room service delivered to the pool.
Did it come in a bag to go?
No,
or
no,
did it
no.
came
Like
proper?
full tray, full table set up and everything.
Love.
Yeah, but I don't room service. I always want to get out of the apartment
Great.
or hotel.
That's, you know what? You are proving the cat stereotype to not be 100% on point.
I do like. I've had the occasional like morning coffee service that you can get like
Yeah,
a
the
biscuit
$18
and
coffee.
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And,
That'll wake you up.
Yeah. So you like fancy hotels?
I like fancy hotels because who doesn't like a fancy hotel?
Right.
But it's a 2-point swing because not only do I like fancy hotels, when I stay in a hotel that isn't nice, I actually am so uncomfortable. It's what kept me from traveling for so long. Like, I could have been touring a while ago. I chose not to, specifically because of flights and hotels.
But there's good hotels everywhere.
I'm talking of being able to afford them.
Oh, okay.
Like when I was doing shows and they offered me, $3,000 for the weekend, and the flight at the time, pre-COVID, first class was around $1,400 round trip. Now we're looking at $2,300 round trip anywhere.
And you'll pay that?
Well, I would either pay, if I could break even, I would do the show.
Really?
Yeah. But then otherwise I wouldn't. So that's why I stopped. I wasn't traveling really.
What if you're on a flight that's 90 minutes?
Yeah, if I'm going to Arizona, as long as I get extra leg room, but I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
Hate it. And just this.
So what about? Yeah, I know. I noticed that on my flight recently here to LA, where I was in an economy plus seat, and, but it's cramped, man.
Delta Plus is decent.
Yeah.
Out of all the economy plus, the Delta one I have found to be the most room.
Yeah.
I'm that way in a car. I don't like. I'm an uncomfortable. I'm actually a very comfortable boy, and I've done a lot of work to and avoid a lot of things to be there. So drive. I always drive. I don't like being in a car. If so, I got to get a big car.
Okay. So will you ever? Let's say you're going to be in town. You're going to be like, I'm going to land at 4 in the afternoon, do the show at 8, and leave in the morning. You'll get a $600 hotel room. Really?
I mean, it's an arbitrary price, but I would love to find one for $600. Yeah.
Wow.
If I'm staying in that bed and I'm using their bed, if I don't feel like, this is a vacation, I'm going to have a hard time.
Are there any, so that, like, you'll never stay at like a Courtyard by Marriott or
I have and I will. I don't like
comfortable
it.
hotel?
A Courtyard Marriott's fine. Not to knock it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I spend money on comfort.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I stay in my house.
Okay.
Tell me about what you do with your food and your days and you're going and you do a museum. If I'm traveling more and I want to go outside of my comfort zone, what does a comic who's been around the block do around the block?
I mean, I'll do weird shit. Not weird, like really weird, but like
That's
I was
you
in
just
Kenosha,
flashing
Wisconsin, and I went and had a lighthouse. I just said I'm going to go to the lighthouse, and I just went up on, paid $10, I think, and went to this lighthouse.
And what did you do? You went up
Just
and you
I
looked
went
out?
up the stairs. I looked out. Yeah, I kind of like lighthouses, and so I do stuff like that.
That's a
but
good name for a special.
I like lighthouses.
Yeah, I saw how you doing. I was in blah, blah, blah. You know me. I kind of like lighthouses. Like, that's a good one of those.
That's actually not a bad.
Yeah.
I like lighthouses. Not bad.
Yeah. It kind of tells me about you.
Yeah.
Where did your like for lighthouses come from? Fox
I don't know. I
Searchlight?
just thought they're kind of cool looking and they're pretty.
So you walked up, you looked out, and you thought, all right.
Yeah.
And then you walked back down.
Yeah. I think I probably got dizzy, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, I always find the third wave coffee shop in town.
What does that mean?
I think it's like your indie coffee places.
Right.
I don't know exactly what it means, but
I feel like people like the type of coffee that kind of symbolizes the type of comedy they do. Like,
right.
You're more of like a third wave type of comedian. Would you say that?
yeah, I'm artisanal.
Oh yeah, you're an artisanal comedian.
Can't believe I used that word. It's a fucking huge TV you have.
Oh, thanks, man.
Is that when you watched my special on?
Oh yeah,
Oh my god, that must have been an unbelievable experience.
it was good. It was good.
You really got the full effect of the olive green shirt I wore.
You know, something about YouTube. I'm all for commercials. Believe me.
If you're looking for just the right flooring, you need choices. And at Marshall Carpet One, you'll certainly find them.
Yeah.
But with a comedy special, I did find that, like, how much money do you think you're going to make with these ads? And is it worth stopping the momentum? I feel like I would do less ads.
Were there commercials in the middle of it?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And
Oh,
you
I
could
didn't-
change that. You might reach out and ask them to.
I didn't know that.
That being said, also make your money. So it's just like choosing your act breaks wisely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see. I've never watched it on YouTube.
Yeah. It wasn't egregious by any means. It happened. I don't even know how many times. Maybe just a few times.
Yeah,
But still, I was thinking like, maybe I would do the same. I'm not sure. I do wonder if I knew that I was making a special for YouTube, I would maybe like have planned where the commercials would go, like while I'm doing it, and I would be like, commercial. You know?
I remember when I did a Comedy Central half hour that you did 22 minutes or 20, and they said do a 7-minute chunk, a 6-minute chunk, 5-minute chunk.
Right. Did you write it for that?
I did. I sort of. I didn't write the show for that, but I adjust. I think I adjust my set.
Yeah, it's literally. I mean, that's TV structure. I mean,
Yeah.
it's Act 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
but it's not broken up just by story. It's timing for commercials, and it's very like when writing scripts and looking at the difference between like a traditional sitcom and now where they're streaming. It's like, oh, there's streaming doesn't just offer, differences with what type of content you could do, and it doesn't have to be the exact amount of length, and you could have stuff serialized more easily.
Yeah.
But it's also like the structures of those shows are actually so different, and you could have 2 acts, or you could not have them be at those certain markers.
Right.
But like stand up with commercials versus without it, I've noticed is like kind of that thing.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that.
Kind of want to do a podcast episode and call it the commercial episode.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and just let the audience know, hey, you know what? We're going to bring you great stuff, but I really want you to sit through it all. Every 2 minutes, we're going to cut to a commercial and see if people stick around and donate the money to like paying my bills or something.
Yeah, you could just do the Patreon route.
Yeah, but who's paying for that? I think people would rather watch a commercial than pay for no commercials when it comes to content.
That's what I feel about public radio, man. Like they spend 15 minutes begging for money. It's like, I just play a Cheetos commercial.
Yeah.
What's the difference as far as annoying me?
Sometimes it's hard to get Cheetos to sign off. I've been trying to get...
Cheetos sounds so good right now.
You know what I have, which you might like, which I don't eat, and you like snacks? Let me show you.
Oh, wow.
It isn't a Cheeto, but I think you'll understand why Cheetos made me think of this. I had a friend on my podcast who brought me this as a gift, and I don't eat peanuts.
Oh, and I know you love Bombas, right?
Well, the socks. I don't eat peanuts.
Oh.
Do you know those things?
I've had either these or similar things. I can have these?
Yeah.
Or you want me to just eat some now?
No, you could have them.
I don't want to eat them now because it's all crunchy and annoying.
What I would do if you ate them is we would turn your microphone off while the crunch happened.
No.
We look out for goblins.
I have misophonia, so I would.
Yeah.
Do you know about misophonia?
I mean, she was my physics teacher in 10th
Oh,
grade.
there you go. I'd set you up for that one.
Yeah, you did. And yes, I am also similar with sounds.
Okay.
Will you show the people at home in case they know what those are? I hear they're great.
Yeah, they are good. You're allergic to peanuts?
Took a blood test, as you can imagine, years ago, and it said an intolerance to peanuts. I had been eating peanuts.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, maybe I should stop eating peanuts. I stopped eating for a few years. I accidentally had one, and then I felt... So I don't know, but I don't eat them.
Yeah, if you're intolerant, you might as well not eat them.
Yeah.
But a friend brought you those.
Yeah. Well, how close was he
Yeah.
to not know?
Here, I got you. You know that thing you're allergic to? Here's 3 pounds of it.
Yeah. But, some people might do that as a gag.
That's hilarious. It'd only be funny if you had like a deadly peanut allergy.
Yeah. Or like when you're a Jewish kid, sometimes you'll get a Game Boy night 1, and then night 2 through 8, you'll get the batteries for it or something.
Yeah.
So like as a follow, you could have 2. Open this first, and then the first gift is the EpiPen. And then give them all
yeah,
the
that's
stuff.
good. Yeah, I like that.
A lot of these young content creators are doing wild stuff, little pranking their friends.
Uh-huh.
One I haven't seen that I feel like I wonder if it's been done is somebody doing like they get the gang of their friends to do the stuff they're allergic to, but they all have EpiPens and like see who could not use their EpiPen for the longest.
Oh, and then maybe someone dies and then...
Well, that's why I don't think they should do it.
No, it's probably...
Maybe you do it with things you're intolerant to instead of allergic.
I think that's a classic good idea on paper.
Is that similar to when you got that second coffee today?
What's that?
Where like you like
yeah,
the
good
idea.
idea. Yeah, I like the... Yeah. I think even as I ordered, I thought, why am I doing this? I don't know why I didn't go the iced tea route. How boring am I being right now? Pretty boring.
I don't think so. The only thing that I'm unsure, I mean, I've seen you yawn 9 times, but the only thing I'm unsure of
I got
is
jet lag, man.
how are your arms?
Oh, hi-yo.
Hi. One of the things that I'm just unsure of and I'm totally fine with is like, I know I like you and I know I think you're very funny.
Yeah.
I also know that I'm not going to know what, like, I am not looking for any data from you.
Okay.
I don't know what I would get and what it would even look like.
Yeah.
But I am aware that we are very different.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like I'm playing with someone I want to play with. And I might find out later they want to play with me again. They never want to play with me again or anywhere in the middle.
Oh.
But like I'm sitting in this,
I'm
aware
being
of like,
mysterious.
what's that?
I'm being mysterious, is that what you're saying?
Gee, I mean, did you go to my high school? Jesus Christ. Actually, I think she was married. I'm gonna look up Mrs. Mysterious for a second. Like I'm just talking way more than you. Are people gonna be like, Rick, you're talking too much? Or can people be like, am I cutting you off?
Do you have guests who talk more than me? Because I feel like you're talking, then I'm answering you, and you're asking me, and I'm talking to you.
I'm
asking you the occasional question.
I have done solo podcasts where there's a producer there.
Yeah.
That's not really true. And I just realized that might be like making fun. I was going to say, they've talked more. But no, I feel like I'm fucking going.
Well, I mean, I don't know you. It's your podcast. I got to let you sort of set the tone.
Yeah.
Until the tone annoys me, and then I will shoot it down. But
oh, good to know. Would you?
no, if you, no. I mean, no, it's fine. It's fine.
I like when somebody tells me something like, stop.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, since you asked, then
go ahead.
Stop. No.
Do you like doing this? If you weren't promoting your special, like, do you like doing runs? Because I don't see you doing. I've seen you do them, but I don't see you doing a lot of podcasts.
I mean, I'm doing an unusual amount this time. Yeah, I like doing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like a nice little chat.
Yeah.
Who else am I going to talk to?
Your cat?
Oh, I miss my little cat.
I really want to get cats, dude.
Get a cat. Go get 2 cats.
I know, of course.
Do you have room for a litter box here?
Yeah, and I know where I would put them too.
Oh, see?
I've thought about where I would put them and what kind of boxes I'd be getting.
Really?
Yeah. I would put one in this guest bathroom down here, but make sure that I move it the night before I have somebody on a podcast. I would just put it somewhere else. Not like a place where it's at. I would just put it upstairs, just in the hallway or
Oh,
something.
you have upstairs. Okay.
Yeah. And then I would want one upstairs.
Oh, wow. You have a fancy place. What is this, 2-bedroom?
Well, it's funny that you say that because whenever I eat here, I think that because my place is so fancy, I'm having a fancy feast. So I feel like that would be a great way to feed the cats.
Oh, there you go.
Put up a picture of Fancy Feast for the people that don't get it.
I got that one. Fancy feast. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was
That's
you,
my reacting.
the audience reacting to it.
That's me reacting to the...
We were just talking about something. You said you don't something, and that's why I said you have a cat. What was that? Who else would I talk to? Yeah, you said you're doing an unusual amount of podcasts.
Yeah.
You're promoting this more than other things?
No, I just haven't had anything to promote in a long time.
Right.
And I thought I would, I'm not getting any younger.
I guess technically.
So I might as well go for it.
What have you done for this run so far?
I've done Neil Brennan's podcast, Blocks.
Mm-hmm.
I did Mark WTF.
Mm-hmm.
I did Ron Funch's podcast. You know him, right?
Yeah, I know all of them.
Today I'm doing one. I forgot the name of it. And then I'm doing...
Do you know who it is? Or obviously you forgot that too.
Someone I did. I don't think I know them, but
right.
I'm blanking. And I'm doing Dog Pounds and Brent Weinbach's today. Tomorrow I'm doing...
Dog Pound is not the same as Brent Weinbach, is it?
No.
Right, I know.
But tomorrow
I know that
I'm doing Brendan Walsh's podcast.
And that's why you're in LA?
Yeah, and I do a few live shows. I'm doing a show. I'm doing Hot Tub tonight. Ooh. Unannounced. People are going to lose their shit.
You got to do unannounced.
It's fun, man. People fucking lose their shit when I walk up there.
Would you, since this is not going to come out until after you leave, would you reveal the hotel you're staying at?
Oh, I'm staying at someone's apartment. They have an empty apartment, and I'm staying.
Oh, give it to yourself.
Yeah.
So your room service is Postmates?
I don't know. My room service is leaving.
Where do you go to eat when you're in LA?
I mean, last night I ate with Sarah Silverman at a nice vegan Italian restaurant.
Crossroads?
No, it's like Puma Pampa Puma Rita Pura Vita, I think it was called.
I think I know it. I try to eat vegan multiple times a week. I wonder if I would. Maybe I'll look into that.
Yeah, it's all vegan.
Have you been to Langer's yet?
Langer's, what is that?
Do you eat pastrami?
I'm Jewish, but I'm not into our food, really.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
I'm joking. You don't eat pastrami.
I don't think I've even tried pastrami, but it's also not good for you.
Right.
But a nice burger I would eat without even thinking twice.
The Langer's pastrami sandwich is not only the best pastrami in the country, and I've had a a lot of the pastrami around the country.
Uh-huh.
It's one of the best sandwiches I've ever had.
Really? Is it just like piled high?
Yeah, but you could. I typically will get 2 slices of rye bread, in addition, and turn it into 2 sandwiches.
And will you eat both sandwiches?
I'll inhale them,
Are you a dessert guy?
buddy. I'm doing all right now, but yeah, big dessert guy.
Yeah.
I've been eating a lot of dried mangoes to try and curb my sugar cravings.
But those probably pretty sugary themselves.
Yeah, but they're not. It's not refined sugar, and it's though dried, it's still fibrous, so it doesn't
Yeah.
metabolize the same way.
Have you, it just got turned on to recently was these freeze-dried berries at Trader Joe's. Freeze-dried berry medley. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I love dried fruit.
That's pretty good for you.
Well, as a treat, it's still sugar.
Yeah, but
What desserts do you do?
I find I order dessert, and I'm often like, yeah, let's get dessert. And then afterwards, I'm like, oh, why did I feel sick? Like, I almost ordered dessert last night, and we decided against it, and I felt really good. When I got home, I was like, I didn't need to eat half a piece of chocolate cake.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good right now, though.
Oh my gosh, I'm thinking about tiramisu. That's my
Tiramisu's
go-to right
unbelievable.
now.
That's unbelievably good tasting.
Yeah.
Nice vanilla cake. Oh, my God.
I find a vanilla cake could be pretty boring. And
Oh, I
pardon
love
the play on words here, but vanilla.
Oh, it's so good.
Moist, good with a nice icing perhaps.
Yeah.
But vanilla cake, it's like, what are we doing?
I'll tell you what we're doing. I'm eating your cake. Then.
But you could have vanilla cake in a tuxedo cake, for example.
What's a tuxedo cake? Is that
Vanilla, chocolate, layers, black, white, black, white.
what pizza toppings are you into?
Well, I'm going to preface by saying I don't eat cheese.
Why is that? Lactose intolerant?
I don't like cheese.
You don't like cheese? Wow, that's I don't think I've ever met anyone who doesn't like cheese.
So I go, I head over to Mazza for pizza. And you know me, don't even eat cheese.
I ate it the other one, the one around the fancier matzo, not the pizza. I should say the fancier, but the one where they have pasta at matzo.
Is that a different location?
I think they have a pizza place next to a restaurant.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I think I know what you're talking about, but the restaurant still gets the pizza from there.
Okay.
I actually filmed a scene of a TV show in that fancy restaurant
Wow.
you're talking
But
about.
it's good. That food was good.
Cut to a clip.
I want you to know that it doesn't matter to me that you have autism.
Would you have known if my father didn't tell Dr. Mandar, which he definitely... Would you have known?
I did notice something was a little different.
What were you gonna say?
About my favorite toppings?
Yeah, or
Well, I don't do cheese,
yeah,
but I like garlic.
yeah.
When you say garlic, what do you picture with the garlic? How is this garlic prepared for you?
On the pizza,
Yeah.
fresh garlic.
So you like raw garlic,
I mean, I guess
like
it could-
minced.
Yeah. I mean, it cooks when the pizza.
It doesn't. I mean, it heats up, but
Yeah.
you really need. I'll
Oh,
ask
I
for
like it.
garlic, but I ask to have it either sautéed, or if it's cloves that are baked, I'll do that. I
Yeah.
love a big clove.
Oh yeah, and spread it on fucking bread. Jesus.
You know, I sometimes at home when I cook, I do garlic a lot. There's a lot of garlic stuff, and I like meal prep my garlic so I could have this garlic for all the other meals that I'm not even
Yeah.
cooking for however long it lasts.
Yeah.
And what I do is I roast a shit ton of garlic. Okay, I put a little bit of red chili flakes, avocado oil, salt and pepper,
Yeah.
and then I blend it like in a food processor.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
But then you have this garlic paste.
Yeah.
That's not raw. It's palatable. You can eat it with a spoon, and I'll just baste the fuck out of. Pardon me, bleep that. I will just spread the fuck out of everything. Love it. Wow. And then I'll eat maybe a pound of basil.
I love basil. Here are the good toppings. You got I would have cheese on mine, but I'd have pepperoni, fresh jalapenos, garlic, fresh garlic. That'd be amazing. I mean, if you want to put sausage on there, you can do that.
So you'll eat pepperoni and sausage, but not pastrami.
I've never tried pastrami. I probably would like it.
When you're in New York, if you're going to try it, Sarge's over Katz, just so you know.
Oh, yeah, I used to live near Katz's, and that was the number one place if someone needed directions. That's where.
People, how do you get to Katz?
That'll be like I still do this. Well, if I see someone's lost, even though everyone's got their Google Maps now, they probably don't need to do this. I'll be a busybody and go, do you need help find something? And quite often it was we're looking for cats.
Do you think it's because they know of you and they know how much of a cat guy you are?
Because of cats? Oh my god. Yeah, you blew it on that one.
I thought that was a perfect joke. My mom does a lot of cat puns, but I don't need to get into it now.
I like that you didn't say perfect.
No. That would have been a...
That would be too on the nose.
Yeah. Do you do pepperoni and sausage, or do you pepperoni or sausage?
I mean, I probably would just have pepperoni, but if someone said, can we do sausage too? I'd be like, yeah, sure.
Do you try to eat meatless sometimes, or is that just because Sarah is she vegan?
She's vegan, yeah. She's vegetarian. She's not vegan.
Sorry. This is how shit gets spread. Just make sure and people can take a sound bite, you know? But vegetarian. Because there's an Italian vegan restaurant called Crossroads.
Uh-huh.
And they have this pizza with this vegan sausage that is so good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fuck, I want food right now.
I'm really hungry.
It's too bad there's no food around here, man.
Do you want to...
No, I don't want to open these crunchy things and start eating.
We could also, listen, I don't want to hold you hostage. I'll chat with you for a little bit longer. We could call it if you want to eat. So,
yeah, because I have another podcast to do it too.
You don't know who it is, though.
I can look it up.
But then you won't want to say it because then it's going to be like,
okay.
you know.
Yeah, but we
you'll tell
have
me
been here.
after.
I've been here like 4 hours. So.
Yeah. Well, it's been 80 minutes.
It's a little long.
Yeah, let's call it, dude.
All right, man.
Congrats on the special. It's really, really funny.
Oh, thank you for watching it.
All right. Anything else you want to plug? Any social
I'm on
handles or anything?
tour. I have the half joking tour that I'm on.
So I have some of these pre-recorded, so I'm not sure the exact date this comes out, but we'll look at your website and whatever it is for the next month plus, we'll put it up on video.
Okay.
So people can see. But audio only, they could go to find out, toddberry.org.
Oh, toddberry.com.
Nice. You got it?
Oh, yeah. I have it forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And, I'm Todd Barry on Instagram, Todd Barry on, I'm not going to call it X, Twitter.
Right. That's how a lot of people come from Cleveland. A lot of people still refer to them as the Indians instead of the Guardians.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. That's,
similar thing.
I guess it's similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, there. I think that's all you need to know.
I think you did it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to take a Polaroid of you.
Really?
And then
All right.
Then I'll walk you out. As I say at the end of every episode, how many people have you slept with? My name's Rick Glassman, and stick around next week for Bill Bellamy.
Is that true, Bill Bellamy?
I don't know. I'm gonna really work and try and get this to happen now.
Scoot doo.
I just want to go after Steven for a second. You are so hypocritical.
Oh, are you actually doing this?
Yeah, I'm 100% doing this.
I can
You
just
don't even let me talk. You don't even know
No,
what
I'm
saying.
not. No.
Let
Hold
me
on. No.
think.
I'm gonna ask Abba one quick question because this whole line of training you're about to go down is Abba. If those guys were 20 yards away from them, do you think the guy could have said, "Hey, I've got a gun, get back," or do you think he would still be able to pull it out and snipe them from 20 yards away?
Oh my God.
Abba, what are you doing?
Jesus Christ.
Hold up, Steven, I don't even think what I just said is crazy.
You see the prankster getting shot? I saw the prankster getting shot thing. That was not self-defense in any size, shape. Like, that was just wild. That jury was unhinged and out of control. I don't know if the state is going for appeal or whatever. I don't know how much they even care, but that was not even remotely self-defense. That was how long did they even deliberate on that? Trump said we shoot shoplifters. Amen. Amen, Pisco. That's the world. That's Destiny's world. Yeah. I think I saw that they just closed. Abba was in chat. At first they were split and came back later with not guilty. Oh, yeah, that was wild. If someone is harassing you for over 2 minutes and they don't stop, are you allowed to shoot them? No. No! At first I was on the shooter side because the story came out first and then I saw the video. Bro, that guy was not even remotely threatened. Am I crazy? Were there different videos out that I didn't see? The guy was definitely annoying. But bro, this dude like 200 millisecond like hit fire, just like boom! It was like I think it was some revolver ocelot shit. Oh my god. I wonder if we should consider ever revealing jury members' identities and misconduct as deemed to be abusing the fragile justice. Wait, why? That sounds unhinged. That was self-defense. They deliberated for a full day. Oh wait, did I miss something? Self-defense, there probably needs to be some reasonable assessment of how threatened you are, and there probably needs to be some reasonable escalatory pathway for defending yourself. It's not enough to say that because a guy is big and a little bit intimidating in front of you in a public place that you can instantaneously go for the execute. Okay, that's probably not. That is a wild take. That is a wild take. All right. Unless I'm missing, somebody can link me another video. Unless I'm missing something, I don't think there were any reasonable. Now you're wrong on this one. Not only am I not wrong, there's like loads of case evidence to back me up on this. I'm sorry. There needs to be like a reasonable threat to your life, or the person possesses the ability and has the inclination to do great bodily harm to you, and it is like an imminent threat. You can say I'm wrong if you want, but I'm not. I mean, there's so much case law backing up here. It's like not even an argument. Like that's an unhinged. That is a wild take. I mean, I say that, but to be fair, juries have ruled on both sides of this historic. I don't know what Is there any recourse when your jury is retarded? Yes. And it's called not going to trial. This is why people like to settle out of court. I say settle. This is why people like plea bargains and stuff. Because you never know what a jury's going to say. You truly don't. Destiny, he didn't shoot him in the head or something. He shot him in the stomach. First of all, it is highly possible to shoot somebody and legally kill them by shooting them in the stomach. Okay, I know we're kind of in video game land where like stomach shots are like 2 points and like other than headshots you never die. Okay, but Destiny's just wrong on this one. How can I be on the other end here? I'm like the most like pro self-defense kill people guy like on the fucking internet right now. Okay, there's like a left-leaning person. If you're disagreeing with me on this, you're probably unhinged. Wait, link me the video. Hold on, link me the video. Maybe I'll watch it again and have a different take. Link me the video. Hold on. I think, yeah, not to be mean or write you guys off, but I'm pretty sure like people just hate pranksters. So there's just like nothing, like all common sense like goes out the window. I'm not sure that's somebody dies. Minute and a half video.
What's that? No, this is what else.
Bro, hold on. Is there more to this? If a male is aggressively following you after you try to de-escalate, you absolutely should be able to shoot. Aggressively following you? Bro, listen, you're in a public area. Talk to an adult, okay? I got a lot of sympathy for my fellow 5'8" male that's out there. But go find an adult and say, hey, this guy with the backwards baseball cap is bullying me. Apparently more happened prior to that. If there's significantly more, there's something different before this, then maybe, then my opinion could be swayed. But this was the video that I saw. Is there something else that changes this?
My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defensive firearms lawyer.
Canadian? Why would we ever care? Wait, does he have more of the video or no?
Before something turns awful. All right, let's have a look at this video. As I said, we're going to watch through it once just to see it as it is. All right, so got to cut out the actual moment of the shooting because it's YouTube.
There's got to be more. There's got to be more than this. There's got to be more than this. There has to be more than this.
Want to see that? Also, and since this count video or anybody like that, they're not going to pick a place where somebody can come in to help. So let's.
The prankster went up to him saying, I proved that he was a pedo, then played the audio. Chasing him down with his friend there is a threat. Yeah, it's definitely a type of threat, but not every threat is like severe bodily harm. You understand that, right? Sorry, but if a tall, huge dude puts his hands in my face while advancing with his friends surrounding me, well, without knowing it's a prank, it's reasonable to assume an assault is imminent for many people. Bro, you're 100% thinking this because it's a prankster YouTuber. Bro, I do not. No shot would you be saying this if it was anything else. I don't believe it. No shot would you be saying this if it was anybody else.
Let's keep going.
Oh, let's keep going.
So you see immediately his motion is he's moving back. He's clearly feeling threatened. He's backing away from this person. His body language, he's leaning back, and he's ending up against this counter as this much larger person moves in clearly to confront him and is getting into his personal space very quickly. This is something that is often a harbinger that you're.
To be fair, I heard you say something along those lines. I've never spent my bodily autonomy and got my ass beat in the past. Yeah, but there has to be like a higher standard of a threat. Hold on. Okay, here's the question then. I'm sorry. Let's just iron this out right now. Do you think that anybody getting in your face is justification to shoot and kill people? I'm just curious. If you guys say yes, then you just own that position. That's fine. That could be the world we live in. If that's where, if that's Peace Goes world, guys. Is that what we're saying? That if somebody gets in your face, that you can shoot and kill them? Is that the standard we have now? So every protester that gets in somebody's face could be shot and killed. Okay. All right. Well, I see where we're at in chat. Jesus.
They're about to get attacked. People don't do this normally. People don't do this unless they have some sort of aggressive intention. Now, you see the two of them move up very close, right up in his face, and the second guy points his finger at him, which is, again, when somebody's getting right in your personal space like that and starts pointing their finger at you, that's also an aggressive gesture. This is something that you use to communicate that that you're willing to escalate to physical violence. These aren't just, sort of casual behaviors. What these guys are doing, what the joke is that they're specifically making people fear that they're about to be physically attacked. And that's also reinforced by the nature of the message here. Some people online have said, oh, this is just a, just a weird sort of quirky message. It's not just a weird quirky message. They would spend some time thinking about what message they wanted to include. And the message again is, hey, dip. So, a swearing insult as the lead-in. Quit thinking about my twinkle. Well, okay, what is that trying to imply? That sounds to me like a euphemism. And specifically a euphemism that is making an allegation about some sort of homosexual, thoughts or whatever. This is somebody who says, so he's backing up. This is something I consider to be a very high threat scenario. And again, this guy's outnumbered. He's trying to back up, but he's got two people. One of them is substantially larger than he is confronting him. And this is out of the blue. He has very little time to react. This whole clip is 20 seconds. So he's backing up. He clearly doesn't want any part of this confrontation. Tells them to stop. He's trying to leave. He pauses the phone. I don't think that's a great idea. If you knock the phone out of their hands, there's one of two outcomes. One, they go for the phone and it gives you a chance to make an escape. Or two, they start the violence. And that's not really the outcome you want here. So he's still very concerned here. He's trying to disengage. He's trying to leave. And he tells the owner that he'll call the cops. He's like, but of course he can't call the cops right now because what do you see when they pull out the phone? Oh, 911, what's your emergency? Police, please hold. Yeah, police. Yeah, there's two guys here who are currently beating my face in. I mean, that's not going to work. Calling the police takes some time. Calling the police is something that usually you don't have the luxury of doing when you're in the middle of confrontation. People are typically able to call the police after the confrontation. So the guy keeps advancing, keeps coming after him, including continuing to play the threatening message. And he's not speaking directly. He's just continuing to play this, which again makes you wonder, what is this guy? Is he on drugs?
Do you think he finished his food delivery after this? That's a 5-star delivery.
Is he? Is there some mental illness? What is this guy doing? What is his purpose? He certainly isn't taking stock. He's not taking anything like that. He's adopting a very aggressive stance. One that suggests that him and his buddy. I don't know if this guy's noticed the cameraman, but he's at number 3-1. But he might only think he's at number 2-1. But I don't think it's unreasonable for him to think that he's about to take a serious beating here. This seems to me to be an entirely rational conclusion. We know after the fact that it's wrong. We know after the fact that conclusion is erroneous. But the only way we know that is because we've got the benefit of hindsight. This analysis here, this discussion takes way longer than he had. Even if you just watch this video and think about it for a few seconds and
Perceived threat versus actual threat seems like this whole debate. Yeah, just usually I feel like the bar is a little bit higher to try to kill somebody. Like if this was not in a public place, like so for instance, maybe if I saw the light of the mall, maybe I'd change my mind. But like if this was in an alley, I think I would be way more on the shooter side. If they were on the street or this was at night in some place and the guy was not anywhere like with other people, then I would be way on the other. Like okay, even if they were in a parking lot, I would feel a lot differently about this. But the guy's in the middle of a mall.
Hello. 1 second. Can you hear me? I'm just putting you on a channel so you're not heard. Okay. Whoa, no.
damn, that's just like so wild to me.
Then, post your thoughts online. You've had way more thinking time than this guy did, and under much better circumstances. This guy doesn't get to sit down in a comfortable chair and a comfortable face and hypothesize.
In your Discord? I don't want to. I'm like trying to learn. I can't be streaming for like 15 hours. I don't want to do all the videos. I don't want to get back. I gotta get home tomorrow. I don't even know if my Discord works. Ah, fuck. Hold on 1 second. We're never gonna do the.
You want to do this? You want to avoid doing this now?
Yeah, we can go for a little bit, I guess. My only issue is that we're basically creating a rule that like anybody gets in your face and like starts like acting aggressive, that we can just shoot and kill them, I guess, in any area.
Well, no, I think the reasonable thing that this guy did was ask the person to stop while also retreating. But I do know that in Virginia specifically, you don't have to retreat for self-defense purposes. That's not like a burden that you actually have to achieve.
Yeah, but I guarantee you still have to show that there's imminent severe like bodily harm or whatever it could come to you. It's like you have to have a feeling about that. That's like standard self-defense almost anywhere.
Yeah, so in this situation, even though the verdict was not guilty, it wasn't like it was instantaneous. So obviously some people had reservations in regards to the whole verdict itself. I think that's why it came back initially split and then afterwards not guilty, which I think is probably accurate about how most people feel about this case. For a lot of people, they do see this as very reasonable self-defense, and that most people, if you got up in their face, they ask you to stop and get away from them 3-4 times, and you don't, and you keep advancing, then yeah, they would see you as someone who's going to cause imminent threat. And the thing is, I can't just wait to see what it is that you're going to do when you're getting up in my face with your hands and whatever it is that you're doing, because by the time I already figured out, it might be too late. You've already shown that you're a threatening person when I told you to get away from me, and you're continuing to advance, and obviously him being bigger, taller, all these things factor in, and the fact that he somebody else.
Let's say that there were a couple guys around with their kids at like a grocery store or a Target, and they got the wrong impression that some guy was like looking at their kid weird or touched their kid. They saw something incorrect. They fucked up. And let's say the two guys approach like a smaller guy, like, yo, did you just touch your kid or what's going on here? And the guy's like, no, get the fuck away. Like, no, hold on, what the fuck did you do? Are you telling me that in your world that dude can blow both those guys away? He can kill both of them because they're getting in his face and being aggressive.
Yeah, probably. If he's telling them repeatedly to get away and they keep advancing on him, I think based off of how the law set up over where you are, that would be reasonable to call myself. If they're approaching a threatening man, yeah. Is that not how the law over there works?
In general, no, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure. I think you usually have to show. I mean, I say that, but it really depends. There have been some self-defense cases.
If those dads look like they're going to beat up that short person, okay, it's very reasonable for him to be like, I'm being threatened right now by two people, okay, who are angry about something I have no idea about, right? And they're advancing on me. Yeah, I can definitely see that being a valid self-defense case. Can you not? And you also think the burden of proof is on the prosecution to hit guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Can you really say beyond reasonable doubt?
Wait, no, hold on, careful, okay? For an affirmative defense, it's a little bit different. The burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. Hold on, this might actually depend on the state, but it's beyond a reasonable doubt to convict somebody of a criminal thing, a criminal charge. But if a person is using an affirmative defense, in some states, they have to show that their defense was like, you don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. But I think that might depend on the state. So I would be careful in saying this here, yeah, because I think for Rittenhouse it was a little bit different, but.
Yes, you would have to make sure that he actually does meet the burden for self-defense. So that is something that the defense would have to do. But all this to say, I think you can make that case of self-defense. Many people have, and it's
hold on. I think we gotta be a little careful. I agree that like a case for self-defense can be made here. So if the guy like sucker punched the dude in the face and ran or some shit like that, like I'd be like 100% that's okay. But we're talking about can you kill somebody for getting in your face and being aggressive? Which I feel like is, like I said before, if this was happening in a different area, if he wasn't in the middle of the mall, I'd probably be on board with this. Again, if it was in the street or a night somewhere. But in the middle of a public area where there's just like two people like in your face, they're not even like screaming at him. They are being aggressive, but I don't think they touched him at all yet, right? They're kind of in his face, but it could be more. Like I don't know, man. In the middle of a mall, that just seems wild to me. But yeah, I don't know.
And that's fair for people to be torn on it and say like, I don't know if I would say that's 100% justified. And I think that's where the jury really was. I think it's only because they were forced to push through and keep going that they eventually came back with not guilty. But the jury is as torn as the public. So I think the law and how it was applied here is fairly indicative of how most people in the general public feels about it. So I don't think this case coming back as not guilty is that absurd. And you make it sound like it's crazy, but like, is it that? Even you sound kind of torn on it.
No, that to pull that gun out and shoot that dude like that quickly, that was pretty wild. That's a pretty crazy video. That dude like almost.
Okay, so let me ask you. If the dude keeps following him, doesn't do anything, okay? But he just keeps repeating the action, at what point can the guy shoot him? Does he have to keep running?
I mean, like, the guys haven't touched you yet. I'm trying to think of like, if the guys haven't touched you yet, and the guys haven't made an explicit threat. Because unless I misheard it, the guys didn't say anything like, we're gonna get you, we're gonna beat you, they haven't made any threat yet, right? They haven't actually touched the guy at all yet. The guy's not even, he's kind of trying to get away, but not really. Like, it's not like the guy is running. Now, like, if the guy started running, he's like, yo, get the fight, and he starts running, and the dude's like, I'm running after him. Maybe a little bit, but like, damn, this guy, somebody said in chat, the whole interaction was like 17 seconds. I don't know how much of an effort he even made to like really move away. But I mean, people are saying there's no duty to retreat if somebody's being aggressive to you in a public area, maybe, but.
I know for a fact, for self-defense case law, in Virginia, you don't need to retreat. You don't have that responsibility. And my question is, how long would you have to retreat while still doing the same thing with someone literally being up in his face with that phone the way he was initially? Means around how long before he can react is what I'm asking you. Is there like a time threshold for you? You've already said no multiple times to stop and try to move the guy away, and the guy kept advancing in a threatening manner, which you may not see as threatening, but I think for most people, when a big dude
it was definitely like threatening. But like there was no physical contact, there was no explicit threat made. It was spooky for sure. I'm just trying to think of like it feels like what if anybody ever got confused and thought that you were doing something you weren't supposed to, or got in your face about it, is it carte blanche to just kill anybody then at that point?
I would say this: if he not said stop 3 times, I think I would be on your side of the story. Okay, if he not retreated from the person and the dude advanced on him, or like if he not retreated. Sorry, let me rephrase that. If he had not retreated and he just pulled out the gun and started shooting, I might have also felt different. But he retreated and he said stop multiple times and the dude kept advancing. It is reasonable. I could see from his perspective how he felt threatened and he really felt like there wasn't harm.
Yeah, okay, hold on. You keep saying he felt threatened. I'm not saying he didn't feel threatened. I don't know why people keep repeating this like did he feel threatened. Nobody's disagreeing that he wasn't threatened. It was, do you feel like you're threatened to suffer severe and imminent bodily harm? The argument is not whether he was threatened. Clearly he's threatened. Anybody getting in your face is a type of threat. But was it reasonable for him to fear for his life at that point? In the middle of a mall with 2 guys that are up like kind of in your face for 15 seconds, is that enough to say I feel so threatened that I'm gonna kill? Where they haven't laid eyes on me, they haven't made an explicit threat?
I think it's reasonable here, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there no idea? Is there no thought of like just this is the reason this is wild to me is because is there no thought of a just proportional response? Like, is it just seems crazily disproportional to shoot and kill somebody?
No. There's no proportional response when it comes to these types of situations where the guy is so much taller, right? Because realistically, the short guy is not about to like I'm gonna punch you. He's probably not gonna like maybe he could sucker punch him, but he's probably not gonna be like boxing with the dude, right?
Well, no,
I think
it's a matter of
around you though, right? Like,
Because you don't know if the other person's trained. You don't know if the moment you go to punch them, they decide to pull out a knife or pull out a gun. You don't have the luxury of waiting. When someone aggressive,
wait, hold on.
What you have available.
Are we genuinely making? So I understand what you're saying to a degree. Obviously, like if I don't know, if you're like a severely disabled person and this person's aggressively walking towards you or something, obviously there's probably like a much more rational reason to worry about the risk in actually getting the shit beaten out of you by this guy or killed by this guy. But like I feel like it's just obviously the case that just the fact that one guy's shorter than another, oh, I'm getting aggressively walked towards, so therefore I can shoot and kill the person if I genuinely think there's a threat to my like that just seems completely crazy to me.
It doesn't even matter if he's taller or not. I don't even care about that. If some dude is coming to attack you with his fist, doesn't matter. You don't have to reply with a fist. You can pull out your gun and blast him in the face.
No, but he wasn't. Okay, but they weren't really doing that, right? Like I understand. I'm not saying he didn't have a reason to feel threatened to some degree, right? But obviously these weren't guys that like I don't see how we can't say that this guy was thinking way over fucking reacting to what was happening to him. That just seems crazy to me, even if you think he was feeling threatened.
Well, I just didn't think he was overreacting.
Oh, that's crazy. Have you heard of Project Veritas?
Abba, really quick. Okay, so do you think that every time? Here's a good example. Like, do you think that every single police officer who's confronted with like an aggressive citizen, either through protest or in line of duty, just immediately can kill that person if they can basically just say, oh, at one point I feel like I was being threatened by this person?
Because we place a higher burden of like performance on them. Like we expect them to act like with above a normal citizen. Right?
Absolutely, that's definitely a portion of it. But I also feel like oftentimes do use the fact that they felt threatened in the situation to justify their shoots.
Well, yeah, but it's not right. But I get what you're saying. But the point is just that I feel like there's a lot of circumstances where, and I'm not saying circumstances where cops did shoot people, but I feel like if this was generally the rule, we would see like a Boston massacre a day, of cops like mowing down protesters because a protesters like banging on their shield and like getting in their face or something like that. Just seems like a crazy rule to have. Like, oh yeah, that's like generally what we think about how you should handle those types of situations.
Yeah, I think the context of a protest is drastically different than the situation.
Let's say it's a rowdy protest. There's a lot of Black Lives Matter protests that occurred in 2020 where there were people getting in the face of others and violence broke out. Why do you distinguish on those guys? If anything, it seems like that would be more dangerous than a random.
That would be more dangerous, exactly.
No, absolutely not. If I'm just walking and some random dude comes up in my face and then he's inches away from me in a situation where I'm not expecting anyone to get close to me, that's completely different than being at a protest where there's counter protesters across on the other side. I would feel far more threatened in that situation where this random dude is trying to approach me randomly. I feel like I might get robbed, I might get stabbed, I might get anything, rather than a protest where it's meant to be confrontational. Those are not the same things.
So at a protest and where there's individuals who are highly heated up, where there's let's say some exchanges of people throwing rocks, people throwing random bottles on the ground in front of a cop, where tensions are high as they were in the summer of 2020. You're telling me that in that context, someone running up to your face and yelling at you in your face, you consider that as someone on the other side, let's say a counter protester, police officer, you say it's less threatening than what occurred in that mall.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's insane. Have you heard of people like producing operations in public, like Project Veritas, or some people who are like do kind of detect predator stuff in public, where they're going up to people, kind of aggressively trying to show them their phone and saying, "Hey, have you seen this? Why did you do this?" Have you heard of that?
Project Veritas, okay, yeah. What about
where James O'Keefe goes up to people in the middle of the public and tries to show them and is accosting them throughout the mall.
Yeah.
Okay, show me that. Distinguish that.
Okay. Do I think that's the same thing as this situation? No.
Why?
Because I think it's different when it looks like the local news is following me versus when guys with hoodies and big tall like.
Are you serious?
I'm absolutely serious. Yeah, I think it's completely different.
Oh, if you wore a suit, you would say not okay to shoot him.
Well, ironically, yeah, I think it's a lot different. Yeah, you're gonna feel a lot different. Like looking
at. Wait, hang on a second. I just want to be clear. So what you're saying is the same exact conduct, but they're wearing suits. You can't shoot them.
If a dude in a suit walked up to me, I'm gonna see it very differently when he's got a big ass camera behind him that looks like a.
That's not what I asked. Same exact conduct, but the only thing different is that they're wearing suits.
Yeah, I probably feel differently, but yeah, sure.
Okay, I think that's fucking crazy that our basis of determining whether someone's a serious threat to life or serious bodily injury, the thing that's dispositive is whether or not they're dressed nicely.
I'm sorry, if James Bond rolls up on me, I'm gonna feel differently than if some dude in a hoodie rolls up on me. I don't know what it is entirely. That's just a fact. It's an absurd scenario that you've given me, but okay, I feel different. Yeah. So do you think I would feel differently if a midget rolled up on me versus like a 6'7" dude rolled up on me? Is it fair? Maybe not, but I don't care because I'm not really threatened by a dude in a suit the same way I'm threatened by a dude.
Wait, do you remember Street Bike Karen?
What?
Do you remember that? Like, do you think of that? Like, do you remember the Street Bike Karen, the nurse who like had this controversy with the bike and she was pregnant?
I don't remember that.
Fuck. Okay, well,
the Street Bike. Could she have shot guys at the?
Could she have taken out a gun and killed like all 5 or 6 of those guys in that scenario? That would be crazy. That would just be crazy.
Sorry, I'm so confused. Where's it going?
It's just you know the example, but like it's just an example where like. Yeah, okay, so essentially this woman, these kids were hanging out, I guess, and it was like a group of like, I think it was like 5 or 6 like teenage black dudes, and they were trying to check out a bike, one of these like city bikes, and
the lady wanted,
and she wanted the bike, and they kind of surrounded her and like were yelling at her and whatnot, and she was kind of freaking out, and obviously she was feeling threatened. Like I feel like in your scenario, she could have taken out a gun and killed like all 5 or 6 of those guys, like just wildly shooting. That would have been justified self-defense. That just seems.
I think the argument though for Abba is that like the disagreement was much more easily identifiable there, so it might not have been as justified, maybe.
I haven't seen the videos, I don't know the parameters of why she would have felt threatened in that situation, but I don't know.
Also, are we not allowed to use it? It must be the case. I would be shocked if, in court, if you're trying to prove self-defense, if like the attire and the appearance of a potential threat isn't part of it.
I'm not saying it wouldn't be relevant, but for Baba, it's dispositive.
When you say dispositive, do you mean he's using that as the sole determining factor?
No, that it changes the answer. That all
but that's all threat analysis is to some extent dispositive, like we'll change the answer, no?
So it's a factor that's big enough and significant enough in this case. This is say the conduct in this case by itself is not enough to push it over the edge. It's the conduct plus attire, right? So if I can think of a lot of things that a person in a suit could do where it would be justified as self-defense, but in this particular case, it's not enough. What I was saying is not enough. The conduct by itself. It's the conduct plus them being dressed in hoodies.
Well, sure, but the conduct itself. I don't even think Abba would say that. It's probably the entire totality of the circumstances. It's the fact that
if you take out one of those factors, if you substitute one factor, that is, you substitute hoodie for collared shirt with they're in collared shirts.
I think it would be fair to look at them a lot differently if all 3 were wearing suits. I think that could be dispositive.
Okay, so all right, if it's positive there, Abercrombie and Fitch, they're all wearing preppy clothing.
Probably starts to feel a little bit different there, but
yeah. Well, hold on, Pico. If they showed up in like bulletproof vests and like face masks, would I have the right to feel?
Yeah, but those clothing are. I agree that clothing is a relevant consideration. But in this case, it sounds like there's no the conduct is going up to someone, showing them the phone, and not stopping when they say stop. That sounds like regular garden variety harassment. There's a lot of harassment that occurs on a daily basis, and what your rule would allow is for each one of those considerations, each one of those moments, to be a potential deadly threat where deadly force is justified. How many times does something like that in your daily life occur where you see it happen? It happens in New York all the time, and you want to convert all those situations into potential deadly self-defense moments, even though the vast majority of them don't ever result in a danger.
I mean, I don't know how often those kinds of things happen in describing. I don't know how often people are being surrounded by two people and then having their personal space infringed upon and then repeatedly saying, no, get away from me, while people are advancing. I don't know how often that really happens with no violence following, but I can assure you that for most people that happen, a lot of them would turn to front.
Okay, so then what I'm telling you is that situations of harassment, especially among people who are well known to each other, acquaintances, people who are in the same apartment building, where they go up to each other and they shout over things that are known, situations where you're in someone's face, my proposition is that occurs with commonality in the West and in the United States.
Yeah, and they turn into fights most of the time, or they turn to physical violence very commonly. I'm not saying most of the times I can't prove it, but they oftentimes turn to physical violence. Very clearly. You can't get that close to somebody while they tell you back off, and then someone starts swinging. That happens
a lot of the time they don't. And here,
I would actually say it's something that's spent sometimes in cities, and I could be wrong, but I would say that the vast majority of the times they don't turn out into fights. Like there are fights that happen, and fights can be quote unquote common because of big cities, but most of the time when people are shouting at each other, they shout at each other, it's uncomfortable. People might like look, but then people generally just like fuck off. Like I wouldn't say that like even 10% of those turn into actual fist fights. Most of the time people just fuck off and walk away.
Have you seen
I think it just depends on what kind of neighborhoods you're around. I can assure you that in a lot of places I've visited, you can never do that and not expect to get punched or shot. You just can't do that. You just can't approach somebody, get up in their face, they tell you back up, and you keep advancing. They're not gonna wait for you to do something.
I understand what you're saying, but like unfortunately, like you're completely wrong. Like there are so many firearms in the United States. If what you were saying was true, we would see like 20,000 shootings like every single day in the U.S. If every time two people got in each other's face, there was a shooting. Like it would be a cascade of mass shootings every single day. There are over 300 million firearms in the U.S. Like, it would just be insane, no?
I just don't think what you guys are describing happens in often kinds of places.
It does, bro. You know the amount of road rage, the amount of people being angry at each other. If you go to any like political rally, if you're of the other side, people yelling at you, coming in your face. Really, and this all the time. In protests, they say nothing. Even left-wing protests, often left-wing protests. I have to say.
I don't take protests the same. I feel like that's a different context. I'm just not compare that.
Okay, so then if you're gonna make a
that's like telling me like, a press conference.
The thing is, I'm gonna create a bunch of categories, and you're gonna discount them and make them the category on. So now I'm gonna talk to you about bars and people getting up your face in bars.
Okay, what about
it's a lot, doesn't it?
Sure, yeah.
You think that someone comes up to you, hey, that's my seat, bro, or like and you're surprised or something, in the same kind of context where people yell at you at a bar.
Yeah, and those turns into fights all the time.
Okay, your rule would generate more deadly self-defense and more shootings.
To be clear, what I'm saying is if you initiate a situation and someone starts invading in your space, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that you have a real valid claim to self-defense. If someone, bars or places like that, oftentimes that's two people engaging something. You lose the right to self-defense when you contribute to the situation, right? When it's one person encroaching on another person's space and continues to do so after repeated warnings, you have a right to self-defense.
Deadly self-defense should only be used if there's a reasonable fear of imminent serious bodily injury or death. That's our rule. We leave it only for the most, because remember, this is a rule that allows you summarily, without any due process, end someone's life. And so
it's not if there's, it doesn't have to do with the actual threat, right? It has to do with the perception of the threat.
Reasonable fear, yeah.
So that's
whether the fear is reasonable.
I don't disagree, Abba, with the argument that you're making. I feel like we're drawing the line in a different place. We just might, like, I feel like I said, if it happened in a different place, if it wasn't in the law, if these guys had made a specific threat, if they'd actually touched them, I think I would probably lean towards his side. But god damn, dude, 15 seconds to just like whip out a Glock and shoot somebody over a couple guys in your face with a cell phone. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
I'm not far off from you. Initially, when I saw it, I thought like, listen, if you pull out this threat, you could at least hold them back about that. But someone else told me like, if you pull it out, you gotta use it. You can't pull it out because I think if you, I don't know if this is actually accurate. You guys tell me. Apparently, if you just pull out your firearm and you don't, you can get charged with brandishing a firearm.
Yeah, that's true. But if you pull out your firearm and shoot somebody, you get charged with attempted murder. So yeah, brandishing a firearm is technically quote unquote illegal, but I'm sure there must be some affirmative defense for brandishing a firearm. If you're shooting somebody, you can definitely do brandishing a firearm.
But isn't that crazy? You can't even use it to like de-escalate a situation, right?
We can.
Well, whoa. It's not crazy at all that you don't want people brandishing firearms in public, but you could do it. But it would just be another type of affirmative defense. We say, yeah, I did this thing you're not really supposed to do, but I had a good reason for it. If they decided to charge you with it, right?
Okay.
But
I just want to go after Steven for a second. You are so hypocritical.
Oh, are you actually doing this?
Yeah, I'm 100% doing this. You're over here sounding reasonable.
Please go. Hey, something of this is Destiny's World pills. You think some of the ironic infinite self-defense training?
No, listen.
Okay,
listen.
go ahead.
How can you stand here or sit here? I don't know. Well, that's a cute little animal you got there. How can you sit there and be all reasonable about, well, 15 seconds enough, but then like if you know someone's taking a candy bar or your blade of grass, you can fire away. It's just so inconsistent.
I think because it all has to do, I think, with like a reasonable expectation of punishment for actions. Or like what is we talk about like putting a person on notice or whatever for things that are going on, right? Like if the sign clearly says shoplifters will be shot, and you walk in.
He said stop. Well, no, sorry.
He didn't say stop. Whoa, just to be clear. If I was like stop, I had a gun, and those guys didn't back off immediately, at that point, fucking Rambo, AK-47, 30 round extended mag, 60, 80 round magazine, I'd be fully for it. Okay, but just to be clear.
I hear you, but before I thought that you were saying that stores, whether or not they have signs that say we're going to shoot you, they could, as Trump said, shoot the motherfuckers if they steal.
I feel like when we had this conversation last time, I feel like we both agreed that there's probably some reasonable notice that a person needs to have to know that they're going to be shot. So like a sign saying shoplifters will be shot, we could argue is a type of reasonable notice a person could be put on, right?
Okay, but if you don't have that sign is necessary, is what you're saying.
Unless it's like a societal construct that people are known to be shot and killed when shoplifting or something, sure. That'd be like one example of it. Well, like the guy shooting into your story saying, hey, if you take that candy, I'm looking right at you, I'm gonna shoot and kill you. Then, hey,
wait, but what if you have, what about a scenario where, I don't know, like you're some rural person and they send like a Census Bureau representative to get you to go fill out your census, but you have a fence and you have a sign that says, trespassers will be shot, but obviously you're a Census Bureau person, you go to their door, can that person just like shoot and kill the fucking Census Bureau?
This would be way different because you're involving like the entire system of government you're in. There's probably some necessary consent to living under government's rules. I don't do sovereign citizenship. Like if you want to do that, you can, but then at that point you're just going to war with like your fucking neighbors if they, steal electricity from you or something.
No, it's like, no, it's not that. It's like you have a sign that says trespassers will be shot, and then this person trespasses onto your property.
He's not. He's a representative of the state. So he probably
no, you don't know that. You don't know that. He's 100 yards away. You shoot him from a distance or whatever.
If you don't know that, I mean, there's probably going to be some expectation for the property owner to be aware of like what's like. For instance, I'm sure that there's probably are these called easements? We have agreements with other people for shared access to the property. Like if the cable guy was coming because the neighbor's cable was out, he wants to inspect the tap on your backyard. Like I'm sure they provide you notice if you missed a letter in the mail. And you can't just like assassinate people coming into your yard because you weren't aware they had like authorization to be there. That would be, or rather you could shoot them, but then you would face first-degree premeditated murder because you should have been aware of like your responsibilities for who's on your property. Like,
But then how can you kill somebody for stealing a blade of grass from your lawn just because they have notice?
No,
it's not. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Stop. Turn your brain on. My position might be stupid, but that's coherent. There's a difference between a person on notice and does something bad that they're told if you do this you will die versus another person thinks they're fully within their right to be on your property and go and work there and then they do it and you kill them anyway. Even if you can say it's a dumb position, but it's not incoherent. It's incredibly literally.
Well, that's why I said it was stupid.
No, but you
agreed
agreed with him that the position was stupid, but he wasn't saying it was stupid. He was saying it was incoherent. Those are two.
Well, I don't know,
different
but I
things.
just read it, so it's coherent. I think it's stupid.
Coherent
the issue
just
is that
follows a logical set of rules that lead us from one set of axioms to a set of rules. That's all logic.
It's coherent.
It's
No, but Destiny, the issue is that obviously, okay, so the issue I feel like is a bit of a contradiction because if you give somebody, what do you call it? If you give somebody notice, right? That notice you mentioned can be in the form of a sign, right? That says, trespassers will be shot or shoplifters will be shot or something like that. And if you're saying, okay, well, no, but you can't just assume the person on your property doesn't have the right to be there. Well, you're basically saying that you have to do notice and then a little bit something else, right? Because you're putting the onus on the person that's given the notice
No, well, the onus
to
is
like
on,
more deeper analyze the situation.
No. The onus is on both parties to make sure they're following these agreements to their best understanding. For instance, if cable guys are coming to work on your property, they normally try to contact you first. Like, especially in rural areas, a guy is not just going to walk into your property and start working on shit without notifying you first. At least from where I'm from, that's a de facto rule. I'm pretty sure, and maybe people just talk shit for the farms that I've been on. But like, if you're wandering around in people's like farms and shit, like either near the animals or in the fields or whatever, you fully expect that you could get shot if somebody catches you. So
you sound like a fan cap. Can I just say, like,
this is what they told me. Where in the place that I hung out, they said, be careful where you go. Don't wander on a neighbor's property because if you walk into the wrong spot, they can kill you. They see you around their property. At least in the farm areas where I was at when I did fucking my work shit when I was a kid. Okay, that's what they told me. Okay, now I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that when people go onto your property, they generally make a good faith effort to notify you of who they are. They look a certain way and they try to make sure that you're aware of what's going on. You don't have to sneak into
If somebody's on your land and they're wearing a suit, would you shoot them? Versus like if they're wearing
that depends on the project.
Do you have the right to? Wait. No, the question is always not would you do it. It's do you have the right to? Is it reasonable to? And it sounds like Steven's saying that people for themselves can make their own signs and whatever standard they want. So you could have a sign on your chest that says if you touch me at all, I get to shoot you, and you'd be like that's reasonable.
Hey, listen, if the sign is clearly red,
no, come on, really?
Listen, this is my perspective. I understand you disagree, but where we live now, listen, there needs to be way less fucking around and way more finding out. If you're that retarded,
No.
if you're that retarded, if the guy's saying, don't touch me, I'm gonna shoot you, don't touch me, I'm gonna shoot you, and then you touch him, maybe you need to get shot once or twice to figure out what's going on.
You do not believe this.
Don't you think that's somewhat like chilling to just sort of like your regular, ordinary living circumstance to some degree? Because I can imagine a scenario where like a police force, for instance, adopts the idea that, hey, look, if you protest and we perceive it as violent, we're gonna hold up a red sign. And if that red sign is up, that means if you're not inside your house in the next 20 minutes, we're gonna kill you.
What?
We're gonna murder you.
How do we get
right?
from how do we get from personal defense of bodily autonomy to outlawing First Amendment rights to protest?
Because I'm saying that's an example where that kind of logic could be chilling to
no.
the
That
sort
logic
of
doesn't
general.
at all because one is like the state. Well, hold on. If you want to stretch that logic really, really hard, I mean, we kind of already do that to some extent. There are states and cities that will say, "Hey, curfew, 10 o'clock," and then the police come out and they beat your ass. So that already happens to some extent. I don't even know.
Right, but that's fucked up, right?
Is it?
I feel like, yeah,
I don't think that's I think that if if protests are getting violent, if severe property damage is happening or is imminent, and the cops want to say, listen, do your protest and shit, but past 10 o'clock, get the fuck off the streets. I think that's totally fair. I don't think you need to.
What if they said past 10 o'clock protesters will be shot, and then protesters were out past 10 and they shot them?
I mean, there's probably because you have police officers, there's probably a more reasonable escalatory pathway to violence there, but that's because we entrust police officers with a monopoly on violence, so we hope that they conduct themselves in a much higher way. So for instance, in this exact same circumstance that we just saw, if that police officer, if the delivery driver was a cop, I would have a higher burden on him to act better than to just instantaneously shoot a guy. Like I would be expecting him to take a more proper de-escalatory pathway, but I wouldn't put that same onus on a citizen.
Wow. How do you guys feel about Destiny's find out take? You guys okay with it?
Yeah, no, like because Steven will jump around, but obviously it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to allow citizens for themselves to define the scope of the deadly self-defense right. And if everything reduces down to reasonable notice, then it sounds like people could have their own kind of.
Hold on, what did you just say? Can't citizens already define the scope of their deadly self-defense right?
No. You couldn't say something like put a sign on your chest that says if you touch me, I will shoot you. That wouldn't be allowed.
No, sure, yeah, that would probably be extreme. I don't know if I would actually go for that law, but I'm pretty sure you can shoot somebody for being on your property.
So in certain states you can.
Yes,
I think Texas is the most liberal in that sense, in the sense of letting you have that freedom. But I think it has to be at night, and that has to do with the nexus between what people might do on your property at night and the nexus with a reasonable fear of your life or a serious bodily injury. I agree. Oftentimes at burglary, you have a right to self-defense in those cases because you don't know exactly what the threat is going to be if someone's burglary. But again, it has to do with the nexus of serious bodily injury or
sure,
life.
You can use that word nexus of serious bodily injury you want, but I'm pretty sure in Texas, like I think you can like shoot somebody in your backyard, like way before any bodily threat is incurred or even threatened, or you got to call the police, or you could do warning shots or whatever. Like
just be aware, Stephen, you're referencing the most liberal. I'm using liberal because it's a right? So the most liberal self-defense rights in the entire country, and even there, my understanding is that it has to be at night when there is absolutely no fear for reasonable life or bodily injury. That's my understanding of Texas law. The majority rule in most states is it has to be fear for your life or serious bodily injury or some other qualifying crime like rape or deadly assault or robbery or something like that. But there's a clear nexus, right? But in those instances where there is no such nexus, I just think it's escalate it like you would. And in this particular case, where if you have a gun, I don't have a problem with them saying, "Hey, I have a gun, step off." But why wouldn't you make that person do that before they shoot?
If you really feel like this person's going to attack you, which this person had valid reasons to think, then you announcing that may give them the drop to use whatever weapon they have. So that would be one reason why you wouldn't do that. It's the same reason why people say don't pull out your gun, just tell them you're going to shoot, and they tell you to just use it at that moment, because you should already be at a point where you really think this person's going to attack you.
Okay, and that's true of almost any. Then it sounds like self-defense just collapses to deadly self-defense in every situation. Because what you're describing is any time where you're reducing the potential effectiveness of your self-defense by not using a gun, you shouldn't be forced to incur that risk, and so therefore a gun is justified because.
Wait, hold on, Pisco, you believe that, right?
I believe that.
No, Pisco, you believe that, right? Or are you telling me that the 75-year-old grandma is approached by a 25-year-old big ass thug and hardcore dude that she has to take escalatory paths of?
No.
Okay, so in that case, then can you tell me in that case,
Well,
does her self-defense always collapse to deadly self-defense then?
As to physical, yes, I think you take the victim as you see them. So if there's a physical assault that's coming upon like a cancer patient or something, then yeah, you take
hold on. You're trying to make Abba sound crazy for that, but that was exactly what Abba said. And you agree with that 100%.
No. Abba is saying that regardless of the threat to your life.
No, that's not what Abba is saying.
Hold on.
I'm gonna ask Abba one quick question because this whole line of training you're about to go down. Abba, if those guys were 20 yards away from them, do you think the guy could have said, "Hey, I've got a gun, get back," or do you think he would still be able to pull it out and snipe them from 20 yards away?
I think it would be justified doing that, honestly.
Okay,
wait, I'm gonna ask a clarifying question. Abba, can you identify any situation or example in which using force but not deadly force would be justified?
Using force but not deadly force.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. No.
Hold on, stop. I would just give you what you say.
Hold on, go on. Just follow on the train of thought.
No, you don't believe that. Hold on. Abba, if I walked up to you and I said I was going to beat your ass, do you think that your immediate response to shoot me and kill me would be okay?
No.
No, why? Because you're slightly taller than me.
Why should you have to risk yourself? Wait, Abba, he could get the drop on you.
It depends on the context. Is he right up in my face and making that threat? Is he at a distance? Like, obviously,
20 feet away.
And he's advancing on me?
Yeah.
And I'm telling him, don't come forward, he's still doing it? Yeah, absolutely.
No, Alba, no!
Oh my God,
What are you
what?
doing?
Jesus Christ.
Hold on. See, I don't even think what I just said is crazy. If you've made a threat on me in terms of violence, and you are approaching me, I've told you to step back and you keep approaching me. Yeah, what do you mean? Why should I wait for you to get in range? That's
I
crazy.
was talking about Steven.
Oh my God. What if it was like a 12-year-old boy or something doing the same thing? Like,
Exactly.
would you just blow him away?
Obviously, if it's a kid, it's going to be different. I don't even see
No,
Exactly.
Wait, no, it's not going to be different, Alba, because, kids can kill you. Kids can kill you.
Yeah, kids can in a lot of areas, Alba.
15-year-old, 16-year-old, why does it matter? If they're coming over to push you,
Listen,
why should
Catholic
you
guys
protect
has to be by high
yourself?
schooler, right?
Because any reasonable, hold on, you guys, maybe it's because you guys live in the big land, so you just sound like I'm obviously going to treat a 12-year-old or a 7-year-old or an 8-year-old or old lady or 80s. Hold on, I'm obviously going to treat them differently in terms of how much
Steven? Why don't you treat Steven differently?
What do you mean?
You're going to treat an old lady and a kid differently than Steven?
Are you trying to say Steven is just so dainty he can't be a threat?
No, I'm saying that between you two, I thought you guys are very strong, right? Abba and Preach, you guys are like fitness people.
Not really, but sure.
This is Steven's example.
Not at all.
I thought you guys lifted.
Stop. This is stupid. The moment you're a grown-ass man capable of using weapons, I don't care whether or not you're Steven's height, I don't care if you're 6 foot. Like, obviously, those are going to be, from a legal standpoint, going to factor in. But if you're making a threat on my life and advancing, you can be 5'6" or 6'5". I'm gonna probably.
What if you're like a 4'5" little person?
Yeah, sure. 4 foot.
What if you're like a 28-year-old 4'5" little person?
If you're a dwarf, I'm gonna like give you 2 more chances to stop. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't even know why you guys are going like, oh god, I'm like everyone faces threat.
No,
yeah.
Even you, whether you recognize it or not, you are having subconscious biases in regards to who you see as a threat, whether you're consciously aware.
Yeah,
of
You're
it.
right, you are right. Some people are also generally making, they're doing these like calculations in their head for how threatening somebody is. If a guy walks up to you, he's 5'2" and he's shouting at you, you're not going to treat that guy the same way as if like a 6'5" or 6'7" NBA player is walking in front of you, right? It's going to be different, right?
Yes, mentally it's going to be different. But my point is if you're approaching me in a threatening manner and you're an adult man, whether you're going to be 6'5" or you're going to meet that threshold of a deadly threat, if you're making a threat advancing like that.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay, also,
there's no situation in which regular force would be justified where deadly force wouldn't.
wow.
That's my point.
And that was an amazing take. I love you all, but I have to leave like every
Oh,
time.
God.
What? It's
Run away, bro.
What?
You're running away from your hypocrisy.
It's too, I got it. I'm traveling. Okay, I'm doing things. I'll be home tomorrow night. Okay, we can.
Hey, congratulations on the bridge building with Bosch.
Wow, I was gonna talk about it tonight, but you guys derailed it all. So.
Yeah, well, your whole bit wants to know. You guys making friends now? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I have to think about. I don't know. The biggest thing that, honestly, God, the biggest thing that is influenced my decision right now is looking at the different communities' reactions to the conversation. Makes me just want to say no, unless somebody in the community does something to address it. Because my whole subreddit was like, bridge building, Vosh so handsome, he speaks okay, like look at these jokes and blah 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 blah. Vosh's whole subreddit was like, why is Destiny a contrarian, fascist, transphobe fuck who is like just being contrarian and liberal? And it's like, bro, really? I don't know. But I don't know.
But the communities aside, how did you feel about the interaction?
Community side, Pebbles came up and she basically like fully apologized for almost everything. I don't know if Pebbles was the best thing. Like, I mean, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Pebbles seems chill. I'm willing to give him another chance. Who knows? Her and the NB person guy. I don't know if he goes by guy or girl. What the fuck their pronouns are. I think Vosh basically just pretended like nothing happened and wanted to continue to pretend that nothing happened, which ordinarily would be okay if it wasn't like his roommate and his entire community tried to get my entire career killed like 5 different times.
Okay, well, I'm glad at least the couple stuff is fine, so you guys can move past that. As far as the Vosh thing goes, that's still on the rocks. You're not sure yet, right?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. There's also the thing that like I know that if I mobilize my community, like this is an effort. I feel like at the end of the day, this canvassing effort is gonna be carried like 95% by my community. So do I really want to make such a huge concession to somebody else for such little support? But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, I don't know. I love you guys.
All right, keep it real.
Yeah, be careful. Except for you, Pisco, because I know what your world looks like, and nobody wants that world, Pisco.
All right, I love you guys. Bye.
I love you all very much. Bye. All right, I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripperino, Ripperino, cappuccino, Oh, but you know my dude knows.
Not being able to sleep when people are calling you a racist. It becomes clear how much I cared about what other people thought of me. So part of the protest was over a data fact, which was black men who start in the sciences and economics at Duke, over half left for some other major. Only 8% of white men left. And that can be explained by differences in their academic background. If you come in and you're on the low end of SAT math for your school, you're going to be a lot less likely to stick it out.
I think in academia, I think this is referred to as mismatch theory.
One of the shocking things to me was that Harvard has an athletic rating, and that athletic rating holds for everybody gets one, even for non-recruited athletes. And the people who do best on that are white legacies, which is pretty crazy because Harvard offers a bunch of sports like sailing and such that you had to have lots of money in order to access.
Admitted to taking $610,000 in bribes to get students from wealthy families admitted into Stanford.
There was actually a law school professor at Georgetown who got caught on video. It's interesting. I hope I don't get trouble by saying this. When women were really constrained to be teachers, that was actually really good for our public school system. So that really good people were teachers.
What do you mean by that? Real quick, I'm introduce everybody so they know who you are and have an idea where to find you, or if you want to plug a book or social media, just give an idea who you are.
Oh, I wish I had a book to plug, but I'm Peter Arcidiacono. I'm a professor of economics at Duke. I study affirmative action and was the expert witness in the students for fair admissions cases that were recently decided in the Supreme Court. I mainly did like the statistical analysis and such.
Can you, just curious, so, and then obviously if you're uncomfortable answering any question, you don't have to. Have there been, before you get into the affirmative action thing, were there significant repercussions to your personal or professional life when you're testifying on behalf of affirmative action? Do other teachers or academics look at you a different way for that?
It helps to be in an economics department.
I've heard this, yeah.
In a different department, that could be. My history goes back a little bit further than this, because back in 2011, there was actually a protest here at Duke over one of my papers.
Yeah.
And, there were like 30 students holding up signs on Martin Luther King weekend talking about how my paper was racist. And that persuaded me that was coming down the pipeline. I feel like I spent the first 2 weeks of that not being able to sleep when people are calling me a racist. It becomes clear how much I cared about what other people thought of me. And I really feel like I got a grace to let it go. And, I still, we all have our flaws, but we still want to be liked.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, if somebody was coming after me, I could take the hit and say, we're actually on the same page on these things. We just disagree on the solution. And
we can move forward by talking about what they did actually show.
Sure.
I mean, the paper that they got all upset about was written for economists. Economists have their ways of speaking about things.
And they also tend to like to comment across every other discipline because they feel like their formulas give them the authority to pontificate on all matter of social issue, which I think is funny. I appreciate it. I think it's good.
Maybe me more than others, because
Okay.
I spoke that I was the best paid sociologist out there, because do papers on teen sex, lots of different how people form friendships.
Yeah, I think that whole lead theory, I think of lead being the main driver of crime in the 90s and everything. I'm pretty sure that was an economist, I think, that was the progenitor of that theory. Something that also, just as a heads up, I don't know if I said this, I live stream this, so this is live, it's not like cut to and edited later on, so don't say anything crazy or whatever. One theme that has kind of been consistent for the past couple of years as we analyze kind of universities and how much can you take up a contrary to the ultra woke establishment opinion is we've noticed that increasingly administrators seem to be unwilling to back faculty and they kind of like bow to external pressures or I don't want to say radical students. I feel like Rush Limbaugh. I'm using a lot of conservative buzzwords right now. But obviously, you're at the center of what is arguably one of the most impassioned debates for school admissions-related stuff and for social issues regarding the United States. Do you feel like, as a professor, do you feel like your school has your back? You don't ever feel any pressure or threats from that, or are you kind of like being a little more careful now? Yeah, what's your general feeling on that?
Well, I'm certainly careful, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And that protest happened after I already had tenure.
Okay.
So that also helps. I'm definitely in the minority. I do relative to academia. I'm, definitely a conservative relative to the rest of academia.
Mm-hmm.
And what's been great about being in economics most of the time is that I can still have those. We can have those debates, and I learn a ton. I probably learned so much because I have to actually defend my positions. There's a guy, Mike Munger, who argues it's not the conservative students who suffer from the woke establishment universities. It's the liberal students who never learn how to defend their opinion.
Sure.
But I definitely watch what I say. I thought there would be a lot of backlash in me doing this case. It hasn't happened. And if anything, I feel like I've been saved by some of the other work I did in this case, because as a result of getting to see all of Harvard's admissions data, I wrote papers about their legacy in athlete admissions.
Uh-huh.
So now they want to say my model is wonderful. Now they want to go after the legacy in athlete admissions, which I'm supportive of, going after those.
Okay, so focusing on affirmative action, I feel like the Steelman version, the best argument that I've heard in favor of affirmative action is when college admissions are looking at students that they want to enroll, there's a plethora of qualifications and experience they take into account when they're processing these applications. Might be extracurriculars, might be whether you're a foreign exchange student, whether you're immigrant, whether you're whatever. There's a million things apparently that they'll take into account among like classes and test scores and everything. Affirmative action advocates say that if this mountain of things that are taken into account, it feels like, say you've got two applications and everything is roughly equal, that a student coming from a disadvantaged or unprivileged minority background ought to be weighed a bit heavier than a student coming from a more racially privileged background, I guess. That's like the Steelman version of, I think, of affirmative action. Yeah, what's your, so what is your like general response? Do you feel like it's bad, like morally and ethically? Do you think that just the pragmatics don't work? Like, how do you address like a casual conversation or slightly more than casual conversation? What brings this up? How do you feel about that?
Well, so I often take the cop out of saying, that I'm not, taking up a particular side of the affirmative action debate, that I'm a researcher of affirmative action. What bugs me about the debate is that people have really strong opinions on it, and yet at the same time, we have no idea how much it happens. So when you describe it as like a tiebreaker, that's an entirely different thing than like the Abraham Kendi version of we're going to have a quota system. And so because universities just hide their data, you can't actually see how much it actually matters. And it really ties in. The paper that got me into trouble here was using Duke data. That's why there's a protest. I'm sort of pointing the fingers at Duke. And what I've noticed, and this I think occurs at all college campuses, is like the science and math classes and the economics classes, they're harder. You have lower grades and you study more. And that has a clear effect on who sticks in those fields. So part of the protest was over a data fact, which was for black men who start in like the sciences and economics at Duke, over half left for some other major.
Okay.
Only 8% of white men left. And that can be exploited by differences in their academic background. If you come in and you're on the low end of SAT math for your school, you're going to be a lot less likely to stick it out. Now, part of what got me in trouble is saying, well, they thought that was victim-like. Fundamentally, it was the sciences and economics were a hostile environment.
Sure.
And that's just not true. The legacies with those test scores were leaving at the same rate. Once you account for the differences in academic background, race didn't matter.
Gotcha.
So for me, I think everyone, I can see the moral argument for saying we're not going to treat people differently based on their race. If you're pro-affirmative action, I think you need to figure out at what point you think it would go too far. Like Abraham Kendi would say, all the way until it's proportional. But then I think you're missing out on the fact that your preparation does matter.
Yeah. Can I?
We're trying to get at in terms of diversity.
So something that you're kind of hitting on here, I think this is referred to as mismatch theory, right? Yeah. So mismatch theory, especially with UC schools, is what I did reading on, I think, a year or two ago, and it flipped my opinion on affirmative action. Because, like you said, one of the frustrating things is for so many of these arguments, the arguments are purely normative or philosophical, and very rarely do we ever actually intersect with the data, which is arguably the most important point. And I think I got an email, I think somebody in my chat typed, like, how do you know if affirmative action is working or whatever? And that was a good question. I was like, I don't really know. That's good. Because would we count admissions to the school? Would we count graduation rates? Would we count, I'm not actually sure. And then I think the UC schools did a bunch of digging, and you're going to know this better than me, but I think that what they found was that admissions for black students was dramatically increased with affirmative action policies, but the absolute rate of graduation stayed the same, and the per capita rate dramatically fell. So whereas you might enroll 20 students, with affirmative action you might enroll 40 students, and if you stop there, affirmative action has been immensely positive. But then when you look at the graduation rate, it's still just those 5 students. Well, now you've got a mismatch. But I've also read contrary data that says, well, actually, and now these are papers that I think are more broadly theoretical. I don't think get into the numbers, but they make the argument that when you put students in accelerated learning environments, even if they do have some mismatch, just being in those environments benefits that student more than if they would have gone to another school. So broadly speaking, I guess what you were alluding to earlier sounded similar, basically like mismatch theory. What do you think we're at empirically on? Is the idea of mismatch theory true? Is it not accounting for some things, or is it part true, part not? How do you feel about that?
Well, I think it's clearly true, and it's always a matter of how far would you have to go for it to kick in.
Gotcha.
So, one of the papers, there's a guy named Zach Bleemer who wrote a paper that was saying that mismatch is sort of off. And what he found is in California, when they removed affirmative action, earnings for Hispanics went down. What was interesting is that earnings for blacks did not. And if you thought about affirmative action is way more aggressive for black students than for Hispanic students.
Okay.
So you could have had it be the case that have smaller preferences for black students. Then when you removed it, it would have led to earnings drops for African Americans, but it didn't. So that to me shows it went too far. If you're going to do things where you're going to end up, with 1.5 standard deviation worse on your academics background, that's going to go too far. It doesn't matter.
Oh wait, just so I can understand what you're saying then. So the argument is saying that the affirmative action was so aggressive that when you got rid of the affirmative action, the earnings were unchanged, meaning that the prior affirmative action wasn't even boosting the earnings because the graduation was okay, I understand. So ideally, if we peel away affirmative action, you would want to see earnings fall because that means that the affirmative action was having a positive effect on increasing. I understand. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And it's got to be the case that if you're using affirmative action as a tiebreaker, that's going to help minority students.
Sure.
If it's just when it goes too far, and how can you ever tell when it goes too far when universities won't show you the data?
Gotcha. It sounds really similar to.
And now what UC done? Now what UC has done is said we don't even want your test score data.
Yeah.
Which
I think MIT and other schools have rolled that back now, though, right? Because I think they're like, this is stupid. Like, test scores are probably important. I hear a lot of people do the whole. I fight with my audience where people say, like, oh, some people are bad test takers. But I think that's probably largely a cope. I think test scores are probably pretty important indicative of future student success at school and everything.
Yeah, and especially in the math and sciences.
Yeah.
So, and really, people sort of view it as all the test scores favor the rich, and sure, they do favor the rich
because they compare more, right? Yeah.
Right, but the other stuff favors the rich way more. One of the shocking things to me was that Harvard, as part of how they rank their applicants, has an athletic rating, and that athletic rating holds for everybody gets one, even for non-recruited athletes. And the people who do best on that are white legacies, which is pretty crazy. Why? Because Harvard offers a bunch of sports like sailing and such that you had to have lots of money in order to access. I could really boost up my resume much more if I've got money than I can my test scores.
Sure. Okay. I'm trying to think of shit. Almost all of my content is oriented around usually fighting with or disagreeing with people, so I'm trying to devil's advocate as hard as I can. How do you feel? I'll ask kind of like general ideas about this because some of these things bother me, especially as I dive deeper into these into a lot of these social issues. When schools are doing affirmative action, and I understand you're saying a lot of this data is hard to access, it feels very crude to have categories of like black or brown. So, for instance, an African American, somebody descended from slaves that might move out of Baltimore to go to school, is essentially on the same affirmative action level as somebody who has 2 PhD Nigerian parents that came over to the United States and is enrolling in school. Are all of these students just treated as black, or are the racial categories more granular when it comes to the schools that are practicing affirmative action in their admissions? Do you know? Do you have access to that? Do you have an idea?
Oh yeah, I mean, black trumps everything.
Okay.
And as it turns out, one study found that like over 40% of Ivy League students who were black were first or second generation immigrants.
Yeah.
And then to top it off, what we actually found in the Harvard data was you get like a really large bump if you're black, and then you get a small bump if you're from a poor family. But if you're black and poor, you don't get the poor bump.
Interesting. Okay.
And so what that means is, in terms of the racial advantage, it's going to be those 2 PhD Nigerian parents. These kids can have a more of an advantage relative to the 2 PhD white parents than looking at the poor black kid versus the poor white kid.
When you talk about the bumps that they're getting, are these bumps the end result of humans looking and kind of subjectively evaluating applications, or is this like an actual formulaic, like black is plus 27 on your application, Asian is minus 12 on your application? Like, is there actually like formulaic stuff to do this, or is it subjective feelings?
Yeah, that's illegal. Yeah. And if anything, I think that the University of Michigan cases got decided exactly wrong. So there are 2 cases that really set the tone for the recent rulings on affirmative action. One was at the undergraduate level at Michigan, where they said you can't have an explicit point system, like you just described.
Yeah.
But the other was that you can use it race holistically, which is what they were doing in law school. Now, as an economist, I just think it's ridiculous because we'll call it holistic if I just don't tell you what the formula is.
Like cops having quotas for speeding tickets. They don't have quotas, but there's somebody from out there running speed traffic. It's like, if you don't write enough tickets, you get in trouble. So it's effectively the same thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And as it turns out, racial preferences were much bigger in the law school than in the undergrad. So, it looks, economists can model it as a formula anyway. I want to know how big cost though, because this didn't get as much pushback as I think it should have when it happened. There was actually a law school professor at Georgetown who got caught on video lamenting the performance of her black students.
Yeah.
And she got fired for that.
Yeah, this was a few years ago, I think, right?
Yeah, yeah. To me, it actually shows what I view as one of the big problems with the affirmative action, because no one knows how much it operates. The reality is it's huge at law schools, and it's going to be a feature, not a bug, that you're going to end up, if you're coming in behind, you're going to be at the bottom of your class.
Yeah.
That could still be good, because you still graduate from Georgetown with a law degree and get those good outcomes, but you are going to have lower grades.
Sure.
Georgetown's response to this was, she's racist, and we need to figure out whether this is happening elsewhere. But they never released the data, so you can't show that what's happening in her class is happening in all their classes, and they just they hide it.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned this, that you have the same goals as a lot of these people. One of the things we talk about on my stream is rather than being tied to outcomes, people get really tied to processes, and they'll confuse the process with the outcome. So when we shouldn't really be talking about if we like or don't like affirmative action. Normatively, we should be talking about, do we want more students to go to college successfully? But people confuse that with the process, and then it becomes, if you're opposed to affirmative action, it's because you're racist or don't want equal opportunity for students. And it's very frustrating to kind of like peel the layers of onions back to try to get into a person's mind. Like, you could be opposed to this thing, but not because you hate these students, but because you realize it's like an effective means of addressing, I guess,
exactly. And you know, with the conservative response on a lot of these things is we have to deal with the pipeline. But then the liberals will see that as a cop-out, because do they ever actually do anything about the pipeline?
Yeah, that's my big problem with conservatives. It happens a lot of times. I draw a lot of peripheral economic and political issues because they always like tie me to it. It reminds me when conservatives say like we shouldn't be spending something on Ukraine because we need to spend domestically, but then when you ever look at domestic spending, conservatives don't want to allocate more money to the things that they say we should be. Yeah, so yeah, it's one of those things. I agree with the pipeline thing. It seems to me, as not an educator, but just somebody that went to school and saw different kinds of see things, that like so much of like a child's success is determined at very early ages. I feel like you hear these really dumb things that are said over and over again, like high school isn't important, you're just learning how to learn, and grade school is just teaching you how to sit in class, blah blah blah. But like I remember, I'm pretty sure advanced placement for math starts in like 4th or 5th grade. Like at very early ages, you can kind of tell like this kid is in 6th or 7th grade, and he can't really read. Like it seems, yeah, affirmative action always seems to me like a very brutal band-aid at the end of a long chain of fuck-ups that now you can just catch up at this point, and it's like there's just no way. Yeah, and then obviously, right, being an economist, like now you've got all these negative externalities that are happening as a result of forcing that so hard. It's like setting minimum wage so far from where the market would set it, and then you see these horrible outcomes where black students aren't achieving as much, where people feel like people are just getting affirmative action in, and yeah, just all the knock-on effects are so horrible. Yeah.
I actually like that minimum wage analogy there, because imagine saying I'm for or against the minimum wage.
Imagine saying, wait, what do you say? Sorry, imagine.
Imagine saying I'm for minimum wage or I'm against the minimum wage.
Oh yeah.
Well, what does that even mean? It depends on what level you set it at.
Exactly.
Everybody's in favor of getting the minimum wage, because that would be a string to that.
Yeah, but it sounds like what you mentioned with the affirmative action for the Hispanic and black students, because I think now it's agreed. Obviously, you've got the econ background, so you know, tell me if I'm completely wrong, but I think economists agree that setting a minimum wage slightly above like the market floor, where we're naturally settled, is probably beneficial to workers. It doesn't seem like there's too many bad external effects that happen from that. But the farther you get away from that, I think in Seattle they tried a lot of experiments. Then you start to see increases in unemployment, decrease in hours given, which reminds me of the affirmative action thing that you mentioned with Hispanic and black students. That for Hispanic students, they might not have been having that much affirmative action between getting and not getting in. But the farther away you got, the more deviations away you get, the more extreme the external negative effects are going to be for the impact on students, graduation rates, and everything.
Yeah, and I think that those get magnified when you're hiding it from them, so that they don't know what's going on here. They think they're going to come in and do fine, and then it doesn't work. If they knew their math background was behind, then you could get resources in the summer before or whatever to try to make sure that they're going to succeed. They won't do that.
Sure. Yeah. And honestly, that sounds like even a hardcore race-based affirmative action program like that, I'd be more in favor of. If there was like a blacks-only accelerated math prep course between like senior year of high school and going into college or whatever, like I'd probably be more on board with that, because then at least you're preparing students. You're not just throwing them into environments where they're kind of like set up to fail.
Yeah.
Do you
that's my big complaint against universities. Is universities hide their data. You know, if you think at Duke, we house all the North Carolina education data, so all public school students, you can do whatever research you want to improve those public educations, and yet we don't look at our own data at all to help our own students.
Yeah.
Which seems crazy. Every university should be using their data. They've got professors who look at it for free to try to improve the educational outcomes of their students. We asked for that data for to help improve minority outcomes in our nation. At first they gave it to us, and then the world dried up.
Yeah. I remember reading a quote a long time ago. You pulled somebody from the 1800s and you transported them 200 years into the future today, that the only thing they would recognize would be the education system, because it seems like we're so reticent to make any dramatic changes in literally anything related to it, at least in the United States.
Yeah, charter schools have picked up steam, and my read on that is that certain kinds are very successful in closing that achievement gap. But they get such pushback, from teachers unions and such. It's too bad, because these no excuse charter schools make a big difference.
What do you this is my steelman argument against charter schools, and then you can tell me if you agree or disagree. My understanding of a charter school is a charter school is, I believe it's a school that can choose who to admit, but they still get public funds, I believe, right?
You can set it up so that's not the case.
Okay,
where you have to get everybody, there'll be a lottery for it.
Sure, yeah.
But still, they still may not put out the resources to handle like a disabled student.
Sure,
so
yeah.
That's a tricky part.
I feel like the thing that I don't like about charter schools, so I'm digging into the ethics part here, is in my mind, I would like it to be that if a student has the aptitude, has the supportive family, if they go to school and they apply themselves, I feel like education should be this like great equalizer. That every student goes to school and has the ability to perform, achieve, and have the opportunity of everything there to make it as far as they could in life if they were born to an ultra wealthy family. And I think the thing that makes me sad sometimes about like school vouchers, like school choice or charter schools, is it feels like we're essentially saying, listen, we're going to relegate 20-30% of our schools as just being shitholes that some poor people are going to be trapped in. But if you're lucky, or if you get a voucher, you can go to one of these good schools where the real education happens. And I feel like that type of behavior shifts away the most important people, who are like the wealthiest, the whitest, the most affluent people, from being motivated in changing those public schools. That like I went to I got very lucky, my parents sacrificed a lot. I was able to a private high school growing up. If all of those kids in my private high school would have been thrown into the public, I was in Omaha, the Omaha public school system, man, I know that more changes would have happened in that public school system, because those families wouldn't tolerate some of the standards that existed there. The 40% reading rates from 8th grade students or whatever. It would be changing. Yeah. How do you feel about those types of arguments? How do you tackle that?
Oh yeah, the thing is, there's already that private school market, so you can't. The rich are already escaping. If you can do things to draw them back in, you might really improve the public school system. And the thing is, public schools. I went to a suburban public high school that was really good. That suburban public high school really competes with other high schools because the rich can move.
Yeah.
With these poor schools, they're really operating more like monopolies. And so by putting in charter schools, you introduce competition, which can actually improve the quality of those crappy poor schools.
Wasn't that kind of the idea, though, behind No Child Left Behind? Was this idea that competition between schools and test scores could drive up performance? And didn't it end up being that, like, for whatever reason, that they just don't function as efficiently that way in competitive environments?
Well, when you tie it to specific measures that are not really great, for we're going to close down the schools, and then you never actually close down the schools.
Sure.
I mean, that's a big problem, is how do you actually measure the quality of these places.
Yeah.
But I think the effects, for No Child Left Behind, I mean, again, it's really hard to legislate something like that. More having the states like Florida, where you have those charter school systems, those things can work really well.
Do you think charter schools, or second should I go?
But I think you want to create the right incentives. So if the charter schools can just frame skim the top students by locating away from the poor, that's a problem. And one of the issues with those Florida charter schools, the fact is you should spend more money per person on a poor kid than on a rich kid, because they actually are more costly to educate. That's not how these systems are set up. Your reimbursement rates are per pupil. You can get charter schools to focus on the poor kids by changing how you do the reimbursement rates.
Gotcha, because that was going to be my question, because it would feel like if I'm going to go set up a charter school in a city, I'm going to the richest kids, so I can charge the highest tuition, and I know I'm going to have like the best target. Like, why would I ever set up a charter school in an economically disadvantaged area? Like, I don't know if charter schools are similar to private schools, but I know, for instance, in private schools, unintuitively, I think teachers can actually make less money than public school counterparts. But they choose to work in the private schools because the environment is so much better, and I guess there's more job satisfaction, whatever. So yeah, I feel like the incentives, if the incentives were right for doing the charter schools in more economically disadvantaged areas, I'd be okay with it. But I feel like right now, you can if I'm wrong, I feel like right now, like charter schools, even good public schools, just continue to drive a bigger wedge between the poor and the wealthy. Like you said about like my kid, again, my child lives in Omaha where I live. I just bought a house in the best school district because I wanted to go to a public school, and the public schools in the rich districts are really good. Yeah, and I imagine if I wanted to send my kid to a public school, I moved to the area, and then if the charter schools, I don't know why they would ever set up an economically disadvantaged area. Why would you do that to yourself? Yeah.
Well, I mean, some of these charter school chains, that's their purpose. Is to, that's a way of getting back to some of these places, is to set up one of these schools. But you're totally right. The teachers prefer to work with kids that aren't going to cause problems, and these parents who are in a position to help out.
What do you think is two questions that kind of bounce off each other? The first one is like, is there like some empirical, data-driven, this is a change that we should absolutely make to our schooling system, K through bachelor's, that we're just not doing that we really need to push for? And then the second thing is like, are there changes that we're making now that you're excited about for the future? Yeah, what do you think for either of those?
Well, most of my work's on the higher education side, so I can really only answer the first part of the question. In my mind, the first part of the question really hits on this idea of you have to target the resources, recognize that the poor are more costly to educate, first of all, so then you provide the appropriate things to do that. But there's another problem with that too, which is giving them the right information. A lot of these times, the parents have no idea what these schools are like, and so you've got to make it clear what these schools are actually doing that is worth them having schools go there. I think Chile provides a great example of how to structure these things in better ways. Though even then, the targeting resources to the poor could be better.
Are there other countries that you think have solved unique problems in education that the United States could learn from? Like I know
Finland. Yeah, and what they've done there, it's interesting. I hope I don't get in trouble by saying this. When women were really constrained to be teachers, that was actually really good for our public school system. You know, really good people were teachers.
And what do you mean by that?
That teachers don't get paid that much, and so like if you're really strong at math and such, you can do better in other areas.
This is why I understand what you're saying. Like I've heard that econ-related teaching jobs or like MBA-related teaching jobs, that those jobs can pay more because if you're really good in these fields, sometimes you just go work in the private sector. And why would you be a teacher if you can? Yeah, I understand that's okay.
Exactly. Like my kids' humanities teachers are incredible. Or like they have PhDs.
Yeah.
You know?
If a guy's teaching you like Russian literature, then this guy probably has read every book ever written by. Yeah, sure. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So are you saying?
You often get into somebody who's really a music teacher teaching math.
Sure. So are you saying in Finland that restricting it to women was good just because of the artificial
restriction?
That
was more of a historical comment. In Finland, they pay their teachers well.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's actually really competitive. So that's the way of getting around this, is to make it so that it is an attraction.
Why?
I benefit so much from the fact that universities don't let us have that many PhD students. They keep flooding the market with humanities PhDs.
Yeah.
That keeps salaries low in humanities and high income.
Sure. And probably even more important than the number of PhDs is probably the number of private sector jobs that those PhDs would excel in outside of the university. Is probably the big driver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm really having a policy and political question, so obviously, yeah. Why do you think teachers don't get paid that much in the United States? I believe they're on the lower end of four-year bachelor compensation, I think, compared to other like STEM degrees or other, I think, related education degrees. Why do you think that is? Is it just unions negotiating with cities, or am I wrong on that factoid? Or?
Well, I think part of it is the way the marriage market works, right? So oftentimes they're married to somebody who's making is the primary breadwinner, and there's enough. It's all demand and supply, right? That if there's people willing to do it at that low wage, we can still sort of clear the market. We're going to up. You can up the competition for teachers quite a bit. If you raise the salaries a lot, there will be a lot of teachers who would like to teach you now won't be able to.
Yeah.
And the key things would be to make sure you actually are able to select the good ones from that. I don't know enough about is how Finland's able to select the good ones.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. I don't remember bringing this up, but was Finland the country where they required? I thought there was one of the Nordics. Well, Scandinavia. I think Finland is Nordic, not Scandinavian. Was Finland the country that made it so in order to be any type of teacher at all, you have to have a master's equivalent?
That could be. The way that system works, it has to be in education.
Yeah.
Whereas that's not really the case in the U.S. It's very selective to get into the Finnish system as a teacher.
Gotcha. Do you think that do we spend? My impression is, I could be wrong. My impression is like so many things in the United States, we spend a lot of money on things we don't get the best outcomes. So, for instance, for healthcare, we dwarf like every socialized country I think when it comes to spending overall on healthcare. Where healthcare outcomes are roughly comparable to other countries that spend way less than us. I think it's similar for education. Is that true, or do we spend way less than other countries?
Well, I think the big thing is it's all in the variance. I think at the top end we're spending quite a bit. So yeah, and I think that's all I really have to say on that.
Okay. Because my next question is going to be, and this is probably targeted more towards higher education, college onwards. Although I've heard complaints of public school, is you have like opinions or thoughts on like kind of the ballooning cost of college education, where we're starting to creep into these territories where classes of students now, like people for instance going to out-of-state schools, the wage premiums conferred by those bachelors are almost getting matched now by the amount of debt and debt payments that they're making compared to like a high school earner. Where that's starting to happen a bit, which before was like unquestioned. What do you think about the idea of like ballooning cost of education? And I understand this is pretty out of the affirmative action things. We have a strong opinion on that. That's fine.
Oh yeah, I mean, administrative bloat is an increasing problem. And then at the very top schools, there's also they end up competing on crazy things. Like Duke has a $100 million dining facility.
Really? $100 million dining facility?
How much it costs to set up a dining facility?
Okay.
it's crazy how nice the resources are here. But the other catch, to me, it's all about your major. So the differences in paper majors is way more important, in my view, than what you see at grad schools.
Sure.
So if you end up going to computer science, that's going to take care of itself. If you're doing something in the humanities, you're going to have a problem.
What do you think?
Universities don't tell students that. I mean, people know, but they don't know just how big those gaps are.
Yeah.
In my kid's school, we'd have somebody come over and they would say, your major doesn't matter. And then I'd go visit the econ class and say they lied to you. It does matter.
Do you on that topic? How do you feel about students selecting like high school? I guess or not high school. How do you feel about them selecting college majors based purely on like economic incentive? Do you think that should be the goal for all of college or for certain students?
Oh, no. No, but they also can lie to me about it.
True. Okay, I agree with you.
I could probably make more money in consulting, but I like my professor lifestyle.
Sure.
But it might be more fun for me to teach a history class, right? I mean, you can tell stories all the time instead of like writing equations up on the board.
True. Yeah. Do you for the affirmative action stuff, bring back the affirmative action. Now that it's my understanding is it's basically going to be eliminated in the United States now, correct? Like schools aren't going to be able to consider race-based stuff for applications, at least on paper.
Yeah. So my view is, if you want a little bit of affirmative action, you should ban affirmative action because they're going to figure out ways to get around it.
Sure.
And some schools more so than others.
Is there like a particular style of affirmative action or something that you think would be beneficial? That let's say I'm very progressive, I still got the black square for BLM on my Instagram, like I want to see minorities succeed in the United States. Is there some form of affirmative action that you feel like a person can feel good advocating for that has some kind of empirical backing as well, or do you think all of it is just kind of like garbage and you just shouldn't even have your mind there at all if you're trying to?
It doesn't look like kids are going to be able to play Grand Theft Auto.
I'm going to stick my neck out here and say that the visual effects of District 9 are up there in terms of filmmaking importance as other VFX giants, such as Terminator 2's Liquid Terminator or the use of motion capture on Lord of the Rings' Gollum. Despite the film's crippling low budget of only $30 million, this film was the first of its kind, blending a multitude of filmmaking genres with a whole new ethos towards visual effects production. An ethos that then became adopted into mainstream Hollywood and is now being used in major blockbuster productions to bring us some of the best looking CGI we've ever seen. From its CG characters to its weaponry, District 9 excels in every visual metric. And in this video, we'll be breaking down exactly why this film looks so good, what it did differently to every other film out there, and how they used that to their advantage to make some of the most compelling visual effects ever of all time. So, get your cat food ready as we explore exactly why this film belongs in the Visual Effects Hall of Fame. So normally, VFX are very heavily planned, down to the tiniest, most meticulous detail. Every single element has been researched, rehearsed, and monitored to make sure that as little as possible can go wrong. This is because VFX just costs so much money to make, and one tiny problem can throw off your production timeline by weeks. So typically it's a really good thing that they're so well planned, because this level of intense planning can lead to some really good looking VFX, because everything in your post-production just runs smoothly and like clockwork. But this also has a huge side effect, because the VFX end up being placed on this pedestal. They become so important to the filmmakers and the studios, because they're so expensive to make, and so many man hours have gone into planning them and filming them and just making them. They end up having their value massively inflated to the point where they attain this synthetic feeling. And I don't mean synthetic in the way that they're made in the computer. I mean that in the way they're filmed, and the way that they're framed, and the way that they're presented to the audience. When you see visual effects, you can tell that the filmmakers really wanted us to see them and be aware of this huge piece of spectacle that hundreds of people worked very, very hard to create. And I mean, this does make sense. A lot of work goes into them, but this attitude of high importance does not apply to any other element of the film. Not the actors, not the sets, not the music, not the sound design. Nothing else is treated this level of reverence or importance. And this therefore causes CGI to stand out as this kind of unnatural and therefore synthetic kind of thing. It's because they can never just exist. There always has to be some kind of cinematic nature and importance to it. All of this, at least, was the attitude of District 9's director, Neil Blomkamp, who purposely wanted to flip his entire approach to VFX on its head and do something completely different. Rather than treating VFX as something important, his goal was to treat VFX as something more banal, more boring, and just sort of an everyday occurrence. Essentially, they're just supposed to be another thing in the frame, be it another person or a house or a car or even a rubbish bin. Just something unimportant. And by doing this, our brains would be more likely to accept them as real. And I think Blomkamp himself said it best in this Wired interview.
You treat the effects no differently than anything else. I think when you start treating them as other visual effects and put them on a golden kind of pedestal, then they become important, and the way that you think about them because they cost a lot of money it starts to make them feel synthetic. You have to kind of just disregard them. You know, you have to treat them like every other sort of thing, and then they make them feel very real.
So to achieve this banal effect, he had to choose a visual style that would also complement it and make sense that the CGI was treated as some unimportant thing. So he decided to make a lot of film as though it were a documentary. He described it as if a BBC camera crew had just showed up and filmed. And particularly for the first half of the film, this is exactly what we got. We're introduced to the world of District 9 through shaky cam, handheld, documentary style footage. And this footage seemingly cares way more about the film's main character, Fundamental, than the literal aliens and space age tech that instead just happens to exist in the background and feel normal. And unlike any other film at the time, these CG aliens were to be cut off on the side of the frame or on the top of the frame or filmed from a distance by the shaky camera. And it's just so natural because there's something so normal and mundane about this footage. Your brain doesn't have to stop and question anything. Like it just thinks, yep, they're there, they're filming them. Because there's nothing cinematic or manufactured about it. This is kind of the same reason why like the TV show The Office feels so natural. It's that sort of shaky cam, down to earth style mixed with a real focus on human engagement. And this is a really good play by Blomkamp because clearly this documentary style did absolute wonders for the film's VFX. But this is also where the problems really start coming in because when it came time to actually make the VFX match this documentary style, things pretty quickly became an absolute nightmare. As we mentioned earlier, usually crucially, visual effects are insanely well planned. You'll have all this data pre-planned and ready to go, and you'll know exactly where the camera's going to be, what you're going to be looking at, whether the camera will be moving, where it will be moving, how long the shot will last, and you'll even record minute little details like how far away the camera is from certain objects, and how far that object is from something else. Just so you have like all the possible data you can ever have to load into the computer and get nice VFX. Everything that can be controlled will be controlled, because each of these little steps smooths out your CGI workflow and just generally results in nicer CGI. But to achieve this documentary style, Blumkamera is doing the exact opposite of this, because documentaries are not well planned. In fact, they're often chaotic and messy because they're usually just filming something happening live in real time. And thus, it's completely unpredictable. So the cameraman is usually just following the action from location to location, trying his absolute best to capture as much as possible of the film. So it was this chaotic style that Blumkamera had to recreate. Now, of course, when you're creating a fake documentary for a film, things can be a little bit more organized than this, because obviously it's all staged. But in general, the camera's movement is still very random and things are still very unpredictable, because you need that loose documentary feeling. They generally knew what they'd be doing in each shot, but they weren't meticulously planned or set in stone. So the entire thing was much more fluid. There was a lot more improv and freedom, which means you don't get that rigid, accurate control you usually get with a traditional filmmaking process. So what did all this do when it came to actually making the VFX? Well, firstly, it played absolute havoc when it came to adding in the aliens. So to make things like the animation of the aliens a lot easier, they had a human actor on set who would be a stand-in actor for the aliens. And this is usually quite useful, because the human actor can give a baseline performance to the animators to work with. And then the other actors in the scene also have something to bounce off to work with, rather than just imagining what this CGI alien will be doing in the future. So the general process is you film the standard human actor on set, and then later this human has to be removed from that footage, and then the alien gets added in his place. Which sounds easy enough, but this is really where the problem starts to begin. So let's imagine you take a picture, and in that picture, there's a guy you really don't want to have in it. So you open up Photoshop and you erase the guy out. And now your picture's saved, yay, no annoying guy. But now there's just a big hole in the picture where the guy was, because what's behind the guy was never captured on camera. So the computer doesn't know what should be standing behind the guy. Nowadays computers can figure it out, but not in 2009. And this is a problem movies have to face all the time. When you remove a standard actor from the shot, what goes in the background behind you? Well, on a well-planned movie, there is a solution to this. You film what is called a clean plate. This is when you film the exact same shot twice. One normal shot with a standard actor in frame, and then another clean shot without the actor. So that way, when you remove the actor from the normal shot, you can use all the data from the clean shot to fill in the background, because the clean shot captures all the data you need for the background. And this is a great technique, and one the VFX artists use all the time. But it does have one major limitation, and that is for the technique to work. The two shots have to be the exact same. If the camera movement is even slightly different between the two sets of footage, then it just won't line up, and you'll get this weird sliding effect because the two bits of footage are out of sync. And this is the exact problem they have in District 9. Because of the chaotic, unpredictable handheld camera movement, it is genuinely impossible from the exact same shot twice, thus making it completely impossible to capture any sort of clean plate. So this meant that they could never capture any usable data for the areas behind the stand-in actors, which meant that in order to fill the holes in their background, the VFX artists had to painstakingly rebuild each of their backgrounds by hand, slowly painting in what should have been there, taking reference from other shots, other takes, or other frames in that same shot, and they had to take that data into their shot, make sure it all syncs up, and there's no sliding, all the colors match, and there's no unnatural deformation. If you've had any experience with image manipulation software like Photoshop, and you know how much of a nightmarish process this can be, and doing this in Photoshop is just for one frame. Imagine if you have to do it for several seconds when there's 30 frames in 1 second. It's just nightmarish, but they had to do it. So they removed the human, rebuild the background by hand, and then add the alien on top. But the work didn't even stop there, because this nightmarish unpredictability of the documentary style just bled out into all other areas of the film's visual effects. For example, the CG aliens have to be designed to look good under all possible lighting conditions. Again, usually you can plan this sort of stuff. You typically know what sort of lighting you'll be shooting, and you can then optimize that for the look of your CG asset to look good in that environment. For example, a character like Davy Jones is optimized for being outside in the bright Caribbean sun. Under those lighting conditions, his wet skin reflects a lot of light, which really helps him avoid that rubbery CGI skin issue that was so common in the early 2000s. But with District 9, the aliens had to be optimized for unpredictability. In the same shot, the camera could experience a multitude of lighting conditions, from dingy indoor lighting to the hot Johannesburg sun. The prawns would have to be designed to look believable under both of these extreme conditions. And this is just in addition to all the other general unpredictability with the VFX spawned by this documentary style. Perhaps some dirt was kicked up from the ground as the character was walking by, and that has to be mixed in the shots. Or perhaps because they were shooting in a documentary style, they'd be using autofocus or other auto features on their camera, and all of these would need to be recreated in the VFX so the VFX still match the footage. The VFX would just have to be controllable to such a degree that they would always work under all these different circumstances, and it just adds another layer of difficulty to an already difficult process on an already very low budget. And this brings us to sort of the other major issue with this documentary style, and that is camera tracking. So have you ever wondered why actors wear those weird grey motion capture suits, or why green screens actually have all those little black dots? Well, this is because it makes it easier to track them and then create a camera match of the camera's movement. Let me explain what that means. Let's say you record some random footage, and in that footage the camera moves up, down, left, right, backwards, and forwards, aka in the X, Y, and Z axes. And then let's say you want to add some CGI to that movement. How does the CGI you add know if the camera is moving in the X, Y, and Z axis? The answer is it doesn't. And this means that the CGI will just slide around in the shot because it's staying still while the camera is moving. So how do you fix this? Well, one way is to hand animate the CG objects to sync up with your footage. This is actually an absolute nightmare because you have to recreate all the subtle movements the camera makes, and it's just awful. Literally no one does this. Not even major films with all the money in the world. No one does this. So the much more common approach is to track your footage. This is where the computer calculates the camera's movement based on a series of factors in the footage. And what it primarily looks at are the points of high contrast, where it can easily determine the movement in that area. And this is why green screens have those little black markers, or why those weird grey suits have those patterns on them. They provide points of high contrast, which then gives the computer something to identify and detect the movement of. So really, the computer is tracking based on the movement of things in the scene. And it's actually this movement which determines the difficulty of the track. Because if the camera movement is quite calm, then it's much easier to do than if you have a very wild and chaotic camera movement. Because the more chaotic the camera movement, then the more the camera has to calculate, and the more precise everything has to be with the tracking. And it just gets a lot harder because there's a lot more variables. But once you successfully track the footage, then you can sync up the movement of all your CG stuff so that it moves in sync with the real world camera, and everything just sits nicely in place of the scene. And as the camera moves around, it kind of moves with it, and there's no sliding, and it all works. So this tracking process is literally essential to creating good VFX. Because if you can't track your footage, then you'll never be able to successfully sync up the CGI to the camera, and it's never going to look good. And therefore, in a normal movie, you want to make this tracking process as easy as possible because it's literally paramount. So to make it easier, you take simple shots, for example, where the camera movement is less crazy, and thus less difficult to track. You also take very clean footage where you can see your camera markers, and it thus gives the computer something to actually track because there's a lot of contrast. And you also even go a bit crazy with it, and on set you can take measurements to determine the distance between certain objects. So the computer knows how far away certain things are from each other, and thus make a much cleaner camera match. In a well-controlled and well-planned film environment, you try to do all of these things so that your tracking process is just as simple and easy as possible. But if you're filming in a documentary environment, all of this goes straight out the window. The camera work is purposefully chaotic, shaking from left to right for that documentary vibe, and all of this immediately makes the shot messier and difficult to track. And the camera's movement is also completely unpredictable, so you can't really place or depend on any tracking markers because you don't actually know if the camera's even going to be looking at. And then the camera's shaky nature creates a lot of blur in your footage, which then smooths out the contrast in the scene and makes it even harder to track. Just in general, this whole process becomes a mess. And this is probably why a chaotic documentary style and high-grade VFX are a very, very uncommon combination. So this is usually the point in the video where I'd like to highlight some crazy technique or method the VFX artists use to break the rules and pull off the impossible for District 9's camera tracking. But this just wasn't the case. There was no special method or technique they could use for this. So they pulled off everything just through sheer brute force, pouring insane amounts of man hours into successfully tracking each shot, just so they could add all these custom CG elements to them. And it's insanely impressive when you think about it, because rather than the VFX artists breaking the rules to pull things off, in this case, it's the filmmakers breaking the traditional rules, and the VFX artists are the ones having to push the boulder up the mountain just to keep up with them. So that's the general challenges they had to overcome with the film's documentary style. And now this brings us to the other major challenge of District 9, having to create the film's vast arrays of aliens. In District 9, a large theme of the movie is the mistreatment of the aliens you see throughout the movie. As a metaphor for South African apartheid, the aliens are pretty much treated like second-class citizens. They're forced to live in a dingy shantytown and are just generally abused by the surrounding human population. And much like the humans in the movie, we as audiences are not supposed to connect with or feel remorse for the aliens straight away. Instead, we first see them through the eyes of Vickers and the documentary team, who treat them more as an otherworldly blight on this planet, and therefore we're not supposed to like them very much. So for a lot of this to work, Blomkamp needed the aliens to look very, very alien, because this would lay the foundation for the large divide that's driven between the human and the alien populations. So immediately this plotline is kind of the opposite to a film like Avatar, in which you're pretty much from the get-go supposed to relate to the film's aliens. In Avatar, there's no deception that the movie's aliens are very different to us, and this bleeds through into the way the Avatar aliens are designed. So as humans, our brains are most adept at reading other humans' emotions. So this is why you can't really tell what your dog is thinking or how your cat feels. But in other humans, we can detect all sorts, from anger to sadness to joy to happiness to laughter, just from subtle ways that we raise our eyebrows or curl up our lips. So the closer something is to a human, the easier we can connect to it, which is pretty much why the Avatar aliens are just big blue cat humans. Basically, they have the exact same features to us: lips, eyes, eyebrows, the same bone structure. The only thing that's really different is the nose, which humans emote with the least anyway. And these are all creative choices that make it so that we can immediately connect with. But with District 9, there's actually kind of a problem with having very alien-looking aliens, because although at the start of the movie we're not supposed to like the prawns very much, across the course of the movie's runtime, we are actually supposed to start feeling very bad for the prawns. I mean, look at them. They live in a dump. They're experimented on. It's just awful. But when they have this design that's really far away from a human, these very alien-looking aliens become harder and harder for us to identify with. So the alien-looking prawns also had to be designed in a way where we could still connect with emotion. We as humans had to be able to interpret the same emotions from this very alien creature that we can interpret from any other human, whilst the alien creature still remained looking very, very alien. So this is a very fine line to walk between alien-looking and human. So to achieve this goal, the aliens went through a lot of different iterations. As you can see on the screen now, there were a lot of concepts for the look of the prawns, with some being much more alien than others, and others being much more human than others. And they slowly refined this down to the final design you see in the movie. One was actually based on something very distant from human experience, and one that we can never really feel fully connected to. That was bugs, insects, and crustaceans. Then what they did was mold this creature to be able to emote in a way very similarly to a human. You never really have any idea what its tentacles express, but you can perfectly read the emotions in their upper face. And to do this, they gave them a hard shell face that would deform exactly like ours. They can frown, they can be shocked, they can squint, they can be inquisitive. And then to further enhance this, they went down the Pixar route, and they gave them these big sad eyes, these big sad windows to the soul, which do a lot of the emotional heavy lifting for the prawns. And via these big eyes, you can detect sadness, anger, excitement, hope, joy, and fear. And it's these emotions and their very tragic imposed lives that really pull us in. And this theme of first fearing prawn and then slowly feeling more and more tragedy for the prawns is actually represented in all aspects of prawn portrayal. To begin with this, they wanted each prawn to look different and began playing and having fun with their designs, adding things to make each prawn distinctive from the next. So maybe they'd add things like spikes or different skin color or different clothing, before then moving on to more subtle details like war paint or skating stickers that were sort of stuck to their heads. But what they did with this was very clever, because towards the start of the movie, where the prawns are seen more as a menace, they typically only have very aggressive features, such as spikes, or be coloured in like natural warning colours such as red, orange, or yellow. And they'd also be adorned with war paint and be depicted doing more violent acts. But as the film progresses, we see a much softer side of the prawns. They're often shown in much calmer colours, such as shades of green, and they'll have much smoother, less spiky appearances. Some wear human clothes, and others have been forcibly branded with stickers and war paint, because they sort of don't have the higher cognitive brain function to take off. And all of this paints a much more sympathetic portrayal of the prawn, and helps get deeper and deeper into their struggles, whilst also peppering your emotions with guilt, because you pretty much regret how you initially felt towards them at the start of the movie. And this is fantastic in itself. But what I also really like about this is how it highlights the very simplistic ways that media can manipulate your emotions to feel a certain way. The documentary very clearly wants to feel a certain way about prawns, and arranges things in a way that guides your emotions more towards disliking and trusting them. And then as the film progresses and becomes less of a documentary and more of a cinematic experience, you begin to get a much more neutral portrayal. Basically what I'm referring to is the problem we've had since the very birth of the documentary, where you can edit the exact same footage in many different ways to make the audience feel many different things about the exact same thing. And given that the film is an analogy for African apartheid, where this sort of stuff went on all the time, I can only assume that this is a clever, subtle message on the part of the filmmakers. So we've looked at their portrayal and we've looked at their appearance. But there is also one final vector in which the prawns evoke an emotional response in us, and that is by the way that they're animated. So with the prawns being a completely digital creature, they obviously need to be animated in order to be able to move around and stuff. So for the foundation of the aliens animation, they actually had an actor on set in one of those mocap suits, like we said earlier. This actor would play the role of the alien and would basically give the other actors someone to bounce off during the scene. And when I say an actor, I mean they literally only had one guy playing every single alien we see on screen, which is actually quite amazing to think about, because it means that most of this film is just the actor for Vickers, Charlton Copley, bouncing lines off the actor for the prawn, Jason Cope, who stood there in a tight grey outfit and presumably just making prawn clicking sounds, which I overall imagine was very strange to watch. So the performance from Jason Cope was motion captured, and then this laid the groundwork for the animators, who went in and enhanced the entire thing, which is always what happens, by the way. There seems to be this big misconception that most CGI performances are 100% motion captured with all the work coming from the actor, and this really couldn't be further from the truth. Almost always, animators have to go in and either clean up the motion capture work, or they go in and add their own elements to the performance. But either way, with District 9, between Cope and the animators, they made some really awesome results, which really brought a lot of subtle touches to the prawns. Some were portrayed as just rabid animals, screaming at each other while they try and open up the fridge, whilst others were portrayed as much more gentle and thoughtful. What I really liked about this is it means that the prawns are more than just a generic copy and pasted alien. Each one has their own personalities that you can observe and understand, and this really infuses a new level of life to the film, because all these fictional creatures suddenly feel like they have a soul, a deeper level in which both we and they can connect. And not to mention how this further enhanced the documentary part of the whole thing. It feels much more natural and much more like a BBC animal documentary, where you can see all the subtle details in the personalities of like the tigers or whatever they're called. Because the prawns on some level are very animalistic, and we can observe these personalities in our own animals, our own pets and stuff like that. So this again feeds into the feeling of the CGI just sort of being there, as we discussed earlier, because all these details are very subtle and they're never shoved in your face. So they had Jason Cope on set playing the aliens, and he brought a lot of great emotion to this performance. But this also created a bit of a problem, because the animators had to find a way to transfer these complex emotions from the face of a human to the alien face of a prawn. But this is where they did something very, very cool. So let's say you're working on animating a human CGI face. Typically what you'd have is your CGI character, and then to control them, you'd have what is called a rig on the character's face. A rig is basically a bunch of handles which control the movement of the character's face, and each handle is linked to a specific part of the face. So for example, one handle could open up the character's mouth when you pull the handle down, or another could make their eyes look to the side when you pull the handle to the side, or maybe another could make the character's eyebrows raise when you pull it up. So you can push on them and pull on them, and then they in turn will squash and stretch the character's face in a way that makes it look like the character is emoting. This is a really fantastic system that's been refined like since Toy Story, so for many years, and it's pretty much standardized at this point for most projects. So what the animation team did for the prawns is take this exact facial rig from a human model and remap it one-to-one onto the prawns' faces. This meant that under the surface, the prawns' emotions were now completely driven in the exact same way that humans' emotions are. And this is despite them having completely different features. So now, if you pulled up the handle that would normally raise a human's eyebrow, it would create that exact same movement on the prawn. And even though the prawn doesn't actually have any eyebrows for it to move around, you still get those secondary movements such as wrinkling the forehead and the slight widening of the eyes. And this is genius, because when we combine this with their more humanoid facial design, it meant we could really understand the emotions of the prawns, even though they're something so alien from us. But this came with further issues, because now the prawns were starting to look too human. And despite all the glimpses of humanity you see in the prawns, about the movie. The prawns still had to be very alien aliens, and not the types of aliens we see in stuff like Avatar. So this is where the final touches of the prawns came into play. They wanted the prawns to have a lot of secondary animation that could be used to widen the gaps between their human and their alien sides. So they gave them these tentacles on their chests, which they called chesticles, and they made it so that there was always a level of ambient animation to them, and had them have their own little life of their own. Like whenever a human would come near them, the chesticles would reach out and then sort of pull back again, like a defensive fashion. And then to finalize the alien look, they would have these sort of ticks and razor-sharp movements that only bugs could know. And all this just came together to further drive home that alien nature. And the real genius of this was that by making all these super alien features, only the secondary elements, secondary to the more human facial animation stuff. It means they don't detract from any of the human elements of the performance, and instead only emphasizes the alien side, because the secondary elements are much less critical to a human performance than the obvious more primary human elements. And all of this is how the artist perfectly walked the line between an alien that is too alien and an alien that is too human. Now, this brings me to one of my favorite parts of District 9, and that is its weaponry. This film has some of the most creative and awesome weapon effects I've ever seen. I love this explosion, which has a lightning storm raging within it, and all these brutal weapons that just blow people to bits, or even how just all the weapons kick up dust every time they fire, leaving these smoke trails in their wake. It's just fantastic to look at, and I always find myself coming back and checking this stuff out. But what's really interesting about the weapons in this movie is they kind of actually break the movie's own rule, because these weapon effects are actually kind of being put up on a pedestal. There are multiple shots throughout the movie that are basically just dedicated to showing off these effects and going, look at how cool these are. In fact, there's this whole test sequence in the middle of the movie that is just literally a display of the cool weapon. So why is it that all of this still feels really natural and in tone with the rest of the movie? Why don't these weapon effects feel more out of place if they're being put up on a pedestal? Well, I think something very clever is happening here, despite how important they are to the plot. Weapons are still treated like they're just another thing in this world. So let's look at effects like these in other movies. So typically, creative combat effects like these would be a pretty huge deal in a movie. Usually in sci-fi movies, everyone tends to just have the standard laser gun of some kind. And then when there's a really special weapon, that would usually be a very big moment in the film. This can be seen most often in superhero movies, when someone like Storm from the X-Men uses her powers. Whenever she calls down a thunderstorm, the music swells and the camera cinematically films her with all this awe and majesty, and it's supposed to be a very big moment. But when District 9 does this, despite having whole shots dedicated to showing off the effects, it still feels super casual. They're not depicted with any reverence, and it's certainly not a very big deal. This is particularly present in the testing scene in the middle of the movie, where Vickers is tied up and forced by the scientists to demonstrate the alien tech, because this is our first proper look at the weaponry, but we still see it through the eyes of a very grounded documentary, and therefore it's not framed in a particularly interesting style, and everyone around the weapons is being very professional, very calm, because they're all scientists. Even though this is what they're all here for, to test their weapons, no one is very excited or in awe of these things. They're just very proper and doing their job and taking notes and stuff. In fact, the only people who are actually excited by it are the money men in the other room watching it through a camera. But you can tell that even they are impressed by the weaponry themselves. They're only really impressed by the profit they're going to make from it. And I think all of this just comes together to make the weapons feel unimportant and just another thing. This can even be seen with the way they fight them, because the alien weapons all feel very disposable, because when the camera's done using them, they just get chucked away and they move on to the next thing. And I think the scene with the mech suit really pulls this idea together. So towards the end of the movie, Vickers goes on a rampage using a robot prawn suit and fighting off all the mercenaries that are trying to kill it. It's an awesome scene as Vickers charges straight at the mercs and tears them to shreds. But he probably also could have been much more conservative with his use of the suit, fighting and moving more tactically to save its strength for later. But instead, he burns straight through the suit pretty quickly and getting it pretty messed up. And it's actually almost infuriating, because in a way, you think, well, he's just wasting this suit, his ticket out of here. But this also adds to the sense of unimportancy that all of the weaponry has, because even the characters in the film don't care about them. Everything is just utilitarian to get to the next stage, which is nice, because we're essentially then left to make our own minds up about these weapons, as our emotions aren't being twisted to feel any sort of way about it, which is actually really cool, because then it feels more natural, and you can just make your own interpretation of them upon seeing them, rather than being made to feel a certain way by the filmmaker. So to me, the interpretation I have is, whenever I see these weapons, it feels like that point in the video game where you finally unlock the big gun and you can go on that massive rampage until you run out of ammo, and then you just move on to the next thing. And I really like this about this film, that you can just interpret whatever you want from a lot of its elements. And you know what makes all these elements we've discussed so far even more impressive? The fantastic looking aliens, the awesome high-powered weaponry, or the unique documentary style and all the problems that brought with it? Well, it's that District 9 also has a true underdog budget of only $30 million, which may sound like a lot of money to you and me, but that is genuinely nothing in the filmmaking world. Considering everything we've mentioned, if we break District 9 down to its core parts, it's essentially a buddy cop film between a human and a full CGI character, which means you have a lot of screen time that needs CGI, and this is just literally unheard of with any other film of this budget, especially in this time period. I mean, in the 2000s, films with this much good-looking CGI really were in the minority. You only really had Pirates of the Caribbean, Lord of the Rings, Transformers, and then Avatar in 2009, and all of those had 5 times the budget that District 9 has. So for a more accurate comparison, let's look at two films that had a similar amount of VFX shots, but two very different budgets. District 9 had to deliver around 600 VFX shots on its $30 million budget, whereas 2014's Transformers Age of Extinction had to deliver around 700 VFX shots on a much larger $200 million budget. So that's $170 million more to pump into around the same amount of VFX shots. So why is it that District 9 looks consistently as good, if not much better, than Age of Extinction on just 1/6 of the budget? Well, firstly, we have to consider that there are a lot of factors that do eat away Age of Extinction's budget, and it would be unfair to compare the two without discussing these. So firstly, Transformers had a much more famous cast than District 9, and this gets expensive. They had to pay for Mark Wahlberg and like the original actors from Megatron and Optimus from their G1 cartoon, and all the other big names in the cast, whereas with District 9, the lead actor, Charlton Copley, was actually just a high school friend of Neil Blomkamp, and wasn't at all a big name at the time. And then we have another very expensive factor to consider, and that is that Age of Extinction's filming locations were much more diverse and therefore more expensive than District 9. Age of Extinction is a bit of a globe-trotting adventure, whereas District 9 was actually filmed in one of Johannesburg's worst ghettos, where apparently just a few streets down the road there were like particularly light still and stuff. So it was a little bit cheaper than shooting in the middle of Hong Kong. Then of course there's also the shooting styles and stuff. The traditional filmmaking approach, Age of Extinction, is far more expensive than Blomkamp's documentary approach. Blomkamp could improvise a lot of stuff and didn't need a whole team backing him up to get the shoot from A to B because of the general looseness that you get making a documentary. But if you're shooting a more typical feature film, it's a much slower moving machine that requires a lot of people to grease the wheels again. So this ends up also being a lot more expensive and therefore cutting into your budget. So while all of this should be taken into account when comparing the two films, it's actually these low budget choices from District 9 that we should be looking at when determining why it was District 9 looked good on its small budget. Because all these choices were purposely done by Blomkamp and his team to keep the film's expenditure down as low as possible, and that way they would have much more money left over to pump into the film CGI. So basically, they made sure every single dollar made it on screen by focusing on a much smaller, more narrative-driven scale in a unique and cheap location, and then made sure to place emphasis on the visuals by choosing a cheaper video style, instead funneling those saved expenses into giving us amazing CGI. And you know what? Even after all this money saving, they still would have had a significantly smaller VFX budget than Age of Extinction. So all of this is just a further testament to how good the film looks, because it clearly knows its limitations very, very well and works in all of that to its best advantage. So now we come to the most important part of the video. I've just gushed over basically every aspect of this movie's VFX, but as brilliant as the film looks, none of these things I've discussed are the primary reasons that I believe this film deserves a place in the VFX Hall of Fame. There's one final factor which cements District 9 as having some of the best VFX of the last 20 years, and that is the impact that it had on the VFX industry moving forwards, much like the liquid Terminator effects in Terminator 2, or the motion capture technology behind Gollum in Lord of the Rings. In its own way, District 9 propelled the visual effects industry forwards through its revolutionary use of banal and unimportant VFX. As we discussed earlier, every film prior to District 9 placed their VFX up on a pedestal. But if you track the films that came out after District 9, you can see a slow uptick in other films adopting Blomkamp's style. Things like Gravity, Blade Runner 2049, or 1917 are completely loaded with VFX, but make no attempts to broadcast this to you. They're very subtle, they're very hidden, and they're very, very calm about them. In fact, the ultimate example of this can be seen with Smart Hulk in Avengers Endgame, who, in my opinion, is one of the best looking CGI characters we've ever had on screen. And this is largely, of course, due to his amazing VFX work. But it's also because everything in the scene is just so casual. They're all just sat there candidly chatting in a diner, despite the fact that one of the characters is a big green computer-generated monster. And there's absolutely nothing special about it. Nothing cinematic, nothing dramatic. It's all incredibly natural, to the point where you have to stop and think like, oh yeah, that guy's CGI. And this is exactly what was started by District 9. And therefore, this is why, along with its underdog budget, fantastic looking aliens, and more, I believe District 9 deserves a place in the visual effects Hall of Fame. So thanks for watching, everyone. I really hope you enjoyed it. I'm sure there's much more to discuss with District 9's VFX, and we probably only just scratched the film surface. But what do you think about District 9? And are there any other movies I need to discuss? Also, if you want to read more about District 9's VFX, I've left links in the description to basically everything I've referenced to make this video. So please feel free to check those out. And otherwise, yeah, have a great day.
Hello, you absolute legends. By this point, we all know that Billy Mitchell cheated at Donkey Kong. But if there's one thing the current ongoing lawsuits have shown us, it's that Billy is so much more than just a cheater. Billy is not just willing to lie about video game high scores, he is willing to lie about everything to everyone, even the judicial system. In previous videos, I've spoken about the crazy things Billy has done in his lawsuit against Twin Galaxies. He has fabricated evidence, committed perjury during his deposition, and submitted false statements on behalf of witnesses. In fact, Billy has lied so much and so many times that it's going to take years for me to cover them all. Billy's actions are bordering on criminal, and now Twin Galaxies is going on to the attack. In a recent motion, the lawyer for Twin Galaxies is seeking termination of Billy's lawsuit and $81,000 in sanctions due to Billy's conduct. Twin Galaxies have levied some extremely serious allegations against Billy. Things are getting so bad that I genuinely believe Billy may end up in prison at some point in the future, whether it's because of his current actions or something he hasn't done quite yet. It seems like his willingness to defraud the legal system is increasing with each passing day. In today's video, we will cover the recent accusations that Twin Galaxies have made against Billy, and if these allegations are true, Billy may literally end up behind bars. On the flip side, Billy is very upset that Twin Galaxies have been helping me in my lawsuit against Billy. Obviously, both lawsuits are heavily related, and because of this, I've been able to attain certain documents through my legal team. This is pretty obvious because I've made multiple videos about them, and oh boy, is Billy pissed, and he has filed a motion trying to make everything confidential. Billy hates the truth coming out. The truth is his worst enemy, and he is trying to stop it from coming out. I really hope you enjoy. Now, legends, in this video I've partnered with Display to offer stylish metal posters that look amazing. I think if you're passionate about something, if you love something, posters are a great way to celebrate. Personally, I am a gigantic nerd, and video games are my greatest passion, so I like to surround myself with them, and when I have posters of my favorite games on my walls, I can feel the positive energy. Display works with the biggest brands in media, including all of your favorite game, film, and TV franchises. I mean, if you just browse these designs, you can immediately tell they look fantastic. If you are curious about some of my favorites, I've created a few collections for you to check out. You can see if you have the same taste as me. Display's metal design looks good, and is super easy to install. Plus, with the magnet mounting system, you can quickly swap and change displays anytime. Displays are very affordable, and are delivered anywhere in only 4 to 5 days. Plus, if you use my link in the description or my discount code Carl, you will get a special discount of up to 40% off. If you don't have a display yet, make sure to click the link in the description and grab one today. This recent motion from Twin Galaxies is pretty lengthy and comes with several demands, but the two we will focus on today is the demand to terminate Billy's lawsuit and the demand for monetary sanctions. Terminating the lawsuit would obviously mean that Billy's claim would be thrown out, and Twin Galaxies would win. As part of this demand, Twin Galaxies cites 3 egregious acts of misconduct by Billy. The first is the creation of the fake plaques that I've covered in a previous video. This is the Player of the Century plaque that Billy claims was given to him by Namco. On the 26th of June, Billy sent a low-resolution image of some plaques on a table to Twin Galaxies, but it was obvious these weren't the same plaques we've seen before. Now, it's one thing to just say the plaques aren't the same, but it's a different thing entirely to prove that in a court of law. In order to prove their claim, Twin Galaxies hired a forensic expert employed by the National Center for Audio and Video Forensics. This expert has worked on literally thousands of cases, both criminal and civil, and in their expert opinion, the original plaque and the purported modified plaque are not the same object. The expert has an entire report about it, but the important takeaway is that the expert confirms and proves what we already know. Next, Twin Galaxies goes into detail about how Billy staged the discovery of the plaques and misdirected Twin Galaxies concerning the whereabouts of the plaques. Obviously, because the plaques weren't real, Billy had to create a fake story about how the plaques were found. And to make things easier for me, moving forward I will simply be referring to the lawyer of Twin Galaxies as Tash, which is just a short version of his surname. On the 6th of July, Billy's lawyer Christina Ross sent Tash an email saying that the plaques were at the Bridgeview Center in Iowa, and that Mr. Grunwald located them and took the photograph. This email is really, really strange. As I talked about in my video about the plaques, Twin Galaxies knew as soon as they received the photo that Triforce Johnson had them, because in the picture, later, you could see a YouTube video where he had left a comment. But after Billy told Tash the plaques were at the Bridgeview Center and were found by Mr. Grunwald, this launched a wild goose chase. Twin Galaxies had to contact multiple people at the center and ask them to find the plaques. They even deposed Mr. Grunwald, who Billy's lawyer claimed found them. But in his deposition, Mr. Grunwald confirmed what we already knew, that Triforce had found the plaques. And also, Mr. Grunwald said Triforce had gotten on a plane with the plaques back in June, over a week before Billy's lawyer said that they were now at the Bridgeview Center. And here is the kicker. As part of deposing Mr. Grunwald, he provided messages between himself and Triforce. And on June 24, Triforce sent this message saying, Billy wants me to send you something, and he attached the photo of the plaques. So obviously, Billy knew that Triforce had the plaques, because he literally told Triforce to send a photo of them to Mr. Grunwald. But then 2 weeks later, Billy and his lawyer lied and said that Mr. Grunwald found the plaques and they were somewhere else. This caused Twin Galaxies to spend tens of thousands of dollars hunting for plaques that didn't exist. And then as soon as Mr. Grunwald was deposed and said that Triforce had them, which Twin Galaxies already knew from day one, Billy's lawyer immediately confessed that Triforce had them and boarded a plane to Florida with them back in June. Florida being where Billy Mitchell lives. So not only did Billy create fake plaques, but he lied and caused tens of thousands of dollars in damages to Twin Galaxies by telling them a fake story. But here comes what is arguably the worst offense that has been laid upon Billy so far: the lies he told during his deposition. We've covered a few of these lies already in previous videos, such as Billy saying the GameStop manager installed recording equipment when that same person said they didn't do it and that recording equipment wasn't set up at all. However, these pale in comparison to this doozy. In 2014, Jace Hall, through his company HD Films, bought Twin Galaxies from Walter Day. During his deposition, Billy was asked if he received any money from the sale of Twin Galaxies, and Billy said no.
Did you receive any portion of the funds that HD Films paid for Twin Galaxies?
Actually, no.
Not at all?
Not at all.
This question is really important because Billy is being sued for fraud. Part of the basis of the fraud claim is that Billy lied about his world record to build the brand of Twin Galaxies, including through documentaries like The King of Kong. Then when Twin Galaxies was sold, he made money. So I guess Billy is claiming he didn't receive any money so that he can't be accused of profiting from any alleged deception. Let's hear this one more time.
Did you receive any portion of the funds that HD Films paid for Twin Galaxies?
Actually, no.
Not at all?
Not at all.
But during Walter Day's deposition, we heard a different story. Walter said he paid Billy $33,000 from the sale of Twin Galaxies. And not only that, Walter confessed that Billy told him to keep it a secret after they were both sued for fraud. Of all of the lies Billy has told, this is by far the worst, at least in a legal sense. This is the kind of lie and attempted cover-up that may legitimately land Billy in prison. Billy is being sued for fraud, and he is lying under oath about receiving money, and at the same time telling the other defendant to lie about it as well. This is truly insane. Billy also got caught in many other very weird lies. He lied about not being a director of the International Video Game Hall of Fame, when everyone else said he was, and he's even listed on the website as a director.
Are you associated with the International Video Game Hall of Fame at all?
I support them however I can.
You're a director, aren't you?
You're wrong. I am not a director.
Have you ever been a director?
No.
Again, it's just hard to emphasize enough that Billy lies about literally everything, even things that make no sense or can be disproven instantly. Another weird lie is that Billy said he has never played Donkey Kong for anyone to help them run tests. During his deposition, he was asked about this, and he said no.
In fact, you helped Carlos in his testing, didn't you?
No.
Not at all? Never once?
Never once.
He was then shown a video of him playing Donkey Kong so that Carlos Pinheiro could run some tests.
Running some video tests. Okay.
I mean, in this video, Carlos literally says he's doing testing and shows Billy playing for him, and Billy's response to this is just crazy.
Did you hear Mr. Pinheiro saying he's conducting a video test?
Yeah, he did.
All right. Did you understand he was conducting a video test when this incident occurred?
And this video was taken?
Yeah, this video thing. You did. Mm-hmm. And you were helping him in his testing, right?
No, I'm playing the game. Okay, if that helps him in his testing, then I'm happy to help him.
You previously denied that you did any help from Mr. Pinheiro in his testing. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Has it changed after watching this?
No.
Billy cannot admit anything. It's a total clown show. Now, at the same time that Twin Galaxies is throwing these allegations at Billy is trying to make everything confidential so that no one in the public can find out what's happening. In their motion, Billy's lawyers attacked Tash for providing me with documents to help in my own lawsuit. They stated, defendant's counsel admitted to providing plaintiff's deposition transcript to Carl Jobs' attorney. Defendant and defendant's counsel did so with full knowledge that Carl Jobs and others would reproduce and post the depositions online to target plaintiff and embarrass and harass any other third-party witnesses. I mean, obviously, the videos I make are very embarrassing for Billy, but I don't post them to embarrass Billy. I make these videos to let everyone know the truth. And of course, to make money. It's my job. What's ironic is that Billy is the one that said everyone should have access to all of the information.
Everything will be transparent. Everything will be available. I wish I had it in my hands right now. I wish I could hand it to you. But it's taken a considerable amount of time. Witnesses, documents, everything will be made available to you. Nothing will be withheld. You absolutely have my commitment to that. You've been at this since 1982, and it's not going to stop now.
Again, Billy knows what is the correct position to have because he says it openly. He says witnesses won't be suppressed, and he says everyone will have access to everything, which is what should happen. But when push comes to shove, his actions are the complete opposite. As part of their motion to try and make everything confidential, Billy's lawyers posted screenshots of uploads, and they are hilarious. Apparently, Blastmaster uploaded Billy's deposition to BitChute. It's just so funny to me that they thought it was a good idea to post a screenshot of my video with the title, Conman Billy Mitchell Caught Faking Evidence. You would think this would be the last thing they would want a judge to see. Do they really think this makes Billy look like a victim? Billy hates the fact that people are learning the truth. It's obviously the last thing that a con artist wants, and he will do everything he can to make sure that you know as little as possible. However, I can assure you that nothing that I post online is confidential, and there is nothing Billy can do about it. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Howdy friends, my name's Milo Rossi, and while it may not look like it, today I'm in a cemetery. Milo, I thought you're supposed to be talking about your book. What are you doing in a cemetery? Well, see, this is not just any cemetery. Today I'm on the outskirts of the Sleepy Hollow Cemetery in Concord, Massachusetts. For any of you who took American history class, you're probably familiar with the significance of this place. Not only does it have a deep-rooted connection with the American Revolution, but it is also the birthplace of transcendentalism. This is a philosophy that I learned about for the first time probably when I was in high school. A way of thinking that champions the sacred relationship between man and nature, and how our daily perceived mundane tasks can be our own sacred rituals. It's a way of thinking that was pioneered by philosophers and writers like Louisa May Alcott, Henry David Thoreau, and Ralph Waldo Emerson. And it's a way of thinking that I've always identified with and been inspired by. And that is why I find myself here today. Because it is in these sacred grounds that those who are responsible for the birth of the transcendentalism movement are buried. I'm sure they would love the fact that there are fucking private jets flying overhead right now. Henry David Thoreau is rolling in his grave. And so it is here in the shade of the trees that will forever watch the great authors that came before me that I would like to share the first piece of literary work that I have ever put into the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and welcome to Chapter 1 of the Encyclopedia of the Weird and Wonderful. As you're watching this video, I'm currently in Peru. Well, not currently. You're watching the video while I'm in Peru. Does this look like Peru to you? And when I'm back, my team and I are going to be full swing on launching Mini Minuteman Phase 3. If you haven't seen my teaser for Phase 3, you should check it out. I don't know why I pointed up like I'm gonna remember to put a card in the video. I am not gonna remember to put a card in the video. And so until Phase 3 launches, Jesus, it's noisy out here. Planes, cicadas. I really need a rocket launcher. But being on that YouTube grind, I know that I need to keep, my content up while I'm waiting for Phase 3 to launch. So without further ado, why don't we get into the Encyclopedia of the Weird and Wonderful? This is my dedication for this book, for my mother's gift of words and my father's sense of purpose. So thank you to both of you for making me who I am today. Introduction. We're all familiar with the phrase, history repeats itself, and while this is most frequently preceded by a sigh and a particularly dour outlook on the current political state, this saying is one that I believe has a much more profound meaning. We tend to view our history as linear, a long string of technological innovations and historical events that brought us to the world we share today. While I would agree that historical events and advancements are for the most part a linear progression, the story of humanity itself is completely different. Our story is not a linear event, but a wheel, an ever-turning cycle as the most incredible species to walk the face of the planet continues to reinvent the world around us despite our most primordial needs and frivolous desires remaining unchanged. You and I are the most recent entry in the book of humankind that has been written for far, far longer than many of us think. Our species, Homo sapiens, has functionally existed as we do today for the last 200,000 years. For the entire duration of this time, our world has been home to people who were exactly like you and I. People who walked upright and carried their children on their backs when the youngsters' little legs were too tired to press on. People who turned their faces towards the sky to laugh as they felt the first heavy drops of rain. In the fall after a summer drought and splashed in the puddles when the deluge subsided, people who felt the flames of love, the elation of laughter, and the stings of loss. If you were to think of any point in history, your mind would likely jump to great events and the places where they occurred. Perhaps the Hittites would come to mind, who, sword in hand, ushered forth the being of the Iron Age. Perhaps your imagination would take you to the stabbing of Julius Caesar on the Senate floor, or to a bloodstained battlefield where the crack of rifle fire and the courageous commands of Major General Meade echo as he led his troops to a decisive victory at the Battle of Gettysburg. But have you ever wondered what it was like to be a mother during the Mesolithic period as the climate shifted and seas rose and wild game migrated? Or what types of dogs paced the wide streets and narrow forest paths of North America as their masters constructed some of the largest earthworks in the world? Or what meals were eaten by starlight under the old growth forests of ancient Europe? Or how China accidentally invented standardized testing by redefining their government? Or what fashion trends shook the mining camps during the California gold rush? With no one left from these times, it can be hard to look back upon the people of the past and think of them as more than just a faceless horde. But it is these average people who make history. With an estimated 120 billion people having lived, breathed, and died on this spinning celestial rock, it is no small wonder that the names that would stand the test of time are those who accomplished great feats, and not those who jumped in a puddle a little too hard and got soaked. Yet there is something about these simple stories that put a smile on our faces, something so timeless about shared human experience that enchants the imagination more than an index of great events in the
That's one of my core tenets, Cash Star, Kevin. Don't
Not buy Cash Star merch.
If I was gonna
Cash Star.
with $1,000, all under,
I'm on credit card. Buy all the merch.
under 10 minutes. How independent are you really if I'm holding you together?
Holy fucking shit, you just graduated from Cash Star Academy.
Picture Chris in here. Yeah. Snuck that in. He's got his face in the heart, too. That's funny. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're coming out with here, amongst other things. Nick's stream went well. Yeah, we're at 2,800 viewers right now? Yeah. Oh, no shit. A lot. How much money we got? 900. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. How much was our runtime? An hour? Okay.
Jerp with the 20 says, hello, love the content. Sam, have you ever heard of Walking Through Walls training program? It was a patent taken out by the U.S. government.
No, I've never heard of that.
And then Dylan Adams with the 20 asks, I bought an 01 Ford Ranger Edge manual for $4,200. Some rust on the frame. Did I pay too much?
A what? A Ford Edge?
A Ford Ranger Edge, 2001 for $42 for rust.
Yes. But, yeah.
So you paid too much?
If it's got frame rust, yeah.
He says a little bit of rust. Some rust.
No, I mean, it's probably fine. But listen, the thing,
I want to talk about this. You go ahead and interrupt me whenever something with the donation. Which, by the way, send more of. The idea of bottom line and top line. Bottom line is like your expenses, right? And this is like people hyper fixate on their expenses because, evolutionarily speaking, for reasons that are evolutionary in nature. Am I making this self clear to you? Am I making this self clear to you? That's what I just said.
Yeah,
I'm making this self clear to you. It's a loss aversion, right? People feel the sting of a loss more than they feel the joy of a gain.
Yeah.
So you're hardwired to avoid losses, not so much to pursue gain. You still try to pursue gain, but if you lose $300, you'll feel that all day. Oh my God, I lost $300. So people come at this thing with cars, with everything. The one that bothers me the most is with audio equipment. Go to YouTube and you type in best microphone for under $200. Okay, what's this one?
Have you watched this?
Not this one. Where is this? Is it awesome? She's gonna drug me later. So hey Joey, what's the best microphone you can get for under $200? YouTube suggestions: best microphone under $100, best microphone under $50.
Under 25.
If you're looking for a $200 microphone and you aspire to be a professional audio person, you should fucking quit.
Yo.
You should quit. If you can't stop spending $400 on weed for 3 weeks and save up for a $1,500 microphone, and what you want to do is some audio related thing, like you think you're gonna be a musician or a podcaster or whatever, and you're using a fucking $150, $149 blue. What's that? People have made there's a point to this, Joey. The point is, you should be willing to. You shouldn't be so focused on loss aversion that you shoot yourself in the face over your primary piece of equipment. That should be where you spend most of your money. Like, and what people spend their money on is like fucking shoes, video games, Steam controller, Nintendo Switch, and then when it's time to like actually buy the thing that's gonna make them money, they get all tight-assed about a price difference of $25. Is this microphone really worth $250? Anybody can, if anybody who wants it can save up enough for a $1,500. How much? Hey Joey, how much is that Neumann thing? No, the one that we have. How much is that one? 700? I'm sorry, but homeless people living in fucking tents can save up $700. What's your excuse, man? What's your excuse? Oh, it's too hard. Oh, I had school class. Like, fucking, if you're dedicating yourself to something with audio, buy an expensive microphone. Stop fucking around. With cars, it's like, listen, if you're out there, if you're fighting for your survival, you have to get off your ass. You have to build something. You have to get something going. You have to get like a hustle going, a skill, a business thing, or whatever. So it's like once you have reliable wheels, you shouldn't like spend 3 weeks mulling back and forth over a $3,000 price difference. It's just not worth it. Yeah. You can get a $60 puppet. You can buy a $600 puppet, Chris. Are we gonna come over here to talk about it though?
We're gonna use it.
I don't think puppets are funny. That's why I don't want you buying a puppet.
They're really fun.
Puppets are funny?
Yeah, if we got a puppet.
Chris, what's the pitch here?
If you had a puppet that looked like you, and then you could just pick it up and be like, let's ask Miss Mini Sam, or some name for it, and you picked him up, you have it was a hand puppet where you can make him talk, and then you can have like a stick for the hand. If you want to like, and then you use like a high pitched voice like, oh, Sam, oh.
And what if you got really good?
That's really funny to me. Well, to me. What does the chat think?
I mean, I spent $100 on the hat for one joke. $60 is pretty good.
Can you wear the hat?
It's not the money that's an issue. I just don't know if I don't think puppets are funny. But I could well be wrong. What does the chat think?
Yeah, a puppet's funny. Sam did a little puppet.
It's like a crank game puppet.
So Chris, can you pitch it one more time?
So a puppet that looks like Sam with the glasses and the beanie, and Sam, that could be, it's not Sam, it's the Sam puppet, or Mini Sam.
So it wouldn't actually be me.
Yeah, so he could say like,
you could say the bad stuff for him.
Yeah, exactly. So,
well, there's probably a limit on that. So I couldn't say certain things to him, right?
you can talk to him.
I can talk to him?
You can bring him home. We can do puppet reads, $20.
There we go. Yeah, you can puppet this. Get the expensive one though.
This week on your mom's house.
So he gets all the hookers and then he goes to the
Yeah.
Very nice guy. So far, this is the most inspirational show I have watched.
That's you.
And why didn't you correct me in that
Correct
moment?
you?
Correct you.
What are we supposed to do?
Yeah. Can you do something different? You look retarded.
Do you
Just
want
to
to see
remove
him
hair from your
trim
body.
his
It's
ball
not
hair?
dirty.
He has it trimming his balls.
Can we talk about Hawaii now?
Welcome to your mom's house.
This episode is brought to you by Satva. Go to satva.com/theshit to get $200 off your next order.
Can I talk like this?
No.
Are you retarded?
That looks
Are you retarded?
terrible.
Who did that?
One of the guys must have said it.
That sounds like my voice.
It did. Who the hell said that?
Did you hear that?
I did.
What?
Was that? Who was that? Someone can do accents in there.
You're retarded. I guess you're retarded. That sounds like my voice. I'm not talking.
You weren't talking?
Are you sure?
One of them does impressions. I forget.
Look, gosh, this is scary. Okay.
All right.
Let's go. Very retarded. That's so cool.
So.
Isn't that crazy? Solo can do your voice
Yeah, he
perfectly.
does it really
That's
well.
scary.
That's
Yeah,
that's
Solo, do
Josh.
another one.
Then why do I come?
Do another one.
You can do it.
Watch, she's gonna do other stuff.
Can't pretend to be me.
Watch, she's gonna do it now. Go ahead.
No?
Are you retarded?
You see him do it?
Did you see that?
Do it again.
Do you think I'm fucking retarded?
That was his other character.
There's so many. Oh man. Are you gonna hold your ear
Don't
the whole
hold
time?
it. It looks terrible.
I don't care.
It looks crazy.
Can I be me?
Can I be me? Okay.
But you sure?
YouTube is trying to fuck our shit. We got to do that.
Then Josh.
Jeez.
What? No, I don't allow that.
I mean, he does accents.
No, that's accents. I don't talk like that.
I don't think you do
When
it.
I say that word, you pay me a lot, so be
Yeah.
careful.
Yeah.
Ghostface Killers is a poet from the streets. That's how I like my MCs.
Yeah, that's cool. 'Cause we're gonna do a little hip hop thing later today, so I'm glad we're doing it.
How did he do this?
Isn't that amazing? He's been working on your accent for years. He's been with us since he was 19, very young. So that's when he started practicing.
Okay, I'm gonna do Christina.
Oh, I can't do her.
It's because your accent is like it's different, you know.
Any. You really need to take a shit. I know you're black and you guys do your own thing, but you still have to shit.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
Isn't that amazing?
I don't know.
He's so talented.
You still have to shit.
Oh, Annie, yeah, he doesn't shit.
Christina's big tits are back on tour. Go see a show, man.
That's smart. Where are you gonna be next?
Guys, October 7th, the Venetian. One night in Las Vegas, and then I go Salt Lake City, Utah. I've added an early Saturday show, so come see me there. And then what else, you guys? Madison, Wisconsin, Comedy Club on State at the end of October.
That's really cool. That is cool.
Yeah. Do you know it? Have you been to Las Vegas?
Okay. Yeah. Do you like the Venetian?
Have you been to Vegas?
You have.
I want to go to the Venetian.
Really?
Yeah. Are you gonna touch your ears the entire
It's
time?
better to touch my ears. I'm somewhere bad, so.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Hey, Charles, can you take that microphone, put it right in front of you?
This thing?
Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
Perfect.
There you go. There she goes.
First of all,
there she comes.
There she goes. Oh, there she. So it's great that you're back. Thank you for coming to
Yes,
visit us in Austin.
thank you. Thank you
so much for
You're
inviting me.
hanging out with your grandbabies.
Oh my God. I have to stop to talk about that.
Yes. I want to talk about my grandbabies.
No, not yours, mine.
Yes.
But these kids never liked me. They were, and you're old. And told me pay them to say on FaceTime, I love your grandma. No, I don't.
I did not pay them.
No, you gave them treats, you tell them to take away stuff. Just say hi to grandma. But your grandma says hi, and then put that face that. Oh, this old woman. I'm gonna.
Okay. We're gonna do the exact detour that I knew we would take. Go come in.
But why?
I don't know.
You don't have to know everything.
No, baby. This is as small as it goes.
Okay, take those out on. He's gonna hook you up.
Maybe sad.
I know. It's a sad. We're gonna attempt. You know.
We're gonna go through. No, I have the fucking thing here.
Yeah, those are cool. You look like you're a rapper. Hey, go. Turn me up my headphones.
Now you look cool.
Yeah.
They look like they're bigger than your head.
They are.
Okay.
Okay, now I
She looks cute. She looks like a koala bear. Doesn't she look like a koala?
Absolutely.
You look sweet.
So you know how the show goes. Every show, there's a little how you doing like we just did, and then we play our opening clip. Are you ready for the opening clip of the show?
Ready.
Okay. Here you go.
Well, now at 5, we want to take a moment to recognize a very special News 6 viewer.
We're excited about this. She has been an avid viewer, we're told, for more than 60 years since News 6 hit the air. Today marks a very special day.
Yeah, we're talking about this lovely lady, and she is celebrating her 100th birthday today.
Okay, first off, I want to say something I've never gotten to say to anybody before. Happy 100th birthday. That is amazing. Oh, well, I want to see a birth certificate, because there's no way you're 100 years old. Is that true?
Oh, very retarded. Anyway, she's
Have yourself a great
beautiful.
day.
I can't believe she's 100 years
That
old.
doesn't make any sense.
No, seriously, it's a blessing to have her around for as long as she is. She looks fantastic, and she's still,
It really does. Yeah, we'll celebrate her 110 as well.
Oh, it's Ryan.
Don't bring anyone into this.
Welcome to your mom's house. With Tom Segura. Welcome to your mom's house.
Oh my God, Tommy.
You gotta jam out to the opening song, man. Move your head.
There you go.
I can't believe it. It was worth to be 100. I can't believe this.
I know.
Yeah. Well, how do you feel?
After this, I feel amazing. Actually, for 100?
Yes.
And with you guys around here?
Unbelievable.
Can I tell you something too?
Yes.
Your son spent a fortune.
Yeah, that's a news team in Orlando. So that aired in Orlando.
Yeah. I think you really love me. I
do,
know
I
you.
love you, yeah.
I know you, but you really, really love me.
Yeah, both of those statements are true. I
That
do.
I am
Really,
100?
well, that you're very annoying, but that I also really, really love you.
He had to ruin it. He cannot do it all
No,
right.
you said both things, so I was just
annoy you, but I
confirm.
don't know why. What do I do to annoy you?
Oh, Lord, who do you want to actually start the list?
You. Start the list.
We're not going to do.
No, because you can't come up with anything.
It's your 100th birthday. I think it should be very positive. You know.
I really feel like 150 now.
Yeah.
You know, by the way, one of the great things, and I would keep this up if I were you, I would start adding a lot of years when people ask you how old you are.
So how could I look?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really works. I did it to a friend of mine as a joke.
Yeah.
I would tell friends of mine that my friend who was 40, I bet he was like 57, and they're like, Jesus, you're 57. Like, everybody who met him was just complimenting, and it exists, for anybody. So
I have done it before.
You have?
Yes.
It's good. It's like when people learn that you speak Chinese, and then they hear you speak English, like, wow, your English is really good, you know? Because we've done that a few times.
Right. Yeah.
I really have done that years ago. I was in my 40s.
Yeah.
And my nephew asked me how old I was, and I told him I was 56. He says, what? He says, so you are older than my mother? I can't believe how good you look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, how old are you turning?
100.
Tell the people.
99.
Tell the people.
I did.
Tell the people the
Okay,
truth.
don't be gross. This is a nice show. You're honoring me.
This is not
And
a
don't
nice
tell me
show.
fast. No.
This is
Okay, I was going to talk about my grandkids.
Oh, we're talking about
Because I was so...
Oh, it's a good transition. Let's talk about the grandkids.
Yeah.
No, because it was so unbelievable. But honestly, I didn't think I was going to cry in this trip, but it really brought me to tears.
Yeah.
So you're
Also-
thinking that we've been training them to be rude to you all the time, and then
I think because I annoy you to hell. The kids know it. And I said, gosh, why do I have to?
This is, I got to tell you something.
Yeah.
I thought something was wrong with him when how happy he was to see you. Because he's never been felt like that. And then what happened was we were in the car, and he goes, I wish I could be home right now to hang out with Grandma. And I almost pulled over. I go, what the hell are you talking about? And he goes, I wish I could hang out with Grandma. And I slow down. I go, are you excited that she's here? And he goes, hell yeah. And I go, why?
Because miracles happen.
Yeah, and this is a real flip for him.
Yeah.
And this is just a natural
He
180.
ran to me, hugged me,
Yeah.
kissed me. I said, this, honestly, you can ask for a better birthday.
have you been giving him candy?
Yeah, what are you even doing?
Nothing.
I told him, cut the shit. Like, tell me the truth, what's going on? And he's just like, I'm really excited to see her. Yeah,
Cut the shit.
really-
That's so weird. I give him love. It's a word that you are not very familiar, but it works. It works. It's all I do.
Now, one of the things, you're also, let me refresh everybody's memory. You're very famous here.
Why do you find this?
Hold on.
Oh, God.
You told me
Oh,
that
God.
we've missed out on some top tier farts because you don't think they're going to be big and then they break records. When are you going to start recording?
Don't do this.
Don't do what?
The stupid thing that you're doing right now.
Why?
What?
I don't want to talk about that.
Mom, that's what everybody wants
That's
to
what
talk
we
about.
want to know. Fartmistress.com. We still have it for you.
Do we still have fartmistress.com?
Yeah.
When are you going to start giving people
You know
what
how
they
many
want?
grandmothers in your age group have websites dedicated to them for this? People love fartmistress.com?
You know, I am not interested in the mistress that kind of farts.
But you're leaving money on the table with every fart you just let go to
Yeah.
waste.
Oh my gosh.
You know how much money you can make on your farts now?
Can I make money in a different way that is not farting?
Not really. I mean, what skills do you have?
I can talk.
Okay.
We've all heard that.
Yeah.
We want to hear the instrument that you play that not everybody knows how. You're a master. There's people that study instruments.
You're determined to humiliate me here.
Not at all.
No,
Not at
you're
all.
honoring
No.
him. He spent a fortune. This cost almost $1 million to get you on Orlando news.
And then you talk about my farts.
Yeah, well, we almost sent them that clip, and then we were like, oh, they're not going to play it. So what's the point? You know?
This is so embarrassing. First you honor me, and then you talk about when am I going to make money by farting.
Well, you bragged. You bragged. When you got to the house, you're like, I had some.
Unfortunately, I have a problem with that.
A problem?
I don't brag about it.
A problem or a gift?
Interesting.
A problem.
Okay.
If you
Most
call
of
that
us-
a gift, if you need to go to a doctor because of that, that's not called a gift. You go to a doctor because you have a problem.
Why do you think you have such powerful farts?
Yeah, what's your theory? Because my dad used to say, oh, I can tell you exactly what causes that kind of fart.
Oh my God, that's his voice.
Yeah. Gay artists have their long intestines are actually longer. Okay. All right. And so your mother and your sister, they have very long gas times. All right.
Actually,
Yeah.
the doctor told me that I have extremely large intestine and it's all.
You know what he's talking about? Yeah.
I just can't believe how
In many ways, you could say that's why you're perfect parents. I mean, you're the fart mistress with the fart interpreter, and you guys were like that's probably what was the glue to the marriage. in many ways.
That's what we love so much.
Yeah.
But do you think it has to do with your diet? You've had a lot of changes in your diet recently. You inform me now. Every time you come into town, I make sure to stock the house with treats that she likes. Starburst candies. You eat those before bed.
Crazy.
Panettone and white wine.
Not
Those are
long
your
ago, also, we
staples.
talked, and I said, "How about daily walks?" And
I didn't know that.
And then you're like, "I'm definitely gonna do this." Wait until you see me next time. And then yesterday you go, "If I don't start moving, I can't tell you what's gonna happen."
That's
Well, only you
all
can do
that
it.
is true.
Yeah.
All that is true.
What do you think keeps you from actually doing that?
I have no idea, but I'm getting worse and worse. I lost the desire, so I sit in my couch, which every time you call, you see me in the same couch, and when I walk, it's to the kitchen to get coffee.
Yeah.
So it's very sad. And my diet is getting worse.
It
and
is.
worse.
What did you have for breakfast today? Let's go
Yeah,
through
let's
that.
go
I had 2 coffees and 2 croissants. No, 1.5.
I see. This is where I get it from. My mother loves croissants. I love croissants.
See?
But I'm trying to abstain.
No, you're just a freak healthy human being.
No.
Who did you get it from?
My mom, my mother.
I wish I can imitate you in one of those things. So I'm not kidding you.
You can do it. Everything that I'm doing, you can do. And then anyone's like, "What do you mean you can't go for daily walks? Why not?"
I can. I fall.
But wait, you fall.
If I walk, I fall because I haven't walked for so long. I'm not kidding.
I'll take you for a walk when we get home today.
Okay.
Will you walk with me?
I will walk with you for a little bit. I cannot walk. You don't understand.
Okay, how long can we walk for?
2 blocks.
2 blocks?
Yes. You can ask Jen. She does everything she can to make me do something.
And then what do you say? You're like, I'm
I have to, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. But by the time I get from my room to the front door, I'm tired.
Maybe it's because of the carbohydrate and sugar diet. Maybe if you add some protein. Do you think that might help with
What's
Just so you know, we are celebrating your 100th birthday
Yes.
this Sunday, and we're going to have food brought into the house. And
normal food?
Well, nothing but your favorites. And I asked Jane, what does Taro love to eat more than anything? You know what she said? Chicken nuggets and French fries. So we're going to have your birthday catered like a toddler.
Yep. And by the way, Christina knew this. She goes, "I'm having somebody prepare for the house. Your mother." I go, "What are you gonna have?" She goes, "Like toddler food, like nuggets." And I go,
This is
"Maybe
actually-
double check with Jane." And Jane's like, "No, you nailed it, 100%."
She's right. Actually,
I think
this is, if you want to give me a better dinner, you cannot do it. This is a birthday
Do
celebration.
you know when we were in Hawaii, one of your favorite subjects? Remember New Year's Eve in Hawaii?
Can we show this?
Yeah. Do you remember Hawaii?
I remember this?
Yes.
But remember we went to a lovely buffet for New Year's Eve?
Oh my God.
And it was like seafood and
Oh
Tony.
my God.
You just said it the way my father would say it,
Yeah.
which was so wrong.
He likes to say it that way.
disgusting
I'm going
healthy
to
food all
the
over.
buffet. Like, what is a
Yeah.
buffet?
Yeah.
And she,
buffet?
but she wouldn't eat anything. And it
No.
was like the crab
I just
legs.
couldn't believe it. Ugh.
And then we went to the
went to
kids
the kids?
camp.
Don't forget my birthday.
She ate the toddler food at the
a
buffet.
3-star Michelin restaurant where she was like,
Yeah, I pass it all to Ryan.
To Ryan, yes.
Everything.
Yeah. He ate doubles of everything.
That was like a once in a lifetime
I love
That's a
restaurant.
literal once in a lifetime meal.
Yeah.
People fly to Chicago to eat that.
It was so
And we were
special.
like,
Wait, and every course had like a story,
Yeah.
and like they light it on fire
I know.
or something. And she
It
was
was
like,
a show.
And then you're like, "Are there birds chirping in here?" And
It was a show that I would never forget.
Yeah, I'll show you.
But the whole time I started thinking, how much is he spending for me to pass
We
this
pulled up the
price?
show list. Yeah. So
What is the show?
No, I'm just getting something ready for you. So since you're not motivated to do things, I have a motivational clip for you.
Okay.
If you get a set of nuts, regardless of your gender, stand up. You're gonna die anyway someday. All of you. And son of a bitch, you're gonna get off the planet alive. Okay? I'm not gonna die on my knees. Fuck that. Okay? And I'm not gonna die like all those guys in the orange suits sitting on the beach, shot in the back of the head. Fuck that. Jump up, kick somebody in the balls, headbutt the motherfucker, break his nose. Okay? Do something. Okay? But like, really? No.
I like this.
Yeah. That's why we play for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he's saying. Do something.
Okay. No. I want to start doing it.
Okay. What are you gonna do?
I want to walk with you today.
Okay. 3 blocks.
Well, it was going to be 2, now it's going to be 3.
Okay.
That's a lot. You don't believe me. When I come back,
I do not
I'm
believe you.
like-
You're correct. I do not believe you.
I am out of breath.
Yeah.
I have every type of problem. I have osteoporosis.
Mhm.
I have, what is it called? Scoliosis.
Mhm.
I have some other problems that I don't want to mention.
Okay.
A cat wants me alive. He wants me to live for a purpose. It's not exactly to say that words,
Mhm.
but I determined to do something as a gratitude for what he has done.
what will you do?
Walk.
Okay.
I like it.
I'm ready. I can't wait.
I promise I'm going to do it. I start today.
Okay.
We find the coolest guys.
Yeah.
This is one of the guys we found online.
These are, yeah, and we're friends with them, and they come over and
Yeah.
hang out
This
with
guy was on the
kids
show a
and
while ago.
stuff.
Check this out.
Justin, I really like your videos, and I hope you continue to do them. And me being blind, please, I'd appreciate you doing them to where I can hear, and I'd like to turn the recorder on when you go into the bathroom, and let me hear you undo your belt, pull your pants down, set the toilet seat down, and sit down and do a good stream of pee in the water and good shit. And
I
for
know,
me,
this
since I
is
can't
not-
see, you could
no,
describe
don't do that to me.
what
No, so this guy we found is a buddy of mine. So he likes to be blind.
I can see it. He enjoys his pee, poop, and the noises of...
But he wants to know the story, like what you ate, why it sounds like that, because he can't see. So he wants
But you don't need the inspiration. It's pee and poop.
But he gets to enjoy the sounds. That's,
Ah.
So I've sent him recordings of me going to the bathroom and.
I don't.
Well, here's the thing.
This is so sick.
Well, okay. He
That's
also.
not funny at all. No, don't keep telling me more about these fascinating guys that you find and you like. This is
Hi, I hope you get this video response. The guy that did the shitting and gave the description of the shit. I would love to talk to him and hear from him.
That was
And I would
tough.
like to
Christina, how you allowed
see more
to do
videos
this?
of him taking a shit. I'm blind.
Change it.
Just like
Don't do
this
the show with me.
recording.
I'll tell you why we connected. I'll tell you why we connected.
Yeah, but you're doing a show with me and showing me this disgusting. It's not part of my show.
I'm telling you why we connected.
Why? Because he shed and you like it.
So no, he wanted to hear videos of guys taking big shits and stuff. So I sent them to him, and then you're gonna meet him on Monday because he also loves aviation. So I've been taking those flying lessons. So
He's a pilot?
No, he's blind. He can't fly. But he loves being around aviation and shitting. So he come. I sent him videos of me on the toilet, and then I sent him videos of me flying.
But he gives him free flying hours.
Yeah. So I take him up sometimes.
He gave you free flying hours?
No.
He owns the
Like
plane.
he owns one of the hangars there. So
Yeah.
he loves being around aircrafts and stuff. And he can't fly. So but he likes to be. And he can't pilot.
But
the
he
plane.
give you a plane to fly?
He doesn't give me the plane. Some of the aircraft are housed in a building he owns. So that's why he got around aviation. know.
Trying to find a friend on YouTube here that would understand and would be willing to share whenever
She's
it's
a good
dumb.
guy. Oh, yeah.
I always have enjoyed poop humor, and that was really a great video.
Thank you.
So I hope you get this. My name is Bob. You can reach me at home. I live alone and always looking for someone to talk to and making new friends.
Great guy.
He's so
I
sweet.
have
It's
to speech
such
on
a
it because I can't, read the information on the screen, so it speaks to me. It's a program called Window Eyes, and it's really neat. So if you'd
would you talk to him?
Talk with me, get to know me a little bit.
Does he talk a little bit clean?
Me as an interesting person, as a blind person. I'm a school teacher. I'm an amateur ham operator. So I'm active in a lot of things. I'm in the church.
So
He's in the church.
He's in the church too.
He's in the church.
So
blind. He needs a friend.
Okay, the real way that we actually really met was when your fart video went viral. So he did a video about how much he loved that video. He's like, I wish he was taking a shit. And then I was like, hey, that's my mom. And he goes, you think she would make me videos? And I was like, probably not.
Can you imagine?
And so then I was like, I'll make a video. So I made videos of me going to the bathroom.
Ay, qué horror. Don't air the show, huh? This is so disgusting.
The video, Anthony Shea,
The whole thing we're talking
August 23rd.
Hold on. Here's the thing. So this guy, this was a...
that was interesting.
This is not
I was
funny.
really great on that.
Listen up, listen.
My name is Bob. I wouldn't mind you doing some more videos like that and sending them to my channel. I like that kind of humor. It was fun.
It's fun. Look how happy he is.
On here is too much clutter and noise and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's making a blind guy happy.
I'd be interested to know what you were showing in the picture since I'm a blind person.
So anyway...
So this show is about this guy. Why am I here?
No. I got some more stuff to show you.
No, this is disgusting.
Why?
No, you know, I feel sad for the blind guy, and I admire him for keeping his spirit. But all she's talking about how much he enjoys somebody poop and how, what does he
Well,
feel.
here's the thing. I think you're going to change your mind on Monday when you meet him. He's a really good guy.
And he talked clean, or the whole thing.
Oh no, he'll talk to you very nice, and then he'll
Aviation.
probably ask me like, would you please record yourself going to the bathroom for me? But you don't have to do that, obviously.
You don't feel like it unless you like him. He's really sweet.
Yeah,
I've done a
right.
few P's for him, and he loves it.
He loves it.
Can we go from here?
Yes.
No, you know what I'm going to say.
Oh, okay.
Can we go to the Apple store and buy me an iPad Pro 15?
For what? But what are you
What's this
doing on
for?
there? It sounds official.
Yes, well,
Like a referee with a whistle.
Can we please do that because my iPad stopped working and
It's not working.
What do you do on there?
Oh my
Like,
God.
do you work
It's
Bejeweled?
Number one, I play Breach online.
Oh.
And now I'm stuck.
Okay.
And I thought it's an emergency.
What do you think of this guy?
What do you think of my iPad?
Where are you gonna get this? Only here, never in the U.S. Say
I can't
all
believe you're
of
doing a show
it.
with me about these things. What is wrong with you?
Can you please just
So why
watch?
are you inviting me to this?
This is not the guy that's diarrhea guy.
No.
But this has nothing to do with poo-poo.
Yeah,
Promise.
here we go.
He's a nice guy.
Where are you gonna get this? Only here, never in the U.S. Say all of you, boy.
I know.
To the Colombia.
Do you remember that guy? You haven't seen him since my wedding. That's my dad.
That's not the dad.
Okay, guys, I had to take a short video. This is what's fine to you.
Just works.
Nice, right?
What is wrong with you? I mean, why are we doing this?
This is to show people what Colombia's like. This guy's down there just meeting people, like telling people what it's like. It's
On
awesome.
tourism, we're trying to help the economy in Colombia.
Yeah.
Like that?
Well, yeah. Guys go down there and spend money. They like
That's really funny.
Another night in Colombia.
What is this story with Colombia?
I love my life.
You're really helping the economy in Colombia now.
Say, I love Colombia. I'm loving like guys. This is Colombia. This one don't
What's
understand
your
like English. No English?
Who's the guy, yeah?
He's one of the coolest guys. He's from New York, and he goes down to Medellin often, and then he posts stuff like this and like tells people about what it's like down there.
And then he visits his grandkids every now and then too, so that's kind of nice. You get to see like that side of him.
So he gets all the cookies and then he goes to his grandkids.
Yeah.
What a nice guy. So far, this is the most inspirational show I have watched.
The holiday rush means more mailing and shipping for your business, but it doesn't have to mean more stress. Stamps.com has been helping businesses like yours save time and money for 25 years, and it can help you get ready for the holiday ramp up. With Stamps.com, all you need is a computer and a printer, and they even send you a free scale, so you'll have everything you need to get started. Get access to the USPS and UPS services you need right from your computer anytime, day or night. No lines, no traffic, and no waiting. And you can get huge carrier discounts up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates to help your bottom line. Stamps.com is my absolute favorite sponsor. We've been using them for years. We did our merchandise with Stamps.com, and it made everything so easy. Get your business ready for the holiday rush. Get started with Stamps.com today. Sign up at Stamps.com/mom for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, plus free postage and a free digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com/mom.
Now I got a wild one that you're not ready for, but I want you to.
Worse than this?
Well, it's kind of different.
I don't want to watch it, huh? No, don't give me this.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair.
Here's what I'll tell you. Here's what I'll
No,
tell
but don't. I don't think it's fair that you bring me here to show me all this farce and
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about life.
Okay, well, have you been to Colombia?
I went to Colombia when I was in my 20s.
What city?
Bogota. And I went for 2 days, and I spent 13 days.
Oh.
And in the meantime, I didn't tell anybody in the house.
What?
And my roommate and the FBI were looking for me.
Oh my God.
Really?
All this is true. She never found out the truth.
What did you think happened?
I thought that I couldn't get a flight. I was working in an airline company, so we went with a friend because we got 2 free tickets to go to New Year's. And, you know, things happen, you meet somebody.
Did you meet a guy like this?
No, I met a real guy, a French guy that was really hot.
Really? I've never heard this before.
Never heard this either.
Dude, you could have been half French. Wait, so what was
And
his
he
name?
spoke perfect Spanish.
What?
And I had a crush on him the second I saw him.
Really?
How old was he?
Like 6 years older than me, maybe 7. I don't know.
He was like, I love it here in Colombia.
Tall,
There
extremely
is
good
so
looking.
much fan here in Colombia. You
And
have
I-
$10, then you
No,
pay.
you know this is a funny story. We were sitting in a hotel. This is really funny.
Yeah.
With his friends, sitting in a hotel outside because a couple of friends were coming to pick us up. And these are friends that she knew from whatever. As we were sitting, she says, turn around, look who's coming. And I turned around because I was not facing the front. And there were 2 guys with 2 ladies coming. And one of them was literally a movie star. So I turned back and I said, oh my God, have you seen that guy? And then she says, they keep coming here, they keep coming here. And then all of a sudden, they came to us. And the guy says, hello, are you doing something? Nice to meet you. And introduce himself. And I was like shaking, you know, when you're that young.
Yeah.
Because- So anyway, they invited us to dinner with these ladies. And I said, we have to go. So we went to our room and she called her friend and got a horrible stomachache. So to please don't come because I was going to rest. So he called her back and he says, I'm coming, bring her some medicine. What kind of pain does she have? She says, no, she wants to be in a dark room with the door closed, so please don't come. We didn't know what to say. That's how rude we were.
Yeah.
So we went out with these guys and the ladies.
How old were you at the time? Like how old?
Probably 22.
Oh, you're very young. Okay.
And so anyway, they end up in these girls after dinner. They invite us to dance and love happens.
Wow.
What?
So he says, when are you leaving? I said, tomorrow. Oh, no, you cannot leave. I said, I had $50 and a carry-on. No carry-on, those things that the car in the time to remember your makeup and underwear and toothbrush. And he said, I lend you the money to stay another night. And like that, we stayed another night and another night and another night.
Wow.
And I just ignored my work, my family,
Holy
my
cow.
poor mother.
You just boning a French guy for a week.
He was boning me. I wasn't boning him.
I said boning.
Boning? No, none of that. A lot of kissing, but not that stupid stuff.
Not that stupid stuff. This is 1931, 32?
I don't know, but that's the time when the people love you,
Yeah.
and they don't necessarily need to do that, but you hook up, you have a great time.
Yeah.
I'm sure he enjoyed this part of my body.
Oh my God.
Not seeing it, touching it.
Touching your big honkers.
Not seeing it.
He was touching your honkers.
Honkers?
Yeah, your honkers, your milk duds.
I don't know, he probably touched him, I can't remember now.
Yeah, but he was probably like, hey, can you put some extra milk in my...
And made it so funny, when we came back,
Latte?
yeah.
He's French, though. They don't.
My friend called her father from the payphone at the airport, and he goes, Papito. And he hung up the phone with her.
Her dad did.
Her dad did. And she said, now what do I do? My father hung up the phone. So I said, let's take a taxi, go to my house. We didn't have a penny.
Right.
So we went to the house, and I rang the door, and we lived with my mother and my family, Tío Lucho, that we live with, opened the door furious at me.
Where have you always been?
Yeah.
Really?
And my mother was behind, and she went, oh, thank you, God, she kneeled in the floor. She said,
So that's your dad?
My mother saw something happen.
Yeah.
So for her, who cares what happened? As long as I'm dead and safe. And so I asked for money to pay the taxi.
Yeah.
And then Maya hid in the bathroom because her father was coming. And she started laughing like crazy. She says, no, what do I do? What do I do? I said, stop laughing. So she hid in the bathroom. I opened the door. And Maya, you could hear her laugh because she was hysterical laughing. And I said, please don't get mad at Maya. I said, can you hear how she's crying? She's crying hysterical. You think that you're upset at her. Please don't put your faces. Okay. But what happened? And I said, we couldn't get a flight because we get free tickets. And the flights were full. He said, but couldn't you send a message? He said, we didn't have a way to send a message. He said, how about to go to the airline company and ask them to send a message?
You guys say 13 days?
Jesus.
God, these French guys must have been really
And
something.
you only went to first base. That's impressive. Those French guys
So
are very
your
aggressive.
frog
too.
and you said he was a movie star. Did she have another frog?
She didn't like him, but she stayed for me.
For you? Well, that's a real friend. She's like, I'll take this stud.
She enjoyed the time. Yes.
Yeah.
So why did you keep in touch with Pierre, or did what
He
happened?
lived in Lima.
What?
Yes.
So there was no chance
So
of anything?
Yes. And the minute I arrived in Lima, I didn't like him.
What?
Yeah, I know what this is. This is vacation vibes.
Yeah.
You're in a certain environment, you're like, this is
Yeah.
great, and then you leave the
That's so
environment,
true.
you're like,
The romance is gone.
Oh my
It's
God,
not
it's
exotic.
like, ugh.
Yeah.
So I knew where he worked because he gave me all the.
Sure.
I took money from my salary, and I went to his office, and he went like open arms, and I like.
wow. That's very youthful to do
Isn't
that
that
stuff.
weird?
No,
Yeah.
I think it's actually very relatable because there's things where like when you're on vacation, you go like, oh, it's like it's the environment, and then you leave the environment.
I mean,
and
what was that?
And also you're young. You're very young. When this happens. Now, more importantly,
What's your pronoun?
now didn't you say that you were at the doctor or the hospital? I saved this. I didn't tell Christina because you have to say this on the show. And they were like, what's your birth? What's your gender?
Oh my God.
And
I
you
went to
were
the
like,
doctor's office and they gave me a paper to fill out.
Yeah.
Okay, name, they gave my name. Sex, female. Mr. or Mrs. or whatever. Mrs. What was your date of birth? And so, when you were born, what gender were you? And I said, woman. How would you like to be called? By my name. And sex? I said, I already say it. Female. This is at the doctor's office. Maybe I should say it, but because that's a new thing. No?
Yeah.
It's wild.
No, this is ridiculous.
It's too much.
Yeah.
It's just silly.
looks like a fucking boy.
Okay, now
Have you ever felt like a man? Have you ever felt like maybe you could be a pronoun changer? Like, I'll
Not
tell you-
even close.
Really?
But I did have women who like me.
Who?
Oh, I don't know them.
You don't know them?
No, because one time we went to a casino with James. I think you were there, Tony. Remember?
Yeah.
And I went downstairs to get a coffee or Coke or something. And there was a woman with a big boobs and tried to make a pass on me.
Wow.
there's a lady in LA who cut your hair that liked you.
Oh my God. She shaved my hair.
Yeah, and then
Because I
dad
was so entertained cutting my hair.
Dad was very not happy.
That was.
You walked up the driveway. I'll never forget. I'm standing in my
That was a
apartment,
man.
and he goes,
Funniest movie.
ah, shit.
Yeah.
And I go,
That's exactly how
I go, what? He goes, your mom looks like a.
I know. I did. She literally. Don't you
I remember. And
She sent me there.
Yeah, I remember.
Don't you dare. Oh no. I wanted you to go to Alan Martinez.
You took me there and you laughed non-stop as she was cutting my hair. I'm looking at you from the mirror and you're holding the dog.
No, negative. I wanted you to see Alan, my guy I've been going to for 20 some years.
Christina.
But you didn't want to, I think, either wait for the appointment
That
because
was
he
what it
wasn't available.
That is true. You went to the second option because the top option was not available at the moment you wanted it. You're like, I want to do it now.
Right now.
I have a change.
Yeah, I know
And
you
then
have
we
changed.
went down the street to a gay, because we lived in a gay
Yeah.
neighborhood
Yeah.
in Silver Lake,
Yeah.
and this lesbian
Yeah.
loved your mom.
She did, yeah.
But we became a
Shit,
couple, so
yeah.
I had to have my hair like
No,
her.
the best part is she gave your mother her haircut.
Yeah, I remember when
It
you
was
walked up, I was
amazing.
like,
She
wow.
keeps cutting and cutting, and I keep looking at Christina from the mirror and she's just
I was laughing so fucking
She's laughing the whole time.
I was like, and then the best part is like, when you get a bad haircut and you're already like, just get me out of here.
Yeah.
Let me get home so that I can style it better. Maybe
Yeah,
I can
don't style
salvage.
it.
The best part is like, we already know the haircut is doomed.
Yeah.
It's already a disaster. And then she's fashioning it
Yes,
into a faux
yeah,
hawk.
she did what is
Yeah,
the gel?
yeah, yeah.
A faux hawk on your mother, and I was dying.
You know,
Christina in the meantime had the time of her life. It
I
was
was
a show for her.
laughing so hard
sounds funny.
because the look on her
It
mother's
wasn't
face,
funny at all.
the look on Charles' face when the woman was like styling it into a mohawk, she was like,
the mirror is facing Christina behind, just having fun.
Yeah.
Petting a little dog and he being a screw. That was her show. And I paid for that.
I remember.
And we had a big hug goodbye. That
yeah, she loved
Now
you.
you also had a haircut recently because Jane told me she was like, yeah, she just like gave herself a haircut. And then you said you
No.
also you got a haircut by somebody who like she doesn't like when the lights are on, like in her apartment. She's like, I don't like it's too bright in here. And you're like, it's all screwed up. You got the lights aren't on.
No, this is,
likes her
it's literally
haircut.
true.
Yeah.
I really like her.
Yeah.
And I won't change her.
Yeah.
But it
You
bothers
should
me
change
that
her.
I cannot see. And I asked her, she says, next time you're going to see the difference. She said, but I can see better without the light. I said, but I don't see what you're
Without the
doing.
light for a haircut.
But isn't this a good haircut?
And then you look good. Now, last time you were here, everybody went crazy, and there were memes made about you. You know what those are? Internet memes. Well, look up here on the screen. People made these. I'm a chicken farmer.
Oh,
with my
they
sweet
make
Charo.
fun of me.
Yeah, this
Like
is
a
because
chicken.
you had different hair last time. You remember? So this is
Oh,
Charo.
I have to take this thing off. Can you give me things like Jordan?
No.
I can see without it.
No.
I look like a doctor or like a grandmother.
Yeah. So they said this is you.
I'm a
Okay.
chicken family with Nancy Charo. That's all man.
Charo Rec 10 milligrams ain't shit. Takes 20 milligrams.
This is honoring me today for my 100th birthday.
Yeah. The fart mystery. Yeah, because that was your hair. See, now that you look at you on the last one, that's you last time, and then you go, oh yeah, that's pretty accurate.
How do I look now? What
You look
can I
great.
say?
You look great.
yeah.
No,
Look
you
at
look great and she said you look better.
And you just can't stop looking about Hawaii.
Oh my God. How did you get that he's saying.
People make this, so they all made this about you, Charo.
Oh my gosh.
Can we talk about the Hawaii? Let's talk about the Hawaii. Can we talk about the Hawaii? Let's talk about the Hawaii.
I'm not talking about Hawaii. I told me. Is that how my hair was really?
Yeah, that's a photo of you. Yes, that's you.
And why didn't you correct me in that
Correct
moment?
you?
Correct
What were we supposed to do?
I tell me do something with your hair, you look retarded. That's horrendous. No wonder why they make fun of me.
Yeah. Well.
They call me, what is the bird?
Big Bird.
Big Bird, yeah.
It's okay, they call me Miss Crazy.
This is how hairy my butt is right now.
This is a
Ah,
real.
no, this is like
This is a YouTube video. It's on YouTube.
I don't accept this.
I know, but
You cannot put it in my show. I cannot accept that. No. Absolutely.
It's a shaving video. It's
You
not
don't know how Nair
hair.
works there.
Tony, please don't put that in my show. No, don't invite me and put stuff like that. No,
No, have you ever removed hair from your body using Nair, the product Nair? This is a hair removal video. It's not what you think it is.
Yeah,
it's on YouTube. You can watch it on
Yeah,
YouTube.
but you cannot
It's
put it
clean.
in the show that you're inviting me.
Well, I mean, we're supposed to
It's
show
educational.
we're allowed to show educational stuff. This
No,
is
but no
all.
education. I am not here to educate anybody.
But it's just for hair removal video.
Yeah, but then remove your hair and use Nair.
This is just a hair removal.
No,
But how do you know how it works? You don't know how it works.
I don't care how it works. Remove it, please.
But you
That's
don't
what
even
he's gonna do.
know.
He's gonna remove it.
Remove this clip,
Oh.
please. No, but some respect. I mean, yeah, no. No, I know.
You don't want to know about hair removal?
No, yeah, that's just as slow as it goes.
Nobody knows how the Nair
Well, I
works.
care, and now you will watch a show about hair removal.
How many views does this have?
Like
45 million.
Oh my
Good.
gosh.
Right, he doesn't need 46 million. He got enough. Remove it.
You really want to see this?
100% no. Just disgusting to extreme.
He also has. Okay.
But
Let's
why
see.
have you become so dirty? What is the need of this?
What? It's not. It's an education. I swear to God, Henry, it's an educational video. It's on YouTube. It's
You
just to
wanna see
remove
him
hair from your
trim
body.
his
It's
ball
not
hair?
dirty.
He has it trimming his balls.
Can we talk about Hawaii now? Please, this is yes.
How about he has how to use a butt plug?
Do you know what that is? I don't even know what that
I
is.
don't either.
How to finger your butt? You got to trim your nails and everything when you put fingers in your puto.
I Tommy, please.
Okay, all right, geez,
Have some respect for your
I
mother.
do respect. I'm just trying to like.
Look, I think you're taking me directly to the Apple store now. Now it's not request.
Okay.
This is
My
so
stomach hurts so bad from that.
Christina,
Yeah,
please.
please what?
You need to leave. Do this.
You need to leave. You need to leave.
Palate cleanser.
Oh,
his hand?
you need to leave. And his head.
Wow.
Dang.
He mad, he crashed.
Yeah, he's mad he crashed.
So he's screwing his own car?
Yeah, because he's embarrassed, I think, too. Yeah.
You know where to send him.
Where? Apple Store?
No. People like me go to Apple Store. He go to institution.
Oh, you think this guy needs to be institutionalized?
Well, of course, Tommy. You see, I'm gonna have to crash and destroy my car more because I crashed it.
Yeah, he got very emotional there.
By the way, I want Christina's car.
Very nice.
So yeah, make two lists.
Okay.
Today the Apple Store. Soon there.
Now we have something ready.
No grotesque. Huh?
Not butthole hair. Do you want to see how the impressive part of how it looks at the end after the Nair?
Absolutely no.
But it's just skin.
No, Christina,
It's
please.
just
But it was a bunch of hair.
I have zero interest in this thing.
There was a bunch of hair in
No,
it.
absolutely no.
And now there's no hair.
You've never
Okay.
done waxings?
No.
Don't you want to see how clean and smooth he looks?
No. You can watch it 50 times.
Hold on, let's just see. Okay, look
This is how my butt looks pre-rinse and pre-shower and post.
I am
hair
no
removal
racist. I am no
Just
racist.
come in
I am
here,
no
in
racist.
the area and come back and show you what the results are. All right, guys, I'm back from my shower. Did my nighttime skincare. This is how my butt looks post-shower,
Just look,
post-rinse,
please.
and post
Post
hair
hair.
removal.
There's no hair now.
No, it's a bat. Why do I want to be in your show watching a bat?
It's a little Asian guy.
It's a little
He's practically a
Asian. There's no
woman.
hair
I
there.
watch romantic shows.
Obviously, there are some hairs on my cheeks
Can
still,
we
like
put something
straight hairs.
clean?
but-
Please, let's talk about something else.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Did you ever wax your stuff down there or shave? Do you
No.
shave? No?
Yes, I shave.
Yeah, I'm a shaver. I'm not a waxer. I'm afraid to.
I
It
shave
hurts.
it because of Jane, by the way.
Really?
I never forget that.
Yeah, my dad was really heartbroken.
It's Jane's fault.
He was
I was
Really?
taking a shower like the first time she walked in the
I wish
shower,
your mother
and she
would
saw me
come
there.
down
And she said, "That's disgusting." And I said, "What? How can you have hair there?" And I said, "What?" I said, "Ma'am, men don't like that. You have to shave it immediately, everything." So I saw that.
Just like the gays.
Okay, so
Like the gays?
Yeah,
They
the
shave?
gays shave a lot. They shave a lot.
How
Yeah.
do you know you ever watched them?
We're just watching
Yeah,
together.
guys,
Yeah.
You go watch gays?
We just watched one together. The gays from their hair. Yeah.
This conversation is going to.
Okay, now it's time for is this hilarious
Or what?
or horrible?
Okay, is this kind of dirty?
No,
No,
okay,
that's
okay.
clean.
Ready?
There's no assholes.
Okay, here we go.
Ah! Ay, qué horror!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hilarious or
Somebody
not?
fell down.
Absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that was bad.
That was a dumb question.
Well,
I
mean,
thought it was funny how they all fell down after.
that was kind of funny the way that it fell
Yeah.
Yeah, they were
together.
humorous.
But the bus hitting them was not cool.
Well, they should have known the bus was coming.
He was out of the bike lane, to be fair. That's
Oh,
You wanna
that's
see it
what
again?
happens. Yeah, let me
so
see it again.
how this guy, the bike lane is to the left from
Yeah.
where that line is.
Yeah.
And look at that guy on the right. On the far right, he's riding in the
Yeah,
street.
he's out of bounds.
So the bus is basically saying, like, he's giving him a nudge, like, hey, buddy, you know,
Just a
move
nudge.
over. Just
Yeah.
move. So the bus,
Ay, qué horror.
yeah, the bus just gives him a little wink.
Yeah, and the
Little-
bus could move a little bit more to those.
yeah, but it was a
Yeah,
little
he's-
love tap, you know, just.
Ay, qué horror. Ay!
All right, so there's no laughs on that one. Let's
I
move
liked
on.
it, Tom. I thought that was
Yeah,
hilarious.
okay.
I liked watching them all fall after him, you know, like a domino.
So for you, it's fun
That was
to
pretty
see people
funny.
being hurt.
Absolutely
Just that
not,
time.
no,
Just
yeah.
that time. Yeah.
Let's see this next one. See if we get some LOLs on this one.
Ay, qué
Oh,
horror.
wait, look. He's okay.
What?
Yeah, he's okay.
Why
Took
did he
off
run away?
I think he stole it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think he stole it. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, so you like that one?
I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, if he's perfectly fine, he stole a bike and then he took off and nothing happened.
Yeah.
But he survived. That's cool.
All right, we're
Wow.
1 out of 2.
Ay, no, 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 no!
It's okay. Look, he's okay. He's okay. He's totally fine.
Ay, qué horror!
Yeah.
He just got up like nothing happened. That was
Ay, qué
crazy. He's
horror.
like, thank you,
And we
lady.
checked on him, and he's okay. He's fine.
How did you check with him?
Because the video was sent in, and we were able to reply. And
And he's absolutely fine?
He's totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Barely scratched.
Yeah,
Barely
not
scratched.
even that big of a
Looks
deal.
like he crashed that windshield pretty hard, but other than that, yeah. Also, you have to give him credit for how many times he flipped.
That was amazing. It
Yeah.
was like Gumby, though. He just bounced.
Yeah,
But
this
he's,
is what
he's
was-
long and lean.
I
too.
didn't see it.
Dang, like a ragdoll.
Yeah, and look at the
Damn,
top right up.
That's right up.
Yeah.
He didn't
He's
break
like,
his arm.
"Oh, shit."
Do
Yeah.
you think this is just made up?
No,
No, this is real.
That's real.
Yeah,
Shit.
it's real.
Dude, he just like he's
Anyway,
limp.
Oh, you
No,
would,
you would
you
break.
would run after that.
He would break.
I think that's the
Wow.
motivation you need. Okay, let's see if we got
That was so
another one
cool.
here.
Thanks,
See if we can get some giggles out of you.
Did you hear a fart?
Yeah, he farted. He farted. Yeah, listen.
I don't know, you guys have the capacity to fart in the middle of this.
It's
That
pretty
wasn't a
loud.
fart, that was a noise from falling into pieces.
No, that's a fart.
Ah, yes, I heard it.
Yeah,
That was soupy.
Yeah, it's a soupy. It was a soupy part. Yeah.
Yeah. That was disgusting.
Yeah. He also he's deeply traumatized. You know, his insides are very dark. He probably tore his hamstring, some of his joints snapped in half. Yeah.
And when you do your comedy, it's also like this.
The stand-up?
Yeah.
It's very similar. Yeah.
So everything is dirty and soupy. And
Soupy. It's a lot of soupy parts in the
Soupy,
stand-up.
poopy,
Yeah.
yeah.
I wonder why I can do it anymore.
Yeah.
You said that. How do you feel when you watch that?
how do I feel?
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I didn't realize that he was farting, so I was feeling sorry for him.
Yeah.
Until Tommy made me notice the thing. So I went from sad to
Because it was like a wasted fart that nobody heard, really?
No,
Oh.
because he was sad that the guy fell down and hurt like this.
Oh,
But
okay.
you guys emphasize what is not important. No, it's okay.
I mean, I think it's the most important part.
Facial healing is for farts.
It was a good fart.
We do have a good ear for farts. Yeah.
But it was a really good fart. It went to waste. I don't even think his friend heard it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bummer, you know?
Mom, do you want to see inmate pen pal videos or Daddy DeMarco?
Well, do pen pals.
You do pen pals?
I don't even know what it is.
Are you looking for love? Are you single? You can find quality guys that aren't going to leave or cheat on you. That's what I like about these guys. I'm just saying if I were single again, this might be the pool that I would go to. They're nice dudes.
And then once you watch the video, I'm going to ask you to guess something. Okay?
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm locked up in Idaho. My IDOC number's I'm looking for some pen pals to write and share what I got with, which is plentiful. I'm an entrepreneur/artist. Been doing it for a long time. I really hope to hear from somebody. Hit me up, and will be posted on the
Business
video.
guy? He does his own businesses?
Yeah.
He's an
He's a
entrepreneur.
nice
Super
guy.
nice guy. Would you date him?
Would you go out on a date with him?
That's not for a day, he's in jail.
Well, that's he's trying to connect with people.
To just somebody to talk to.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a date, but to talk.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think he's locked up for?
He could kill somebody.
No.
He says he's an
You gotta get closer to
entrepreneur.
your mic, though. You gotta move your mic, okay? There we go. Okay, what's your guess?
She thinks
You
he's
said he
killed
didn't kill
somebody.
somebody, so.
I think he's a drug dealer, entrepreneur,
No.
drugs, focus.
Okay, drugs, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, he's possession of controlled substances.
Hey! You know, the more we watch these, I feel like I'm getting better now.
Yeah.
Because I've been
Hey, how you
practicing.
doing? My name's Greg. Just thought I'd throw myself out here and see what's going on out there in the world. Looking for some good conversation, whatever. If it goes farther than that, whatever. If not, I don't know. I'm just looking to meet some cool people and
Okay, it's a
yeah,
loser.
hit me up.
Think so?
Oh my gosh, whatever. No.
You think Greg's a loser?
I completely.
Okay.
He has no conversation whatsoever.
Oh, you think his conversation skills are
Well,
low?
why would you like to have a conversation with somebody that says, hey, whatever, and I want to meet somebody, whatever, I'm just looking at the world outside to see if somebody wants to talk or whatever?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be offering
Yeah.
much.
That's a nice, clean guy with zero IQ.
Right. He doesn't have a lot
He hasn't done anything
nothing
killer.
impressive. Yeah, I'm going to go for like robbery.
Yeah.
What do you think he did?
Okay, well, your instinct is right that he's a loser,
Yeah.
but that he didn't do anything is very wrong.
You're kidding.
He killed his own daughter.
What?
Yeah, who's a baby, 7-week-old daughter.
Aye!
Yeah.
He's a monster.
He's a monster. He's a monster, but as he likes to say,
Aye. Whatever.
Whatever.
Wow, that
Aye,
guy.
Tom, is this for real?
that's for real, yeah.
He killed his baby
He
daughter?
killed his baby daughter, yeah.
Dang.
I hope they keep him there for life and never find
Well,
a
he
person
will.
to talk to.
Yeah, he will. But if you want to write him a letter, Gregory's serving some time. He's going to say what's up or whatever.
And you mind when we like to him?
Yeah, I think.
He's so carefree.
Yeah, he's very chill.
I'm like, the guy has not a care in the
He
world.
doesn't have the heart.
Well,
No.
yeah, there's a good chance that he
doesn't
has
have
a personality disorder.
A good chance. If you are capable of killing your own daughter and then go like this, so cool like that, if you do something like that, which is horrible, you get so traumatized
Yeah.
that somebody has to try to lift you up to get over the stupid and horrible thing you did. Hey, whatever, I just want to hear it.
Yeah.
Get out
Okay,
with
let's
the
try
world.
a few more.
Yeah.
That was
Oh, gosh.
crazy.
I've been laying pipe for years. I like fat bitches, fat cars, and tattoos. Anything else probably for you.
I have no idea what he's saying.
So he said he's good at sex. He's been giving it hard to women for years. And he
Oh.
likes fat bitches and fast cars.
Ah.
And if you don't like that, he might not be for you.
Okay, he's a villain. He went to extreme in somebody and he's just missing it and he wants more. That's exactly what he is. And I'm writing that.
This is one of the few where it doesn't have what he's in for, actually.
That's
so.
the reason I tell you.
Okay. All
Oh
right.
my gosh.
Hit him up on JPEG.
I feel like Christina would connect with this guy.
Wait, let me see him again.
I feel like you would like
I
him.
like his sense of humor.
What did I tell you?
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
Can I tell you what I like is when the inmates come to the phone and they've got like a little rap. You know what I'm saying? Like he thought like, hey, what's up, LA Pipe? I'm into the fat bitches and then like they
What
have
did I
something to say. Like the other guy was like, whatever, whatever. But
She
this
likes
guy,
he's got something to say.
he came with like a thought in his head,
Yeah.
and I really respect that about
Yeah,
JPEG.
Respect that?
Respect. Yeah.
Respect.
Interesting choice of words.
Yeah.
I've been laying pipe for years.
That's fine, LOL.
I like fat bitches, fat cars, and tattoos. Anything else probably for you.
He can maybe put the two here and do.
That'd be awesome. He likes fat bitches. That's cool. The bar's very low for me to keep my weight down, which would be cool.
Oh.
Okay, ready?
He's very accepting.
And then one more, and we'll move on.
Bro, my name is Joshua, but in here everybody just calls me Cookie.
Oh, Cookie.
Currently locked up in
Sweet.
Idaho. My IDOC on JPay is. And honestly, I'm looking for that once in a lifetime. I really want the golden ticket type of love. So if you think that could be you and we can make magic together, maybe I could be your Dr. Love. Let me know, baby.
It's not sweet.
I like him.
Yeah.
He's
Nice.
quite a terrible killer too.
No.
But I like him.
Is he your favorite out of all the suitors?
Yes.
Yeah. Me too. Sweet.
What's your guess?
All right, I'm gonna
He's a
go.
horrible criminal.
Yeah, there's a teardrop tattoo that implies that he's killed somebody. He's probably in a gang stuff.
Yeah, but you know what? He has the charm
I know.
to do anything wrong and still he just. I
Sweet.
like him. My
I know.
favorite.
Your favorite?
I think
How many
gang.
people did he kill?
Well, he got a DUI.
Oh, that's not
But then he killed somebody during the DUI, so he got hit by
Manslaughter?
So he by accident.
By accident, yeah.
So he's not a killer.
Well, he is, but he's not an intentional killer.
Well, he is because he was drunk.
Right.
And then unintentionally you get upset and boom.
Yeah, and I think their family would love to hear this explanation. Yeah, the victim would be like, hey, it's not a bad guy. Give him a break. It's
No,
fucking
but you know, if you are drunk, that's the problem with drinking.
Yeah, exactly.
You can do stupid stuff like that,
Well,
but it's not killing.
enough dudes. How about me? I can play a little bit here. Hold on.
Okay.
Hello.
Hit me up on JPay.
He's pretty.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, I love the minimalist.
Right,
It was just,
yeah.
what's up, hit me up, and that little hand sign.
Yeah.
I think I feel comfortable saying that I'm very intrigued.
Yeah.
I like her physically. I like that she's not too much of a yapper. I hate yappers. Oh, I'm feeling this today. Shut up.
See, this
You
is the
know?
difference between men and women. Like, men only go for the looks first.
Yeah.
So she knows that. She's like, look, I'm a smoke show.
That's it,
I'm,
talk.
I'm the hottest chick in Idaho. This is it. Just
I like
look
her.
at me, and she's smart. She
You
knows
nailed
men.
it, Christina.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
The other guys know to go for
Yeah.
heartstrings.
Yeah.
Well, she is incarcerated for burglary. She's still money and lottery tickets from a business. That to me is not even a criminal.
Small potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah.
She's cool.
But she's cool.
I welcome her into our throuple con.
Well, I'd love for that to happen very soon. I know that Christina likes Latin guys. You're
Do
one more for
love
her.
My name is Luis. I go by Choco.
Choco.
So you want some of these?
Hey, Choco. It's what's up?
Explain.
Doesn't even have a muscle.
You want some of these?
Okay. What's that?
Give me a JP and I shoot you a pair. All right, take care of yourself, baby.
You probably made this.
I
You made this.
think
You think so?
I don't. If you want some of this, I can show you an arm like mine.
Yeah, that's true. He wasn't very muscular.
You want some of this, or you want some of this, and you want this, and don't know what is that.
You don't like a man that can make you jewelry? He's making you necklaces and stuff.
I thought you like jewelry. I love jewelry, but I don't need that man. I just want the jewelry.
So you're not a fan?
Zero fun.
Luis, his eye contact was a very intense stare.
Very intense.
Very scary.
But can you put somebody can be attractive Latin guy that have something? This guy have nothing. I actually feel sorry for him.
He has a skill. But listen, in prison, if you have a skill, you're going to go far. And he can make you necklaces. That's what he's showing you.
He's
This is
not
my
going to
prison
go far,
skill.
Christina. He's going to go from one room to the next one in jail. That's all.
All right, well, Luis is in for incarcerated for trafficking 4.5 ounces of heroin. Got caught being found passed out in a car during a lunch break. So he passed out and got himself in a wee bit of trouble.
Heron.
Heron, 4.5 ounces will get you locked up. All right, one more. Hopefully this is the guy that you're looking for, Mom. Here we go.
Oh, I like him. Hey.
Because I'm a little flirt. Or maybe just because I'm just a little toxic. I don't know. I ain't trying to get into all the details just yet. I'm trying to focus on putting a smile on your face, making you laugh.
A smile on her face.
If you get to know me, go ahead and hit me up on JPEG. Hey, but don't you worry. We'll get to that toxic shit later.
Oh, God.
What do you think about Puppet?
Are you out of your mind? How can I like him?
Oh, okay, I don't know.
He's just intoxicated, and I have known that he's getting intoxicated.
No,
But
toxic.
Toxic is not the drugs.
No. He's like, I have a bit of a toxic quality.
You know what's good about him? He's self-aware. He's
Yeah.
like, these are my bad qualities. I'm
Meaning,
just letting you know.
I have some bad qualities about me.
He's very aware. I like that about Puppet.
He's honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no interest in improving.
Well,
yeah,
he's-
there's some stuff that you're gonna have to deal with.
No,
what do you
no,
say?
thank you. Zero.
Okay.
Wow, you're so like, you're kind of
I
quiet,
like
you know?
the black kid at the beginning.
Yeah.
That's my
You
guy.
even were a good defense attorney. Like, the guy's drunk. What do you want? Bust the guy's balls forever? It's a drunk guy.
That wasn't a big deal. That would be my guy.
That would be my guy.
A bunch of people.
Puppet.
You know what you think Puppet did?
I like Puppet. He's a gangbanger, obviously,
Yeah.
because he's got the name Puppet.
Yeah,
He's just like in a gang. He's in like Soy Mills or whatever, fucking MS-13.
Let's not guess. What are you guessing the charges, Mom?
And this one?
Yeah.
Drugs.
Yeah, he's a banger.
All right, he is incarcerated for robbery and burglary, and then he threatened the victim, pistol whipped them, and stole their boots and money.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
How are you not a defense
He
attorney?
stole jewelry.
Okay, let me read the whole thing again,
Yeah.
so you can clock in when you're ready for this.
Yeah.
Robbery
Yeah.
and burglary.
Yeah.
He then threatened the victim,
Yeah.
pistol whipped them. That
Yeah,
means
but Fred didn't do anything.
okay,
Right.
the next sentence is he pistol whipped them. That means you take a handgun
Yeah.
and you hit somebody with the gun.
Okay.
Okay, and then he stole their boots and money.
He needs shoes.
That's not something to put you in jail for.
Yeah, I agree.
No. Everybody would be in jail for stuff like this.
What? Who? Who do you know?
Tommy, this is happening all the time. No, this is nothing.
I think you found your
You
pen
show
pal.
me a
I
guy.
think his name
You
is
show me a guy
Vicente.
who killed his daughter.
Yeah.
And then you show me a guy who did robbery.
Okay, well, hey, Vicente, do you want to hit my mom?
Because I'm a little flirt.
She's a little flirt too, and she doesn't see anything wrong with what you did.
I would be a great lawyer.
I'm a little
I
And I
believe
would win the
this.
case.
I
Because
believe
I'm
this.
fair. So if it's fair, I'm going to be fair.
I feel like you're sympathetic to robbery, and drunk driving.
But it's not something that I'm going to put people in jail because.
But that's what I mean. You're sympathetic. You don't consider that to be a crime worth like putting somebody in prison for. Like I think murder. Like is murder where you draw the line?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Would have drawn the line, no.
Like but you would date these guys, but just not the murderer.
I wouldn't date any of these guys.
But you don't.
I would let him pass. I mean,
Sure, I'm just saying for the sake of like conversation, like you have to choose one of these gentlemen.
If I have to choose?
Yeah.
Oh God. Which one was the one I chose before?
The black guy, the sweet black guy.
What did he do?
He was drunk, and then he killed somebody by accident.
No.
What was an accident? What was an accident? He was driving drunk, and somebody died.
Yeah, but then you kill it. No kill it. So no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So then it's Vicente.
Vicente?
This guy didn't do anything. He pistol whipped somebody.
Look at him. What would I want to talk? Hey, you. What's up, man?
Okay.
What's up? Be cool. Looking for somebody else in the world.
All right, you want to see Daddy DeMarco some TikToks?
Okay.
You know what I love?
Okay. We'll get you over there.
What do you love?
I don't know. You show daddy. See
Well, we are talking about jail. Let's see what
Yeah,
he
it's
says
kind of a
about
nice thread.
What's it like to be gay and be in jail? Like, were there a lot of homophobia? How did you deal with it?
I've seen a lot of people that is like open gay and they get, trying to say picked on, name calling, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? Even robbed and things like that. But when it came to me, I was like a different type of breed of gay. I was like a gay that can fight and a gay that will check you up so fast that dudes had no other choice to who I was.
Who's
the type of
this
individual that had a lot of
Marco?
No, the black guy is.
Ah.
So you got a lot of gangs in there that I was controlling. So when they see somebody that's gay like me and controlling people that they're scared of, there was a problem. They're scared of a group of people that I control, and I'm gay. So at the end of the day, I became like the Godfather. Daddy DeMarco.
Gay Godfather.
Gay Godfather. Daddy DeMarco.
So he's telling us what it's like to be, gay and in jail, but you're him.
But if you're him, you're the king.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Well, good for him.
Good for him.
Have I even tried that?
Yeah, jail or
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. No, that's for Daddy DeMarco.
That is kind of cool for him though, daddy. When you think about it, what an ideal sitch. Like if he's like king of that jungle, like he's like I'm the gayest motherfucker in here.
Yeah.
Idea.
And he's so around dudes all the time.
Yeah. Oh my God! Before we go, I forgot this. You know that I did my, this company here, Liquid Death.
No.
This is a water brand.
Oh, it's water?
Yeah, it's water.
Oh.
So I just did a commercial for them, and it came out this week.
Okay,
you want to see it?
Yeah.
This is good.
You're gonna love this. It's so good. It's so funny.
Segura Recycling Glory Hole by Liquid Death, because there's nothing more glorious than saving the planet. Everybody, I'm Tom Segura, and I'm partnering with Liquid Death to launch my very own Glory Hole. That's right, just walk up and slide your junk right in there.
Hey, yo, you take my junk?
Unfortunately, no. Plastic isn't actually recyclable. 95% of it gets sent to landfills.
Hey, can I stick my big can in there?
Is it too big? My mouth will take tall boys of all sizes. How much I gotta pay? Go to liquiddeath.com and make a one-time payment, and then you can use it again and again as many times as you want.
Don't forget, Tom, women can use it too.
I love it.
Becky, it's 2023. Everyone can recycle.
I love it.
My Glory Hole is perfect for all sorts of occasions. Pool parties, office parties, retirement parties, divorce, whatever makes you happy and you want to celebrate, use my mouth. So what are you waiting for? Pull your hands out and stick them in my mouth hole, whatever you want. We can all run train on plastic pollution together.
Oh my God.
Recycling Glory Hole by Liquid Death
I'm gonna have to
today.
order it.
Available exclusively for this
Yeah,
lifetime
would you
internet
like to order
offer.
it?
Order yours on liquiddeath.com/gloryhole right now.
It's so funny.
Pretty good?
It's so good.
I'll have one sent to you if you really want one.
Yes, I do.
It's really good.
I love
That's
it.
such a funny ad.
Yeah, it's a
Jeez.
good ad.
And intrinsically valuable. He's recycling.
Recycling,
For
yeah,
real.
why not?
Great.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly, it's great.
Yeah.
But don't forget he's going to send me one. Almost 2 years ago, he asked me if I wanted matches. I wasn't regret. He called me. He called me to see which one and gave me pictures. I picked which one. Okay, the guy's going to call you.
Yeah, I set it up. I don't know what happened. I really did set it up. I did.
That's 2 years ago.
Yeah, and it actually might still be on the truck.
Wow.
It really might be on the truck. I swear. It might be in a warehouse.
Can you call and ask them?
Yeah, it might be sitting like in Stewart or something, just waiting for
For
directions. How to get to it. Yeah.
Can you call?
Yeah.
Maybe I get it when I go home.
Maybe.
Maybe.
And he asked me if I wanted. I didn't ask.
2 years ago.
Yeah, that's not that long.
No. Hey, do you want to watch some TikToks? This is I love the segment because I curate these TikToks from the app. You know, I love it so much. These are just special people that I really enjoy their work on TikTok.
Are they clean?
Of course they're clean.
Do you want to see
Yeah,
that
sure.
guy, the guy that did the waxing, do the other?
Get out here, Tommy.
Hey guys, I'm home. Seeing a lot of replies on my video that I posted from the hospital earlier, and the main theme is, yes, this is a tattoo, and it is on my face.
Is it a tattoo?
Yeah.
Is it a tattoo?
It's a story in and of itself. Basically, when I was younger, I was going through college, and I worked as a tattoo artist. I got married too young. I left home too early.
Aye.
My husband deployed to Iraq, and I was alone.
Aye.
So I got a job as a tattoo apprentice, and I thought,
That's great.
you know, I'm gonna do this my whole life. But I was bipolar, undiagnosed. I had no idea I was bipolar. I just knew I got really, really sad sometimes, and then other times I was on top of the world. And unfortunately, I had surrounded myself with people who took advantage of my mental state, adults who should have known better and encouraged. So I am now about 37. Like I said, I'm working on my PhD in psychology. That's a big part of it.
PhD in psychology?
Before they get to a point like this. I have looked at having it removed. It's basically expensive. I have no idea how I would really afford it. Also, it's very close to my eyes, and even over here.
That's the worst part.
So,
anyways, it's pretty cool. Thanks for brightening things up here. That's a very cool
but
video.
you know, you look like a master.
Yeah, it does. It does.
You don't like that? I think it looks really cool.
It's
I
cool
like
that
it.
it
breaks my heart.
Why? It looks awesome.
Okay, you really have a problem.
But I like it. I think I want to do some too. I like that she kept her eyes out.
Yeah.
Neat. She put eyeshadow on.
Someone way out of your league from a sociopath. This is gonna sound terrible, but be a bad person. As a woman, I like a guy who is terrible to somebody else but takes care of me. Dark-tried men are always stronger. I don't mean be rude to a waiter because your salmon is overcooked, but everyone hates sanctimonious people. Dark-tried men aren't encumbered by anxiety or empathy. This allows them to go through life without caring about what other people think. Next, this is obvious, but a sense of humor. A lot of people are lighthearted. They don't get offended by everything people say. This generation will have an aneurysm if you breathe the wrong way. It's like a constant competition about who can be more offended. If you don't take yourself too seriously, you have an edge above everyone else. Pete Davidson is a great example. He's gotten with every attractive woman in Hollywood, and he's not exactly the best looking.
Anyway, she's a diagnosed sociopath, and she gives incredible life advice, like how to infiltrate a man's friend circle and get a man to fall in love with you.
And then take advantage of him, get his money, and then
Yeah,
leave.
she's just no, she doesn't blink. Like that's why she's a sociopath, and she just tells you her secrets. So that's
She basically
that's what
teaches
she's
people how to
teaching you
manipulate.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, she's special.
We're very fond of her. Yeah.
Why don't you do the treatment? I'm not kidding you.
Pull your mic. Mike.
Treatment.
No, just
For
pull
what?
it down here. There you go.
All right. I mean,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what were you saying?
Why don't you do get treatment?
For what?
Wait, look at the things that you love and you're addicted to her, and she's a sociopath.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, she's great.
It looks has nothing to do. You
Looks
don't
everything.
know
That's all we do.
She's my
And
boost.
That's why you married Christina?
Yeah.
Oh, so you have any brain?
No,
She's doing
not
things.
anymore.
She is. She's doing things.
Yes, you get intimate with this person.
Then a boob job too, make them bigger.
Blue job, face job. Thing.
You have any bigger?
Yeah. Lift it up, and then she's gonna get a facelift. Yeah.
Wearing nothing.
Well, the facelift and what they're lifting, but
I
okay.
need a facelift and a boob lift. That's what Tom says.
So like that. Go on.
Yeah, I'll
Can you
tell
pay
you.
for a facelift for me?
Like that. I need it higher up, and then I need my boobs higher too.
Can you give me a facelift?
What do you want to do that for?
To look good.
That's not. You don't want to do
I want to be all wrinkled.
No.
Can you whiten my teeth so I
Yeah.
can smile instead of doing
that. Yes.
You promise?
Sure.
You promise?
I promise.
It's officially?
It's officially?
Promise.
Well, we're doing 2 bits after the show. That's the exchange, okay?
2 after this?
2 bits.
What is 2 bits? What
We
is-
film something in front of the green screen, and then we sit in front of another. It's like bang bang. Yeah.
And I get my
You get whiten. Yeah.
No, whiten, no, veneers.
Wait, you know that you just switched.
Yes, I know
right?
white.
Hold on, but you know that you just
You see,
switched.
I'm gonna do 3 shows.
Wait.
To whiten me, that's $400.
Just everybody just saw you do it. You go, can I get my teeth? Did you say, can I get my teeth?
I heard it, Your Honor.
I use the wrong word.
No, veneers are very different than whitening.
Okay,
It's
number
a
one,
different
Christina,
ballgame. Different.
you told me that you have veneers wrong ago.
Horrible. It's horrible. Don't do it.
Told me, oh,
No, they're very painful. The only reason I do it is because I knocked out this tooth as a kid.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would never subject
my
anybody.
teeth are each one separated from the other one.
Yeah, but you can just do
So now I
like
have to smile like this.
They're different colors. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? So you can get them bonded. You can get them whitened. Whitening
Whitening
now-
doesn't white anymore.
How do you know? Have you done it?
I did it long ago and didn't do any difference. It cost me a lot of money.
How long ago did you do it?
Oh, like 5-6 years ago.
How much was it?
Like $500.
Okay. Do you realize though that when you said, "Will you whiten my teeth?" You were hold on.
That's
You're
one
basically
offer,
saying,
yeah.
"Can I get $500?" And then a moment later, you're like, "Can I get $30,000?"
But do you think that I'm going to do 3 shows for $500?
Well,
I'm
no.
going to get my iPad for what you just did, and I'm going to go 3 shows for $500.
The show's up here. You're supposed to just appear on the show because you're my mother.
No, you're my son, but
Right.
you can afford it. So we both love each other. I come here as your guest because I love you,
Right.
and you love me so much that if I need something, let me help my mother.
Well, if you need something and let me help my mother, yeah, sure.
That's the case.
What's the case?
That I need to do something that I don't have to make like this all the time.
I mean, if it's this, you would just do it. You can afford to do the thing that you want.
$20,000?
You have
Oh,
$20,000.
at least, yeah. Real talk about this veneer. It is so time consuming. You're gonna have to
You
go
know what
back
they do, right?
multiple
Do you know
times.
how veneers
It's
work?
very painful too. It takes a long
Do you know, wait,
thing.
do you know what they do
Sucks.
when you have veneers?
It's horrible, Charles.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
What do they do?
I think they take my teeth out.
No, they shave your teeth down
They
into little tiny nubs.
It's horrible.
Can you pull up
Just look at
like
it.
how they put veneers? I just want you to know exactly what it is.
It's excruciatingly painful. So listen to me, Charo. They shave down your real teeth
For real,
into
shave them
little nubbins, little pointed nubs. Okay, see that nub? That's what my tooth looks like
That's
under.
going to be a veneer. That's what will be underneath.
That's what my real teeth look like
And then they
under
put
these
those
two. It's
things
terrible.
over your teeth.
Now, hold on. And then then they have to make a mold. So then you're gonna walk around with temporary teeth for like 2 weeks while they make the porcelain veneers, and then those are gonna fucking fall out all the time.
There,
It's
this
terrible.
right here. So they shave down your teeth.
That's
You
how
see
your
those
teeth are
things?
underneath?
Yeah,
and
it's
then
not
that's what's
cool.
over is underneath it. So it looks beautiful in the end, but first you have to shave all your teeth.
Let me
And-
tell you something. How
and-
come all the people who are in every show now,
Yeah.
they are completely white and even?
Because they're doing
Because they're doing
bullshit.
this, and
And
it's
also,
terrible.
you're not like this is actually not ideal when they're white, because it looks
You're
artificial.
crazy, yeah.
The advanced, like the really good ones, do a version of it where it looks like you have whiter and clean teeth, but not like it looks as white as the clouds in this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be that white. It's supposed to have like a little bit of.
Also, they pop off all the time because they're very light. They pop off. So like one time I was eating a sushi roll
Yeah.
with Tom and he was in the hospital, and my tooth popped off. And like in the middle of the day, I had to run to the
That's good,
dentist
yeah.
and get it. It's terrible.
All right,
They're-
how much
they're
are
not
they? How much are veneers?
A whole mouthful?
Yeah.
$30,000.
That's what my guess
Tops
was.
and bottoms.
Yeah.
If you're doing and you have to do both if you're gonna do it.
But so
Or
why
just get dentures, dude. Like knock them all out.
Ay, Cristina.
And just get
That's
dentures.
on
Like the
me.
Mormons do. Don't they do that?
No, pues. pues.
Per tooth. 1 to 4,000 per tooth.
Okay, forget it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
So that's
Yeah,
top set. Yeah, so 40,000 per
20.
yeah.
It's 40 grand for the
and
full
this is
mouth.
this, by the way, this is for you. Is like, I just did a bit on your show.
Okay, forget
Can I
it.
get 40 grand?
No, okay, we do the teeth right in.
Okay. All right.
You know where it's
you
cheaper?
wouldn't do dentures?
Are you out of your mind?
I don't know. I've known people with dentures my whole life. Why is that out of
No,
your
but
mind?
you take them all out.
Yeah.
And then when I take them out at night, what I do?
Yeah, they knock out the teeth you have.
Isn't that what old people do?
Yes, but if I don't need it right now,
Let's look at the
why do
dentures.
you want me to knock them
Oh,
out?
between $300 and $500, much more economical.
Oh yeah, no, let's keep it like this.
all,
And I just smile like this.
all they have to do is rip out, they pull out your real teeth, and then they give you the
Give me like
dentures.
this. and I'm happy.
Can we please do dentures?
Are you out of your freaking mind?
For what?
If I told you 10,000, I still say no thank you.
Seriously?
Can I tell you something? I might need them one day.
I'll take you an iPad if you get dentures.
Are you taking the iPad? I have nothing to do with the dentures.
We didn't.
No, we agree with that.
When did we agree?
We agree when I told you, you say okay.
When did I say okay?
You didn't say okay.
Well, his blessing went like this.
No, we did not say okay.
Okay, can you say okay now?
Can we do dentures too?
No. No, you want your mind with this so I can have an iPad?
That's like a good exchange, I think.
No, absolutely not.
Can I tell you what the good part is about dentures? You can eat as much candy as you want.
Can I
Hold on.
tell
You can eat as much candy as you want and fall right to sleep like you normally do, and they won't get your teeth.
It's
won't get
going
decayed.
to happen soon because I'm
Once
still
okay.
having with the candy in my mouth. But
So I'm saying she probably needs root canals and stuff. Have you had a root canal?
The L in salmon is silent. Also, forget that O. Think of it maybe as an I. Sam in salmon.
Oh.
Salmon.
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 Smoked salmon
It's
is
salmon.
lox.
It's salmon.
You've been saying this wrong for years. It's a good
all
video.
my
of yours.
life, yeah. So it says salmon. Salmon.
What do you say? Salmon.
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 Sam?
Salmon.
Sam?
Sam.
In.
In.
You just did it.
Salmon.
I know the problem for you because you learned obviously in Spanish. You say the L in Spanish. That's why.
Salmon.
That's why you in English it's a weird thing to drop the L. It is weird.
They want the L and they drop the O for the knee.
What is the origin of this word that we would?
Spelled like this, but it sounds just like this word, lox. Salmon. Lox.
Where, can you Google where the word salmon is from? Like, what's the origin? Latin.
The L in salmon was never pronounced in English, and its presence in the spelling is a
I
result.
don't care for the change to some different topic.
Result of the
I
same
don't care.
17th century
I
Latin
can't care
session
less for this topic,
that gave us
please.
the B in debt. Oh, and doubt.
Tommy,
Salmon in
we're running out
Latin
of time.
was
Let's go to something
salmo,
worth it.
salmonem,
Oh my
which
gosh.
was pronounced as written. That's fascinating.
It is interesting.
That's
Well, I wonder why we don't pronounce it. You know, it's very difficult, especially when you're teaching children how to read. It's very confusing for our sons. They don't know how to read that word.
I really like that we did a deep dive on that.
Oh, gosh, it's so fascinating.
Confronting a woman with a reasonable grievance, she will typically respond with a lack of accountability.
My God.
Instead, she will typically respond through denials, deflections, and defensiveness, just like a narcissist. So with that, women speak the language of emotion, men speak the language of logic. You will never win a logical argument with a woman. How often will you actually stand back from a conversation that you're having with a woman when there is a grievance at play and she'll say, I think you're right. Simply put, you cannot win an argument with a woman. So how do you handle an argument with a woman if she is being typically difficult? Typically, the best way to approach that is to simply back off and to isolate her. Raising your voice is not effective. Abuse is not effective. Hurting her in any such way is not effective. But demonstrating your value by withdrawing it makes it all the more potent to a woman, your point of view. If she continues her dysfunctional point of view, then continue to withdraw your affection. If she does not respond to your withdrawal, then it's better for you to reconsider your relationship with her because outright she probably just does not respect you anyway.
This guy's amazing. And he was 100% accurate. And you should withdraw your affection from people that you're like conflicting with. I think that's really good advice.
Yeah, it makes a woman feel really loved, right?
Yeah, well,
when you're fighting and then she's like, and then you just withdraw your love.
Right, but like you withdraw, and then all of a sudden, if she does care about you, you're leaving this whole, you're hurting her emotionally, and that's how you win. That's really good. That's good advice.
I don't think that's right, Tommy.
Well, it's hard, but it's effective.
It's effective.
Not necessarily ethical, but it's effective.
No, he's right. It'll fuck her up. It'll mess up her head so bad.
You screw up a woman by doing that.
You definitely, you emotionally damage her.
How to argue? Let me destroy you.
These guys are amazing. This is why we need more guys like this in the be more prominent. I'm so glad we highlighted him. Let's go to the next one.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Look what's in there.
I Tommy.
You know what it is?
Caca.
No, it's a snake in the toilet.
She peed. Didn't realize there was a huge snake.
Ay!
Yo, and you know this.
She peed?
Yeah, that's why she's freaking out. She peed.
You know where this happened? Florida. This is where this happens all the time.
Yeah.
Snakes come up in your plumbing, dude. Yep.
And
You can
snakes
pee on
love
snakes
shit,
all
and
the
they love
time.
piss, and they love farts. Yep.
Ay, qué atroz.
You've been peeing on snakes your whole life, and you don't even know about it.
Yeah, and they probably your house. It probably has a whole family of snakes
It
underneath.
probably does. I'm moving.
Dude, isn't that gnarly?
That's not a little baby snake
No,
either.
dude, it's so scary.
That's a bear attacking this man.
What is the man?
The guy, he's wearing the
He's
camera.
holding the camera, yeah, he's screaming.
So he's screaming and freaking out because a bear's coming up.
Ay, qué atroz. He have the time to record that?
The camera's mounted to him. So it's like, you understand? So he's climbing, he's just out in the wilderness, and then a bear approaches him.
Ay, qué atroz. Ay, qué atroz. That's the most scary thing. Well, the monkey screams, the monkey's getting the bear.
No.
Ay, qué atroz.
We have the video of him being eaten. You want to see it?
A video of him what?
Being eaten by the bear. Do you want to
No,
see it?
absolutely
Okay.
not.
Okay.
I know you could kick a bear, dude.
Yeah, well, that bear's not that big. And they tell you if you're in, there's different things, but like you make yourself big, he's trying to make the bear think that you're aggressive in nature as well, right? Like you don't run because then bears triggers them to chase you. And then if you're actually being attacked, then it's a different thing. They tell you like cover your vitals, your neck and your head. But at this point, he's doing like what you're supposed to do. So he's like screaming, trying to make himself big.
God, dude.
So that is the opposite. I mean, if I'm going to be screaming, I'm attracting the bear.
No. He's trying to
scare
scare
him
the bear, scare it off. Yeah.
Make him think you're.
And then the bear is eating him?
Right, but it's a crazy video. If you want to watch it,
No,
okay.
thank you. No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. It's a really interesting point of view because the camera is on the guy who's being eaten, so you don't normally see the bear eat you. You know, it's pretty cool.
Ay.
You want to see it?
Absolutely. Why would I want to see something like that?
Are you sure you want to see that guy trim his pubic hair though?
Tommy, that's enough. Huh? I'm leaving. You asked me that question again.
Okay. All right.
Use all men in your life. So manipulate and use all men for your gain. If a man shows interest or a crush, use him to get ahead on whatever that person can offer you. Use anyone and everyone of the male species to get ahead in your own life. If someone is giving you a little bit of things, gifts, but it's not enough, take it and get another one. Use as many as possible, and anyone that has a crush on you, use them. For example, if you're into an Uber, if you're in a store, you're walking down the street, if a doorman has a crush on you, get perks, use them to your advantage, manipulate and pretend you have a crush, to gain and get more. Give fake numbers, phone numbers if you have to. Give fake information, fake names if you have to. Have 5 or 6 names, 5 or 6 personalities. And that day, pick whichever one you want to use to gain and manipulate from as many men as possible. Because if you are gaining from multiple men, you will end up a very wealthy, beautiful woman.
Yeah.
This
See,
is
now
how I
we
do
need
it. This is how I do it.
Like the guy before for these
And
hoes
he
like
even goes
this.
in TikTok to, with her face.
She's beautiful. She has a horrible voice.
Yeah,
I think that was how God cursed her. He was like, I'm
Yeah.
going to do this voice that people are going
How
to
do you know
do.
she's beautiful? I don't think she's beautiful.
She's pretty.
She's pretty.
I think the gum in her mouth is a little distracting
Yeah,
during the
it's a little
video. I wish she would spit out the chewing gum.
Yeah.
But I think it's good advice. I've done it for years.
TikTok's so serious. It's actually really funny. I'm watching it. Anybody who watches doesn't know you. So this to so.
So what? Brilliant, because we bring good news to the world. She's not wrong, but I don't think you're going to find love this way. I think the problem in her...
You're going to get all the money that you want, she says.
But then
she doesn't talk about love. She says just manipulate and
This one doesn't know love.
She doesn't want love. She wants money. She wants to enrich.
That's so sad, but don't you want to have someone to share your money with?
No, just give me the money.
Yeah. Did you do this when you were younger?
Oh, I did it like crazy.
I would give her a little something.
What would you give her?
Something in her butt.
Get clean.
I would nair her butthole and then I'd go in there.
Can't you just, out of respect for me for cleaning the show?
I'd be like, here's your gift. Get ready to go see the doctor.
Do you think she
And then
does,
walk away for a week.
does stuff with guys? Like, does she have to give up sex to get stuff, you think?
Maybe sometimes. Depends on how much stuff. That's usually how that works. Yeah. Here, watch this.
Treat women like a 10-year-old and they'll love you for it. So when you're on a date, don't, for example, talk about politics, economics, all those complicated things. Talk about food, sex, partying, going on vacation. That's the things that women resonate well with. When they argue with you, don't get upset. Would you get upset if you're arguing with a 10-year-old? Of course not, because they are 10-year-olds. So when you get into an argument with a 10-year-old, or you get into an argument with a woman, you kind of like, okay, no problem, you blow it off. That said, when you're also engaging in a breakup, keep in mind that her emotionals are all over the place, just like a 10-year-old. So when you're dealing with a woman, deal with her as a 10-year-old, and you will understand and appreciate your audience much better, and you'll be a lot much more poised and dealing with said person.
A lot much more.
You will not be disappointed when the person acts out, because of course she is acting like a 10-year-old.
All right.
He's absolutely right, huh? He's absolutely 100%
Really?
right.
What part do you resonate with? What part makes
I think
sense?
that's the way Tom treated me.
Your husband.
Yeah. I think he never brought to me, he never talked about politics with me. He never talked about his work. He would come, it was great, good day. And then we talk about how are the dogs? How was a good day, baby? Did you play bridge today? Did you go shopping or did you return? And I thought this guy really loved me.
Yeah.
And so we didn't have to argue.
Yeah.
We never have an argument because we didn't have the chance to have an argument. The topics of conversation was me and she in the house and taking care of the dog.
You kept it, but it worked for you guys.
I was a 10-year-old and I was happy.
Yeah, there you go.
And then you just revealed to me
the secret.
The secret of my happiness.
That's being 10 years old. Well, I will say that I enjoy the topics of a 10-year-old. I like talking about farting and ponies and kittens and dogs. Like, I love 10-year-old.
And that would be your only type of conversation?
It's a lot, right? What do you think the show is? The show is like 10
I
year
think
olds.
those inmates will love this when you start sending those letters. Yeah.
I remember going out to dinner with your father and Kathy, which is the CIA or whatever she was.
Yeah.
And they talked non-stop about politics and all this stuff and I was like,
Boring.
and I said, I am not involved in this. He said, that's okay, baby, don't worry, just eat your pie.
But don't you think that it worked well?
No.
You think
I didn't learn anything.
No, the dynamic worked well.
The dynamic was well. Perfect happiness.
Yeah.
No fights.
Yeah.
I'm always right no matter what. But he does whatever he wants. He moved me from town to town, making me feel like I was going to be the happiest woman.
You're gonna love it here.
I went to love it here. We went to Minnesota. Best town in the world.
Okay.
He took me away from my sister.
In Ohio?
Yes.
In Cincinnati? Yeah, you
Zero
were next
doubt.
door to Blanca. And
Zero doubt.
Yeah.
And that was the first place I went, so I really grew to love Cincinnati. I feel confident, I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
The kids went to school together. I mean, it was a perfect life.
But then, you know, he did have to do it for the career, right?
Well, because he wanted to go into management. He didn't have to.
Right.
But I'm glad for him and he did. But he regretted many times.
He did.
Not the regretted in the sense of what he did, but many times he says, I always wondered if I did the right thing, getting into management and doing this to you. And I said, but you know, he gave me all the time I have to give something.
Yeah.
But the hard thing is when you don't feel confident with your language,
Yeah.
and you don't know people, and you don't know people because you don't have to socialize. And then you move to a different town, a different city, and the kids are still small, so you have to get doctors, you have to get schools, you have to learn the city.
You know, it's terrible.
And until now I cannot read a map, so to go, just go straight, take your right to both legs.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Do you want to know how stupid I am?
How? You get lost.
I had lunch with a friend yesterday. Tom, you're gonna hate. Okay, so first, last week we learned that I learned how to use a shower cap. I've never used a shower cap. I just put my hair in a ponytail and then I stand under the water kind of like this so that my hair doesn't go. Okay, that's so stupid. Guess how fucking retarded I am, Tommy?
I can't guess.
So I was at lunch with my friend and I go, we're talking about direction. She's like, I don't know direction. I was like, well, all I know is north. Never eat soggy Wheaties. And she goes, north isn't up here. It's straight ahead. Is that right? Like, where's north then?
Always salt.
Never eat soggy Wheaties. But like, does that make sense, Tom? Is this north? This is north?
Up?
That's what I'm saying.
Up isn't north. I mean, you
North
have
is
to
always this?
No, you don't know which way. Right now, you don't know,
No
I don't know
idea.
which direction we're facing. So
I don't know.
I mean, north can be right here.
So I have to turn around and go, never eat soggy Wheaties.
Well, that's why I have to have a compass. I don't have a clue.
But my whole life I've been pointing up.
Up is always north?
You were always up. So basically there was no north for you.
I mean,
that's your wife.
yeah, that's wild. In LA, you know, it's very simple. You always know where the ocean is, right? So
Yeah,
the
he
ocean's
knows
always
west.
west, yeah, right? And in Florida, the ocean's always east.
It doesn't make any difference. I don't know if I'm facing the ocean.
Well, I'm saying if you know where the ocean is when you're in Florida, you know you're facing east.
Yes, I know that
Right,
part.
okay.
Except if I'm
But
driving.
I never was like north.
That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. I was like, oh, it's like the North Pole or something. It's like up there.
This is worse than any show you can show.
That's pretty crazy.
She went up to go north.
Which way are we facing right now? Do you know?
I would say.
What's that?
That's north.
North is
Oh,
here.
north is up there. I told you, it's right there.
Right there.
This
That's
is north?
Yeah.
North.
How would you know it?
Yeah, how do you know?
Just know, like, he knows where we're situated, which way he's facing right now.
I don't know fuck about shit, about direction. I don't know where I
You know
am.
about this?
Fingering your butt is a really good way to loosen up before
It's the same
sex.
guy.
More specifically, receptive.
I told you to take that stuff out of my show.
His teeth are white. See how his teeth look?
Yeah, look at his
Whatever
teeth.
he's doing, that's what we need to do.
I have yellow teeth. I listen to this guy.
Okay.
Are you curious?
Don't invite him in my show.
He's talking about how to
I
loosen
am
up.
your guest here.
Okay. You got it wrapped.
Okay.
He has dentures. He has dentures.
Good for him.
And I'm willing to get you them.
No, but I'm going to get my whitening.
Okay.
Mom, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you for coming in.
coming
Thank you so much for
Really
inviting me.
fun.
It was absolutely a delight to be here. I'm sorry that I didn't make you laugh.
No, you were great.
No, you're
You're
great.
Always make me laugh. And, you know, you're like a mother to me, and I love that you...
Can you believe that I love you as a son?
I know. I'm like a son to you.
I really, 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 really love you.
I love you too.
I love
That's
you
so
both.
sweet.
No, but I really love you both. to extreme.
Don't you feel like a son is different though, a bond? Like they say that the birth of your first son is your last love.
Yes, I saw you.
I did not.
I was talking to Christina. I saw me doing
Did he
it.
push? Oh yeah, he does it all the time.
I swear I didn't fart. I swear. I swear.
Yeah, you swear that you lied too.
I swear to God.
No, don't use cat for this.
I swear to God.
Don't use cat for this. I absolutely don't allow you.
I don't allow you. Okay.
I love you guys.
I love you too. And I'm sorry we didn't get to watch the butthole fingering stuff, but I will.
I didn't take a shit today.
Yeah, I gotta piss so bad. Sometimes I feel like I gotta piss so bad. I gotta shit.
Can we
I
do
love
a
you.
loving
And
goodbye?
okay, and we will see you next week. Thanks, Mom.
Thank you so much. Love you. I'm doing it for my done.
The White Pill is available now at whitepillbook.com. This episode is brought to you by Patriot Gold. Good afternoon, Michael Malice here. Let's have your welcome for the next hour. We have with us a very special returning guest, the man who is the second guest on this show, episode 2. Go way back. Scott Adams. He is the creator of Dilbert. His new book, which I'm really excited about, is called Reframe Your Brain. Reframe Your Brain: User Interface for Happiness and Success. You've also written How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big. ScottAdams.locals.com. You have your coffees where you talk about all sorts of issues of the day. You're also in the process of being canceled, which we're going to talk about to some extent. I am really interested in this book, and I'll give you a bit of background as to why, because I think that what this book is one of the most important concepts out there. You talk a lot about persuasion and communication, both how people miscommunicate what they're trying to say or they're trying to get something past the goalie, as well as how to frame your language when you're communicating with others. You talk about this a lot. There was someone named Neil Strauss who was discovered by the same editor I was, Jeremy Ruby Strauss. And not only did he give him his first co-authoring gigs, but he told him to write the game. And for people not familiar with this book, the game is the book which kind of sets up this whole pickup artist culture, which is very unfairly maligned. But one of the points of this book, although it's framed in the concept of how to get women into bed, it's really about interpersonal communication and cues people give off, cues people pick up. And one of the most important concepts in that subculture is something called frame control, which is when you're talking to someone and they try to reframe the conversation as a dominance move or a way to be insulting or a way to be praising to you. If you're going to have any kind of online debate, frame control is one of the most important things. And you can see an attempt at this, although it's not always conscious, when people are like, "Hey, Scott, why are you such a jerk?" Honest question, right? It's always couched in these terms, and it's really a way to, or how can you believe in anarchism when you're so clearly intelligent? That is another attempt to reframe the conversation. So I would really love to see the floor to you and to discuss the genesis of this book and what you talk about in it.
So for the benefit of your audience, I'm a trained hypnotist. I learned hypnosis in my 20s, and that changes forever how you see everything. So hypnotists don't see rational people walking around doing rational stuff. We see irrational people who rationalize what they did after they did it. So in other words, we're just a voice in our head that tells you a story of why you did something, and you don't really know why. It was just cause and effect. I don't believe in free will, but that's another story. So from that, and the understanding that people are irrational, one of the things that hypnotists knew, I think, before the AI scientists knew it, is that the thing that you think is intelligence in a human being is really just combinations of words that they've heard in that combination before. And you can definitely tell that when you see political arguments, because 99% of the world is not really closely paying attention to politics, but they've heard something from someone they agree with, generally, somebody on their team, and then if you ask them a question on that topic, they will repeat back those words. But it doesn't take you long, verbatim, right? And it won't take you long to figure out that they don't have much of a foundation to support the words. The words themselves were like a proxy, kind of a pseudo-intelligence that they used as real intelligence. Now when AI became a thing, and the world was shocked that you could create this thing that was like intelligence out of nothing but the patterns of words that people had spoken before, that that was like a brain exploding moment for a lot of society. But I think hypnotists, I haven't talked to too many of them, but I think we looked at it and said, well, what have I been saying for 100 years? That these patterns of words are your intelligence. So back to reframes. A reframe is a simple sentence that makes you look at a familiar situation in a new way. And ideally, if you pick the right reframe, it makes you look at it in a way that makes you more effective, happier, more successful, whatever it is that you want. So it turns out that just inserting words in a certain order into your head, in other words, just reading them on a page, and if it's a topic that matters to you, you might remember them, and you just sort of repeat the words without any effort whatsoever, and they become your new intelligence. Because most of the things we do are just word combination intelligence. You can literally reprogram your brain, much like you would reprogram AI, by putting different words in the database that AI is learning from. It's as simple as that. So thankfully, the good news is I wrote the book before AI broke and became a big thing, but it just so perfectly explained what I'm doing that it made my job easy.
Yeah, I often tell people that overwhelmingly engaging in arguments on social media is a waste of time because the person isn't necessarily crazy or stupid, but they're mindless. And you're effectively arguing with Siri because, again, it's not just that they're saying certain things, it's that they're saying things in a certain way because the person on the screen told them that. And if the person on the screen told them the exact opposite, they would have that view. And they also have this perpetual present where they won't see any kind of contradiction between having the opposing view last year, I'm not going to take Trump's vaccine, as opposed to now, if you don't take this vaccine, you should be read out of polite society. If you put them side by side, the example I use is like, well, I'm married with children, Ed O'Neill is Al Bundy, and a Modern Family, I forget his character's name, but in one sense it's the same person, in the other sense it's not the same person, but for them, each little moment in time is its own universe with no connection between them.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much pushing to find out that nobody has a foundation for their thinking on political stuff. Now, there are very narrow areas where we are rational. For example, finding the fastest route to the grocery store. That's rational, but everything else that has any bit of gray area, any judgment, any unknowns, we just gravitate to whatever words fit together and are comfortable in our head.
I was really kind of delighted to see a specific frame that you use in here, which is an example I use all the time, and it's on page 68. One of my absolute favorite thinkers is Albert Camus, and he is regarded as an existentialist. He didn't not regard himself as an existentialist, he regarded himself as an absurdist. And he said that life is basically meaningless. But he didn't regard this as some sort of negative thing or something to despair about. What he regarded it as an enormous opportunity. And when I try to explain his thought, I point to it like this. There's at least two types of people. You come across a canvas in a wilderness and some paints. And one type of person is like, what is this doing here? This is stupid. And the other type of person will be like, this is wonderful. I can paint this river, or I can paint my friend, or I can paint the sky, or I can paint something abstract. I can have this wonderful opportunity to imbue this meaning, and this is a great space for me to do it in. And you have that right here on page 68. For the usual framework, you say, people say find yourself, but your reframe is author yourself. You are a blank canvas. You get to paint your life by changing your actions. If you want to become a kind person, do kind acts. I've given several talks on networking, and I say, you know, when I know someone's in town, it's their birthday, and they have nothing to do, I take them out for dinner, and I do this for selfish reasons, and the whole room laughs. And I go, the guy who takes people out for their birthday is awesome. This could be you. There's nothing stopping you. All it's going to cost you is $30 for dinner. You're doing a objectively wonderful thing. That person will always remember it. You can pat yourself on the back correctly, but people don't think in these terms.
Yeah, the other frame that they often don't realize is that the value you get out of life is entirely what you put into it. So people don't just want to be your friend. You don't just meet somebody and say, hey, you look nice, let's be friends. It's usually a shared activity, or in your case, you created reciprocity, which is a natural instinct. You just did something nice. People like people who are nice to them, and that's the end of the story. Pretty much, we don't go deeper than that. There's some terrible people who are nice to me. I like them. I'm not much interested in what they did with somebody else, or that when I wasn't in the room. People are nice to me. I tend to like them. It's really that simple.
Are you familiar with? I'm curious if you read Jonathan Haidt's work and what you think of it, because it seems to dovetail perfectly with what you're speaking about.
Give me a specific example.
Well, he wrote a book called The Righteous Mind, Why People Honestly Disagree with Politics. So I forget the subtitle. But the entirety of his work, he was I forget what his field is, business ethics, something like that. He ran these studies, and what he found is people make moral decisions, and then ex post facto they have moral rationalizations, and often they can't even articulate why. Like an example he uses is, let's suppose a brother and a sister have intercourse once and use protection, and they enjoy it, they never do it again. Would you regard this as morally wrong? And everyone immediately has an answer. But when he goes, okay, why? They're flummoxed, and often to the point where they have to rewrite the premise, which is, well, what if they have like kids who are deformed? And it's like, well, we know they don't, because we have the entirety of the premise. So he speaks exactly what you're saying, how we have this visceral moral reaction, but when you try to have any kind of rational, coherent reason, the brain falters.
Yeah, I think I learned maybe probably 40 years ago in the hypnosis class that the brain, the rational part of the brain doesn't even activate until the decision is made. And we've seen confirmations of that throughout time. It sounds like that's another one. So I guess I would be fully on board with that. We're an irrational species that rationalizes. And once you get that frame on life, all of the things that drive you crazy just look different. It becomes amusing at a point. Here's one that I've been using a lot. Obviously I get trolled like crazy on the X platform. So I used to fight back, say, oh, you forgot this point, or maybe you didn't see the news, or here's a link to it. Never works. Instead I show sympathy, which is also a hypnotist trick, I'll explain. But I say, oh, I'm sorry that your team did this to you. That must be really terrible. And I just say, you're having some kind of a situation here. So I won't enter their frame that they've said something reasonable. The moment you acknowledge that they might be in the reasonable domain, then you think you can reason them out of it, and nothing like that's possible. But the reaction I get when I change their frame to sympathy, and I just don't leave it. Even if they interact some more, I just don't leave it. It completely disarms, because they're sort of there for the fight, and they're sort of there because they have some idea about who I am. So it's not about the topic, it's not about anything. It's just sort of acting out on some feelings. So I just treat it like that. Oh, I'm sorry they did that to you. Sounds like you're having a bad day. The other one that works really well, and I've used it successfully so many times, it's funny, especially in the morning. I say, morning drinking, just 2 words with a question mark. And you would be amazed how many people do not respond again. Because often when somebody looks like they're drunk, that's exactly what's going on. It's literally they're just drunk. And if you treat them like other people, you're just wasting time.
I'm delighted to tell you that you're probably not aware of this, but you are doing what Jerry Seinfeld used to do with hecklers. Because when hecklers would heckle him, you'd be like, what's going on here? Like, what are you doing? Like, I'd be seeing even more aggressively and heated. You'd be like, guys, are you okay? Like, what's happening here? And they don't know what to do, because their whole framework is, I'm going to put this guy in his place, or I'm going to make a scene, I'm going to steal the spotlight. And now the spotlight is on them, but not in a way where they're like combative and like it's Muhammad Ali versus his opponent. It's now you're on the couch, and everyone there is feeling bad for you because you made a fool of yourself. And they feel good for Jerry, because he's this nice guy feeling sympathy for someone who's ruining his show.
You remind me of my favorite mugging story. I used to live in San Francisco, so you get robbed a lot, on the streets. I got robbed places as a bank teller, people put guns to your head. So that was my experience. But one day I got robbed by a street person who had this giant knife, like a I don't know, Bowie knife, kitchen knife, big scary thing. And so I was waiting for a bus in a scary part of San Francisco, and this street person comes over, give me your wallet. And I had recently been in hypnosis classes, so I think I was actually maybe even coming home from a hypnosis class. So I just refused to enter his frame. His frame is that he's robbing me and I'm the victim. So I just started talking to him. And he kept trying to bring me back to the fact that he's robbing me, and I kept bringing it back to just a conversation. And he couldn't figure out which way to go. I don't remember my exact words, but I just talked to him like I was talking to a person on the street. And he kept saying, oh, I robbed your wallet. How you doing? And then a bus pulled up and I got out and left.
Yeah.
So that's how powerful a reframe is. Now I wouldn't use it on somebody who wasn't actually drunk like he was. I mean, it works better with somebody who's inebriated, but it's pretty powerful stuff.
Folks, sleeping is a very important thing. Poor sleep can cause mood issues, poor mental health, poor productivity. I had a nightmare the other day, and I woke up and my whole day was screwed. So I want to talk about Beam Dream. Today, my listeners get a special discount on Beam's Dream Powder. It's their best-selling healthy hot cocoa for sleep with no added sugar. And they're available in delicious flavors like sea salt caramel, cinnamon cocoa, and chocolate peanut butter. Better sleep has never tasted better. And a recent clinical study revealed Dream helped 93% of users wake up feeling more refreshed, and 93% reported that Dream helped them get a more restful night's sleep. All you have to do is you mix Beam Dream into hot water or milk, you stir or froth it, and you enjoy it before bedtime. They send me the little apparatus. It's really kind of fun. It takes me back to when I was a kid making like nesty bread. It's really exciting. Find out why Forbes and New York Times are all talking about Beam and why it's trusted by the world's top athletes and business professionals and podcast hosts. If you want to try Beam's best-selling Dream Powder, here's what you gotta do. You get up to 40% off for a limited time when you go to shopbeam.com/malice. Use code malice to check out. That's shopbeam.com/malice and use code malice up to 40% off. This really helps you with insomnia, you get sleep, helps you stay asleep, and helps you get productive sleep, which we all need to get us through the day. Frankly, the show puts most people to sleep, but for the rest of you, there's Beam. Folks, I want to talk to you about Intera Skincare because I really like the story to this product, and I just got some, and I can't wait to try it. So their founder was a biochemical engineer. He was a former pharmaceutical industrial maven. He's an MMA guy, and he often found skin problems after contact with the mask and sparring. So he tested over-the-counter stuff, he tested prescription stuff, and he found that most weren't as effective as they claimed. So he put himself to work, and a few years later, Intera Skincare was born. I want to talk to you about their Folliton Hair Regrowth Serum, which is used for men and for women. One bottle lasts 2-3 months, and most importantly, no side effects, which is pretty common with some of those other products. They've got their Platinum Restore Serum, which is like Botox in a bottle, removes laps, smile, and forehead lines clearly, promotes a firmer, more lifted and plump expression line. They've got body oil, they've got firming serum, they've got Lux Cream, all sorts of stuff that'll help you look and feel your best. So why wait? Experience the magic of Intera Skincare today. Get more and more they can do. All you have to do is go to InteraSkincare.com to explore the full range of products and start your journey to healthier skin and hair. Don't miss out on this incredible journey to transform your health journey. Use the promo code WELCOME for 10% off at checkout. Welcome for 10% off at InteraSkincare.com and ERA. Sounds pretty good. Speaking of Camus, one of his major essays is called The Myth of Sisyphus, and the legend is Sisyphus death in hell to roll a rock up a hill for eternity, and at the last moment the rock falls away, and he has to keep doing it over and over again. And Camus' conclusion to this story is that we have to imagine that Sisyphus is happy. Having a comic strip for decades, I imagine, is a Sisyphean affair. You have to have output every single day. You have to have the punchline every single day. Creativity waxes and wanes like everything else. How did you manage to do? And I'm sure there are moments where you're like, I fucking hate this dog already. Like, I'm this cat. Like, get him out of here. Like, the dog's just the last 13 years. My God, someone put a bullet in it. Like, how did you manage to do that?
Well, it was super. But first, I have to tell you that a lot of people don't know about Camus. He was so embarrassed by that rock situation that he's actually the inventor of camouflage. So nobody would even know he was involved with the rock at all. That's just a little historical thing for your audience in case they didn't know that camouflage. But to answer your question, I used to.
That's the difference for today. You got your punchline.
The answer is, for maybe the last 10 or 15 years, absolutely hated my job because I had to write a comic that was appropriate for the newspaper sensibility, which goes all the way to children because kids read newspapers. And if they're going to read the newspaper, they're going to read the comics. So it's almost targeted for children in the newspaper. So that I found just painful, absolutely painful. And by the time I got canceled, I was looking for a way out because I turned 65. I'd always planned that I would do what I call my own form of retirement, which is only doing things I want. They might make money, but I'm only going to do things I want. So immediately upon being canceled, I moved into a subscription service on the locals platform, and now it's also on Twitter by subscription. But I could do anything I wanted there. So suddenly I didn't have to conform to not only a artificially constrained set of things that are okay, but the newspaper industry was, I think, 40 years behind television and everybody else in terms of what was allowable. So suddenly I'm free. And every day that I've drawn it since then, because I've continued, there's never been a gap in it, I've loved writing. I'm reborn. It's like being, when the first day I started, except now I know how to do it. Right? When you first start, you're like, I don't even know how to do this. I'm just figuring it out. But now I know how to do it, and now I can do any topic that I want. Oh my God, this is the quality of the comic better. Yeah, the subscribers, I think 100% of them would say it's an entirely different product. It's way better than it used to be. And I wake up for that, and I feel good about that. So you're right on. It was torture. I often described it as if somebody told you your job for the rest of your life was just to eat ice cream, and you're like, I love ice cream. This is the best job ever. Now you've got to eat 1 barrel a day. Right? And that's when I'll go get my camouflage.
Yeah, I love Cadbury Cream Eggs. I even own CadburyCreamEggs.com, and I was on my buddy Gino's show in Hot Water, and they're like, let's see how many Cadbury Cream Eggs you can eat in one sitting. And let me assure you, the marginal benefit is very small once you hit 3. At a certain point, I'm ready to turn in my family to KGB because I can't have another one of these goddamn eggs. Question I always had is, I was a big Tracy fan, Chester Gould. I thought it was just absolutely terrific stuff, although towards the end, kind of went off the rails. It's kind of funny in that regard. Comic strips are, in some ways, an anachronism. They were born, in the 30s, preceding television and maybe mass media. How did they ever have an idea of how popular your strip was? Because there's no metric where, like, if you have 10, you're there with Hagar the Horrible or Marmaduke, you don't know which one people like and which one people don't.
Well, they do very, very unscientific polls, but newspapers. But knowing what's popular with your readers is not exactly what they needed. What they needed was to hit all the demographic groups. So even if let's say the Kathy comic back when it was running was 4 young single women, and that was just a category that was not covered. So it was hugely popular within that group, and then the newspaper can attract those readers. So in newspapers, it's not about who's number one; it's about whether you satisfy the demographic, which is a reasonable business model. I think that was smart. So if, for example, you were Garfield, kids and cat lovers, you're bringing in the kids. If you run Jumpstart, it's an African American creator, and so it's bringing in your black readers. So they pretty much played it that way, and that makes sense. But in terms of popularity, I have a way of telling you something is popular, and also predicting whether it'll be a big hit in the future. And that is whether somebody extends your product. So if you make a product, and the first thing somebody does is like, oh, this would be better if it had an extension cord on it, and they build it themselves. Now that's a good product, because somebody's like putting work into it. I knew that Dilbert would be a hit early on, when people would email me and they say, I love your comic, but I especially like him when he's in the office, because he wasn't always in the office. And they said, so I made a book of my own that is your comic, so I put it in my topic, and I photocopied it and I put it in a binder, so I made a book. And the first time I heard this, I thought, oh, amazing, right?
No, that's so wonderful.
But hold on, and then I got another one, and then I got another one. People were turning my product into a book because they wanted it in a book form. So I finally, not the genius that I am, I said, hey.
After 5 books, maybe this should be a book.
Hear me out on this. Maybe I should write a book. So the first book that was not just the comic reprints was the Dilbert Princeton, and it was the #1 book all that summer. So the audience, the viewers, whatever, absolutely told me that this is a thing. Yeah, and that's a subset of, I don't know who said it first, somebody famous, said that you don't tell your audience what your product is, they tell you what your product is. You take a first try. I thought I was making a comic that had a guy who had a job, but it wasn't really about that. And then people would email me and say, oh, I love it in the office. It's okay when he's home, but I love it in the office. So they told me it was an office comic strip. So then it became one. I turned it into one. So that's a sort of classic why having an MBA and being a cartoonist works together. Because the business model tweaking is something you don't get if you're an artist and you just have a vision. I was more of a whore. If you're part whore and part artist, it works together commercially pretty well.
There's a lyric by this band called Metric, which is choose the highest bidder. When I told them to choose the highest bidder when they told me I was up for sale. So yeah, it kind of speaks to that. Wait, so who's the demographic for Annie? Is it orphans and the millionaires who own them?
It's the very old readers who don't like change. They will complain like crazy if you change something. And also people who don't have eyeballs. A lot of people don't.
And dog lovers.
And dog lovers.
Let's speak a bit about your cancellation, because one of the points I've been making recently, and sometimes talking to conservatives, just like any population, is like trying to jab toothpicks under your fingernails. Because when you say something isn't as bad as it was before, what they hear is it's fine or it's not a problem. And it's like, you know, I'd rather have the flu than have cancer. I don't want the flu. I think the flu can often be dangerous, but this is not a difficult choice. But they hear that you don't think cancer is a problem. Why do you think flu is a problem? I think can you speak to what it was that you had said and what it is that people heard or were told that you had said?
So context is everything. And let me ask you this question to see if you could confirm that this is true from your own experience. I've been saying this for a while. There's no such thing as news about public figures that's true.
Oh yeah, one of my lines is like, everything they say is a lie, every word they say is a lie, including and the.
Yeah. So, but the way that the people who don't follow the media are easily
Wait, let me just finish my answer also, because there's one more point. And this speaks to what you're saying. If you read a play, a lot of times at the beginning of the play we have cast of characters, and it'll say like Jane, a wealthy widow seeking love. Thomas, you know, her young paramour. Anytime, if people look at this, don't take my word for it. When they bring a character onto the scene in a corporate news article, it will say Joe Rogan, comma, a podcaster known for his history of transphobic remarks, comma, Scott Adams, blah, the disgrace. They will immediately tell you from their personal perspective how you should feel about this person before they even finish the sentence. And once you spot that this is a technique, you can't unsee it.
Yeah, yeah. So the context is, and the way most of the political hoaxes are done, is that the person who gets canceled did a real thing. Let's say it's on video or they wrote it as an email. But nobody can imagine how that could be out of context. Like, so the snippet is somebody look at it and go, you know, I don't know the whole story, but how in the world could I be wrong about this? I'm looking right at it. It's like really clear. And that's how the trick is done. Because there are ways to manipulate it to its actual opposite. So let me tell you what I said, and then when you hear the context, see how you feel about it. So what I said was, I looked at a Rasmussen poll that said there was a very high percentage of black Americans who had been asked the question, is it okay to be white? And an alarming number of people said no, or they weren't sure that they would say that it's okay. Like, alarming. Now, some people said, oh, the poll is not reliable or whatever, but the poll was just a jumping off point. It wasn't important to the larger context. So I'm willing to say, well, maybe the poll was off, but you know, it was directionally the same as what I was seeing in general, so it was a good launch point for the point. So what I said was, if that were true, I said if that's true, then it would make black people a hate group, because it would mean that they have very terrible feelings about people like me, and if that's true, you should get the hell away from them, or I used this stronger word. And then that turned into Scott doesn't like black people. Now, here's the larger context. Number one, I was trying to offend. If you don't get that part, everything's confusing. I was trying to be as offensive as possible, to draw attention to the following point, which had been an ongoing theme in my live streams, you probably heard me say. That in an environment in which you have DEI, ESG, and CRT, I think most of your viewers are going to know what those are, but there are three programs that would be either at the corporate level, universities, schools, etc. That have one thing in common. It's teaching a narrative that there are oppressed groups, specifically black people, and that there are oppressors. And that if you're in the oppressor class, you owe something. In one way or another, you owe something to the oppressed. Now, if that's your situation, and you find yourself in that situation, you should get the fuck away from that, because that is a setup by design where you're going to lose. It's designed for you to lose, so you should get away.
Well, unless you're black, or you're the outgroup, in which case you're designed to win. Yeah.
Right, you're designed to win. So the point is that what I was saying had almost nothing to do with being black. It had to do with the poisoning of the race relations by a set of narratives that people are making money for in a variety of ways. You know, people are writing books and giving training classes, and so it built up this entire industry that was about telling white people that they were part of the oppressor class. Now, obviously, there's no way in America, or probably anywhere, that you could go and get away from everybody. Right? So it's not like a practical thing. People should have seen it as hyperbole, which it was. But it should have been seen, if I'd been allowed to develop it. In its full context, it's closer to tough love. If you're a black American, don't you want to know how I feel as a representative of the people who were part of this experiment with you? Don't you want to know how the so-called oppressor class feels? Because you're not really trying to talk yourself into something, let's say if you're black. You're trying to get other people to have a better, more positive feeling. And these programs do the opposite by making white people think some version of, I was just minding my own business, now you're telling me I owe you something for something that happened with dead people long ago. Now, I do believe that systemic racism is real, and I think direct racism is real. But the thing I was shooting for was a productive reframe. So I was actually preparing for the launch of the book, and I wanted to get people used to the idea that reframes could change everything. And I thought, well, I'll take the biggest one. Like, if you could reframe race relations, that would be the biggest win in America. And so here's my reframe. Every time somebody says the average of this group is not doing as well as the average of this group, they're fucking you. They are not your friend. Now, it did make sense to do all those analyses, and in the past that was important. You know, it helped us get to where we are. But in 2013, the proper frame is the individual. If you show me any, let's just go with the theme. You showed me a young black individual who needs something he doesn't have. Could be advice, could be networking, could be contacts, could be a job, could be anything. I'm very interested in that. An individual. Tell me what you specifically need, and I'll help you get it, which I've done many, many times. Once you reach a certain level of success, you end up mentoring a lot of people, and a lot of them have been black in my case. So always open to it. I can give you lots of testimonials. On an individual level, I'm all in. I'm absolutely against any kind of discrimination against individuals in the context of work, in the context of renting, making loans, social life, who you marry, who you hang out with, who your friends are, who's on your team. So there's no wiggle room there. You can't discriminate. It's not good for you. It's not good for them. It's not good for the system. There is one, however, one category where pretty much everybody discriminates and would agree it's a good thing to do, and that's self-defense. In the realm of self-defense or defending your family, pretty much everybody discriminates and they're not going to argue about it. They're not going to have a conversation. I'll give you an example. If you're going to hire a babysitter, you have a choice of let's say your coworker's 16-year-old daughter, and you know the coworker, and the coworker vouches for the daughter, or a 35-year-old single guy that you don't know too well. Now, you don't know either of them. Who do you pick? Well, if you're sane, you'll pick the 16-year-old girl, because that's going to be safer for your family. Is it bigoted? Yes. Is it discriminatory? Yes. Two ways, both by age and by gender. So, there's a simple situation. But let me give you the more provocative one. You're walking down the street, and let's say it's a low-income neighborhood. You don't live there. You don't know much about it. On one side of the street is a group of Asian American teenagers walking toward you, and the other side is a bunch of Black American teenagers walking toward you. It's a low-income neighborhood. You don't know anything about either group. Which side of the road do you go on? Don't even answer the question. Everybody makes self-defense and protection decisions based on bigotry. and patterns. So the trouble is we're not good at patterns. That's why we carry these patterns into things like employment and other places where they don't belong. But if you're protecting yourself, you should get out of any situation that feels dangerous to you, even if you're wrong, even if it's biased. That's the one place that no law is going to get to you. And if there is a law, you should ignore it because your self-protection doesn't answer to anybody else. Protecting your family does not answer to anybody else. There's no authority over you when you're doing that. There might be a law you broke, you might have to answer for it, but morally, ethically, and in every common sense way, you owe nobody anything when it comes to self-defense. I think 100% of people agree with that, but it's uncomfortable when you try to think of it in terms of race relations.
Folks, you know how important it is to stay in good shape for achieving your goals, whether it's family, career, or just personal fun. And the most research-backed ingredients known to man are here for a better aging process. Our sponsor, Neurohacker, packs 7 most science-based senolytic ingredients into one formula called Qualia Senolytic. You can take it just 2 days a month for fast medical benefits for a much better aging process. The formula is non-GMO, it's vegan, gluten-free, and the ingredients are meant to complement one another, factoring the combined effect of all ingredients together. It's also backed by 100-day money-back guarantee. You have almost 3 months to try it, and then no financial risk, and you can decide for yourself. If you're in your late 20s or older, add Qualia Senolytic to your diet, and it can play a crucial role in combating negative aging symptoms. Go to neurohacker.com/malice for up to 50% off Qualia Senolytic, and as a listener, you're welcome. Use code malice at checkout for an extra 15% off your first purchase. That's neurohacker.com/malice to try Qualia Senolytic with code malice and start aging on your own terms. And I gotta tell you, this is the kind of stuff that's big here in Austin, and I'm really plugged into that community, and I'm really excited to see what kind of stuff is coming down the pipe. Guys, I love fastgrowingtrees.com, period. They've got thousands of plants, thousands of shrubs, trees. They're curated for your unique climate and needs. Myolimens, evergreens, shade trees, everything between. You don't gotta wait in line, you're gonna lug around heavy plants. With fastgrowingtrees.com, you order online, and the plants come to your door in just a few days. I ordered one, they sent it, it's great, easy. No green thumb, no problem. Their experts are just a Zoom, chat, or phone call away, always available to your help. They can walk you through your entire garden, help solve problems you're having with plants and trees. Plus, Fast Growing Trees plant experts have specialized degrees in training to help troubleshoot from root to leaf. I love them, they sent me a cool tree, it grows, everyone wins. Join almost 2 million Fast Growing Trees customers. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com/welcome and get 50% off your order. Here's the other thing, they have a 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee, so you know that everything will look great fresh out of the box. So all you people who are like, oh, I keep all the plants I have, well, that's because you're not picking the right ones, and they can help you. You get 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com/welcome. And they've got a lot of cool stuff that you're not going to find at your local big box store. Let's get back to the show. Why do you think CRT is so popular and fetishized with white women who it does not benefit apparently in any way?
I really don't know. So I would only be guessing with my total non-expertise. But it could be that they feel like they're not very strong in society themselves, and so they might feel some kinship with anybody who's also not the dominant group in society according to them. Now I think maybe what they missed is that women are the dominant force in society at the moment, but maybe a lot don't feel that way. So maybe that's, but I'm just guessing. That's a deeper question.
Can you speak to what it is that people heard you saying, and what were the immediate consequences to that, and were you surprised by the reaction?
Yeah, I think they heard me say that I don't like black people or that black people are dangerous or something. Right? So, but there's nothing I said that depends on anybody's genetics. It's unrelated to that. It's about what you've been taught and how you've been taught to act, which is what the CRT, ESG, DEI stuff is. So what happened was, and I'll never know exactly what conversations happened that I wasn't privy to, but I thought I was kind of safe because I had so many newspapers and I was published, and I thought, I'm not going to get canceled everywhere, but I didn't know they could go for my choke points. So that if you get my publisher and my syndication company, I'm gone from the entire world. That's what happened. I think the Washington Post went first. Now imagine watching this story and not knowing that I've been one of the most vocal critics of the Washington Post for years about the news coverage being biased. At the same time, they were paying me. Now that wasn't going to last. I was very aware that wasn't going to last. So getting canceled by the Washington Post, no surprise at all. The timing was a little bit of a surprise. But when the Washington Post cancels, that gives cover to everybody else.
Yes, exactly.
By now they all have DEI departments. So every DEI department who heard the news said to their boss, hey, we got to do this. And if you're the boss, you take the easy way out. You're like, okay, I just have to get rid of one comic, and then I'm not a racist. Right. It's gone.
And everyone else is doing it, so why am I sticking my head out for this guy? Yeah.
Right. So what happened was, I think after like Friday or something, everything was happening. So I had the whole weekend to get canceled. And then by Monday, my publisher told me and said, well, we can't work with you. And then my book agent, even my book agent canceled.
Can we talk about that phone call? Because I've always been curious. I'm glad you got a phone call instead of the first email. Were they collegial? Were they apologetic? Were they go fuck yourself? Like, what was that call like?
Well, the only 2 calls I got were from my agent and from my syndication company, not from my newspapers. So I didn't talk to the publisher directly. I would describe both of those conversations as not frightened, but shocked or disappointed or disbelief. Okay. You could tell there was a mix of what the hell's going on, but I have no choice.
Okay.
It was more like I have no choice, but I hate this. Right? So viscerally, everybody had exactly the reaction I hoped they would have, which is I was trying to offend people deeply so that they would pay attention. And if you get the offense without the context and the reframe, it's pretty rugged. So they were taking it like stuck a spear through their chest, and that wasn't wrong. I mean, it was meant to be provocative, and it was.
So were you surprised by how pervasive and quickly this all happened?
Yes, because like I said, I didn't know that they could get my choke points and get them so quickly. So I guess I didn't know how developed the cancellation industry was. They got to the point where there probably was something like a DEI group in every newspaper. I'm sure my publisher for sure.
Oh, for sure.
And if your job is to look for that stuff, any offense, well, you're going to find it. That's your job. The more you find, the more you work, I guess. It's found a lot of it. So yeah, the system guaranteed that one slip up and it's gone.
One of the points I try to make, as I was saying earlier about conservatives, is if this had been, in my opinion, 5 years ago, you'd be vanished from the internet, and that there'd be no possibility of this book coming out, let alone selling any copies. The fact that can you talk a bit about how you're like, fine, you don't want it, the book's done, I'll just put it out myself. It seemed like there were a few hiccups, but they seem to be relatively minor. Can you talk about that process?
Well, first I have to say that I could not have been luckier. I have the luckiest cancellation that anybody's ever been canceled, because I was looking to retire, and I'd also built up my following on the locals platform. So I had a little bit of a side income if I needed it. So not only did I get my rights back for my comic, which was sensational, all my rights back. I got all my rights back for my books from that publisher.
Wait, hold on. Are you serious? So basically, they're like, here, we don't want Dilbert, you can have them. You're like, okay, like, this is a multi-million-dollar property. They just hand it over to you?
Oh, it's better than that. I got to keep the advance for the book.
No.
I got the advance.
And the agent quit too? That's amazing.
And the agent quit. So I don't have to pay the agent. I don't have to pay the agent. I don't have to pay the publisher. Now I am working with Joshua Lysek, so he's helping me, and is helping through the the final edits of the book. Needed one more edit, a few more passes, and then walk me through the independent publishing, let's say, process, which is now fairly mature, but what a pain in the ass. Like if Joshua had not walked me through it that whole way, I think I would have been stopped by. But it works. I mean, you can get there. So the book is available in all its forms on Amazon, other places, and I got all of my creative juices back. I got all of my rights back, which I never imagined was even possible. And I get to start over. It's really it just couldn't have been better. It just absolutely could not have been better.
I've been hanging out with Roseanne Barr, and one of the points she made is when she got canceled for that tweet, one of the things that concerned her the most was that this is someone who's fought against bigotry all her life, very, very publicly, very sticking her neck out. And she was just concerned that friends of hers or colleagues of hers would believe this nonsense and would perceive her as a bigot. And that did not happen, thankfully. Monique was just on her show, defending her. Did you have to deal with that repercussions from colleagues or friends who were now perceiving you as some sort of white supremacist? Isn't your wife Asian, by the way?
My wife?
Yeah.
No, I'm not married.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were with an Asian. Anyway, point being, but she was concerned that people would perceive her, as a bigot. Is that something that you were concerned about? Is that something that happened?
Well, here's the benefit of having been associated with Trump in the 2016 cycle.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I didn't have any friends left.
Yeah, that problem resolved itself.
No, I'm exaggerating a little bit. I would say that my total friend network was down 90 to 95%. But also because my last wife, I'm divorced now, but my last wife wasn't big on entertaining and parties, so we just lived a quiet little life. And so I got divorced, and then soon after got canceled. So I just completely eliminated the landscape of my social interactions. So maybe 5 to 10%, hung in there. But of the 5 or 10%, only one person said they chose not to spend time with me.
Okay.
And it's really easy to say fuck you in those situations. Even if you have a lifetime of friendship. If you let me go that easily, I'm very much done with you. We don't need to work this out. So I don't know.
I think what's worse, I would think, is worse than people perceiving you as a bigot, is people who don't, are like, you know what, you're too radioactive for me to be associated with. In which case, it's like, what kind of person are you?
Yeah. No, well, I understand people protecting themselves. So, like I said, when it comes to self-defense, I just don't question their judgment. So if that's what you need to protect yourself, it doesn't matter if I disagree. That's your absolute right, and you can have it.
One of the things that you spoke a lot about in the 2015-2016 campaign is what you call Trump like a master communicator. Is it fair to say that you perceive Joe Biden in the same way? And Kamala Harris.
All right. So here's my current take. When Trump and Biden were running the first time, I was making a lot of noise about, Biden's clearly too old. He's already at the point where you could predict that the next 4 years are not going to be good for him. Well, here we are. And we're so here, and I'm so right, about what I said then. I'm so right that, honestly, this isn't good for the country, but I want to ride it a little longer.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Now, I know you understand. I'm not sure I can explain this to everybody, but if you have a certain sense of humor, watching Trump run against Biden, I don't think I could enjoy anything more than that. I don't know where it'll go, but, clearly, the fact... The fact that Kamala Harris is the backup plan, which absolutely panics everybody. How could this be better from a humorous perspective? Well, let me tell you. If this is going to go the way of a movie in 3 acts, I like to use that as my predictor.
Yeah.
And there are a couple things that might happen. One, and by the way, I'm not saying these will happen. This would just be what would happen to make the movie good. A surprise finding that the election was in fact rigged, like right before election day. Now, is it possible? Absolutely. It's absolutely possible. There's some things brewing that I would not yet put any credibility on, but in the movie sense, it's possible.
Yeah.
The other one that I just was laughing all morning about is there's some studies that looked at the direction of causality between warming and CO2. And of course, the theory of CO2 causes warming, but some researchers looked at everything they could look at, and they found out that the CO2 seems to follow the warming, not the other direction. Now, like all scientific things, it's no better than a coin flip, no matter how credible it looks. Right? When it's new, it takes a while to find out what really is real. But suppose that turned out to be something other scientists said, guess we got this backwards. Now, how amazing would that be for Trump to run for election after climate change is found to be a hoax and the election is proven to be rigged? Now, I'm not predicting it. This is not a prediction. I'm just saying that the movie requires it. Whether it happens, I don't know. That's on my hands.
Well, I just think it would be absolutely hilarious. I can think of one thing that would be funnier, and I'm sure you're confident you'll agree, which is convict Donald Trump running against Officer President Harris for the White House, and the conservative side with the criminal over the cop.
And let me add to this, there has to be one scene in the movie where Trump is behind bars and president. At the same time.
No, the oath of office. And then they have the pardon ready for him, and he signs it.
He signs the pardon, they unlock it, and he walks out of the jail, president of the United States.
Directly somehow to the Oval Office. It's next door.
The helicopter's waiting there. and then he wears his orange jumpsuit into the Oval Office. I don't know. I'm just trying to gild the lily now, but it's a good movie.
Hey folks, did you know that traditional bed sheets can harbor more bacteria than a toilet seat, and it can lead to acne, allergies, stuffy noses, and is gross? Miracle Made offers a whole line of self-cleaning, eco-friendly bedding such as sheets, pillowcases, and comforters that prevent 99% of bacteria and require 3 times less laundry. They use silver-infused fabrics inspired by NASA. They're thermoregulating, and they're designed to keep you at the perfect temperature all night long. That means you get better sleep every night. Miracle sheets are luxuriously comfortable without the high price tag of other luxury brands, and they feel as nice, if not nicer, than bed sheets used by some 5-star hotels. Stop sleeping in bacteria. It can clog your pores, it can cause breakouts and acne. Sleep clean with Miracle. Go to trymiracle.com/malice to try Miracle Made sheets today. And whether you're buying them for yourself or as a gift for a loved one, you order today, you save over 40%. And if you use our code malice at checkout, you get 3 free towels and save an extra 20%. Miracle is so confident in their product, it's backed with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you aren't 100% satisfied, you get a full refund. Upgrade your sleep to Miracle Made. Go to trymiracle.com/malice. Use code malice. Get your free 3-piece towel set. Save over 40% off. Again, that's trymiracle.com/malice to treat yourself. Thank you, Miracle Made, for sponsoring this episode. Folks, the U.S. debt crisis could ignite a long-term rally in gold. Since March 2020, the U.S. has added $8 trillion in debt, and gold is up 50%. Now, with the Fed raising rates, the interest payment on our debt has surpassed $1 trillion a year. BRICS nations met last week, and oil-rich nations Saudi Arabia and UAE have joined Russia, China, and India. And another credit rating agency, S&P, downgraded multiple U.S. banks on liquidity worries. 51% of Americans can't pay their credit card bills, which just surpassed $1 trillion for the first time ever. If this is Bidenomics, increased spending and regulation, it's only going to get worse. Buying gold and silver is a defensive strategy when you don't trust elected officials in Washington, D.C. to have your best interests at heart. So, what should you do? You should call the proud Americans of the Patriot Gold Group today before it's too late. Mention me, Michael Malice, and you'll always get best-in-class service from Patriots protecting Patriots. The Patriot Gold Group has a no-fee for life IRA, where your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold and silver, and you may be eligible for the no-fee for life IRA on qualifying rollovers. All you have to do is call 888-505-9845 to get your free investor guide, or even easier, go to malicegold.com. Patriot Gold Group is Consumer Affairs' top-rated gold IRA dealer 7 years in a row, so call 888-505-9845 or go to malicegold.com. Protect your assets against inflation today. Let's get back to the show. What do you foresee? I mean, we're very early out. It's September, obviously 2023 elections a year away. Do you still perceive Trump as a master communicator?
Oh, very much so, yeah. And he proved it again when he made everybody mad about abortion. I don't know if you caught that when he did the interview with Meet the Press. So the way the conservatives spun it is he's not as hardcore against abortion as we are. But you missed his magic, because he's not running just to be president of half the country, he's running to be the whole president. And so he said, I'm going to get people together and we're going to negotiate, some compromise, and everybody's going to love it and they'll love you for it, something like that. Now, of course, nobody's going to be happy at the end, no matter what it is. Right? Yeah. So the fact that he would make that absurd claim is what he always does. So it makes you think past the negotiation to the settlement. So your brain is already on the settlement and whether you're going to like it. Now that is persuasion. But the other thing he did is, and he hasn't said it as clearly as I wanted to, I think he will. Here's the way I would say it. You do not want the President of the United States to make a healthcare decision for any of you individually, and you don't want the President of the United States to tell you what his morality is when you have a life and death decision. That's you. You don't want your president making those decisions. Now that is a strong president statement. As long as the states can make their laws the way they want. I mean, he's got to announce. You still get the laws, and it's going to be the laws that you want, just in your state or majority one. And so there's no way to win on abortion, but you did the best you can do, which is make people focus on the process and not him. And that's brilliant. Because everything's a losing play with abortion in terms of politics. But that's as strong as you can get, and still be smart, still be reasonable, and not piss off half the country for no reason.
I have to thank you because you've influenced me personally a lot on one specific issue, which is I'm a big advocate of national divorce. And a lot of times people come at me on Twitter and they'll be like, this is ridiculous, it's never going to happen, with something that's like crazy. And I'll make some comment, they'll be like, well, how would this work? You currently have blue cities and red states, or who would get the nukes? And I go, within 10 minutes, you've gone from this can never happen, trying to work out the details, my work here is done. And and I just walk away because it's like, this is a very classic car salesman trick. If you're arguing about the radio or the call of the car, I made the sale. Now we're just working out the details.
Right. Yeah, that's perfect. Good example.
Are you black-pilled or white-pilled about the future of America? Meaning, do you think it's a lost cause, or do you think there's hope for an America such that you would find aspirational to still be put into place?
I'll tell you. Let me give you the ultimate optimism. I call this the Adam's Law of slow-moving disasters.
Okay.
So America in particular is really, really good at taking care of huge crises when we can see them coming from a long way away.
Yeah.
For example, we're going to run out of oil. Well, we developed fracking. We're going to run out of food. Well, our fertilizer is a good thing. Population is going to grow. Well, we figured it out. Year 2000 bug is going to make all the computers. Well, they did. Nuclear war. Well, we figured out a way not to. So every time we've got lots of time, we are freaking amazing at solving problems. It's always something like a pandemic where you don't see it coming and suddenly you're in it. Then we scramble. We're not good at that at all. But we do the best with it. So the first thing is all those big problems like climate change, the Adam's Law of slow-moving disasters, which has I think it's batting 1,000 forever because we're still here, right? And these aren't even the big problems. If you go back any time in history, those are big problems. We've got smaller ones than that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that Americans in particular are born to bitch about what's wrong, but be amazing at fixing it, especially with the free market. So what I expect with climate change is that all the models, models don't really tell you the future because nobody can tell you the future. But we'll probably develop, all kinds of technologies. Every day there's a story about a new breakthrough. They'll change the battery life, by 50%. Some number of those will actually happen. So I would never bet against the United States if it's still operating freely. The thing that would stop us is if the United States can't operate freely, the free market breaks, which could happen from maybe interest rates getting too high or too much censorship and everything gets just blocked up and we just fight each other. So it could happen. But if you ask me to bet on the United States problem-solving abilities, I'm going to bet on that every time. So I think we'll be fine, but we might have a rough patch.
How does it make you feel that you've become kind of a meme, that whenever there's like black crime or something like that, people post a picture of you raising your eyebrow and drinking from your coffee mug?
Well, I'm not built like other people. So
I think that's fair to say, yeah.
So at no point in my cancellation did I ever feel embarrassed. Like, okay. I didn't feel shame. I didn't feel regret. I didn't feel anger. I just thought, whoa, new situation. I just got respawned into a new video game. But what do I have to work with? And I look around and what I have to work with is I'm already rich. I'm healthy. Like everything's good. I'll just start from here. And that's what was your question? I think I veered from your question.
How do you feel about that you become this meme when people are at shorthand for kind of racism?
Honestly, I laugh at it the same way other people do. When I see it, I go, oh, that's funny. And I actually just laugh. I don't have any other feeling about it.
A friend of mine had their birthday last week. They turned 30, and the point I always make to kids, and it's impossible for them to process, for young males at least, is your life is a lot better in your 30s than in your 20s. Now that you're a senior citizen, can you walk us through what each decade of an average person? So maybe men, you probably speak to a lot better than women. Like, when does it get better? When does it get worse? For me, the worst thing about being in my 40s is this is when people start dying, and they die young, but people are dying, and it's hard. You know what I mean? It's just like you get that call, and it's like, oh, that sucks.
Imagine being the healthiest 60-year-old you know. Do you know how many people I'm going to watch die? Thousands. Yeah. Like, how many people do you know? Like, you probably know 1,000 people, right, by name. And you know, I'm going to outlive most of them. So that's going to be weird watching them drop. So yes, on that point. I'll tell you, my 20s was terrible because it's all skill building and suffering. Like you're trying to turn yourself into something for the rest of your life. So that's just a struggle for me. And because I wasn't like a natural, you know, popular with the ladies, you know, if I didn't have anything going on in my life, it was just me. You know, it's not much to sell. So I didn't do too well. But my 30s, things looked up relationship-wise and career-wise. That's when Dilbert started. So I'm a special case because, you know, Dilbert changed my trajectory. But my experience is that every decade was substantially better than the one before. And nobody's going to believe that, but including my 60s. Now, nobody's going to believe it, but it has everything to do with the fact that I maintained my health. You know, lifelong gym guy and mostly vegetarian until recently, pescatarian now. But you know, I did what the experts say you should do, which is take care of yourself early and really pay attention to it, and then you get some good years in your retirement. So I want to make sure I had some good retirement years, and so far so good.
The perception is that comic strip artists are it's a very solitary profession, and I'm sure that's largely true. But do you have like any friends who are do you know Jim Davis or the Marmaduke guy? Do any of you guys interact at all? Is there some secret like Substack or some Facebook group that you're all like chatting in?
So it's funny you ask because cartoonists do tend to be, you know, let's say introverts, not all, but many introverts. But they have an annual event, just like the Oscars for cartoons. It's called the Movement, and it's torture. Like because you're in a room with all people who want to talk to you, especially if you're a notable cartoonist. Everyone wants to. So it's just terrible. But to answer your question, I've met a lot of the cartoonists usually through that, and I've asked advice from other cartoonists. So I've talked to Jim Davis a few times on business stuff. He's very good with business, by the way. I think that was his major at college was business. You know, it's not an accident that Garfield is a commercial monster. It's because of business. The business guy created it. He also was an artist. I'll tell you a quick story when I first started. But the lettering wasn't going well, and I wanted to hire somebody just to do the lettering. But where do you even find somebody, and how much would you pay on it? So somebody said, well, I think Gary Trudeau as an artist. You should call him. Now at the time, he was like one of the top cartoonists of all time, and I was just getting into the business. So you can imagine, I'm not going to call just out of the blue. Somebody gave me his phone number, and somebody knew him. So I thought, well, if I call him, he's not going to answer the phone. I'll get some assistant. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. So I call up, and he goes, hello, this is Gary. And I was like, no, what do I do? I'm not sure where this is supposed to go now. And I said, I didn't really think you'd be answering the phone, but he was very nice, and I asked my questions. Years later, I ran into him at one of the Rubens, and he introduced himself. And I don't think he remembered I called him, but he was very nice.
What's up, guys? I'm Brendan Schaub. If you love everything mixed martial arts, I'm talking UFC breakdowns, UFC picks, One Championship picks, Bellator, PFL, you name it, your boy breaks it all down. Tune into The Shop Show, available every Monday wherever you listen to your podcast. The Shop Show. Enjoy.
Let's get back to the show. This is the other thing. Like, I think it's very important to stress to people because I think so much of social media, especially right-of-center social media, is about, your life's gonna be ruined, you're constantly under attack, there's no opportunities. I mean, the fact that this book is out there and exists with pretty minimal work on your part, relatively speaking, certainly compared to 5 years ago, I think just speaks to the capacity now of different venues to circumvent mass cancellation efforts. Although it's certainly not ideal, it's certainly improved, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I'm on Rumble now, I'm on YouTube. YouTube demonetizes me now and then, but they haven't been too bad lately. So I could have a book, I could be a local subscription, Twitter gives me subscription fees, and then now that Musk is paying just for interaction on your Twitter account, that is a source of revenue as well. So I got out of the business where the revenue could only go down, newspapers. There weren't going to be more newspapers. And I entered a business where there's unlimited upside. I can sell as many books and subscriptions as there are people who care.
Do you think Elon, how do you compare Elon's Twitter versus to the previous regime?
It's so much better. Now, I'm sure people have different experiences, so maybe some people have worse experience. The fact that it pays, I mean, it's just crazy. Because I spend so much time there, and I would tell myself, why am I doing this? I'm not getting paid. I mean, directly. It's good for building up an audience. But you solved that for me. I would say that the community notes is maybe the greatest.
Oh, God, it's the greatest invention since the airplane, in my opinion.
So the other day, Musk himself tweeted a newspaper image, a headline, in which the Las Vegas guy who got killed intentionally by the people in the car when he was on his bike, they referred to it as a bike crash. And I was one of the people who said, outrage. How can they not say what this really is? Well, later it turned out that was just their first take because the newspaper didn't know what happened. It was just and they quickly updated it to intentional, blah, blah, exactly like you'd want to see it. So Musk tweets it, not knowing that there was a reason why that was just the early take. And community notes comes in and fact checks the boss.
That's great.
And it stayed there. That's all I want. That's all I want. You can't get more credible than that, or a system that works as quickly and adds the context as that. I tweeted before I got on that the only place you can find context for the news is on X. There is no other place. And you can name all these other, video or print. There's nowhere else you can even get a taste for the full context of the story except on X. And you might have to look at the comments and stuff, but it's there.
And there's a world of difference between, this is we gotta get the story out, this is just the little bit of information we have, and we've updated to, we're intentionally suppressing this information because we conflict our narrative. These are two entirely different worlds.
I think we're going to look back at this era, and just jaws will drop. Like, it will look just crazy, the amount of suppression. But I think now that the biggest change I'm seeing, and I don't know if this is good or bad, but we can see all the gears of the machine now. So like we can look at a group that's like a watchdog group, and we can know that they're not really genuine. It's Democrat money, for example. We can look at a fact checker, and we know that they're not real. We can look at the people moving from government to these entities in the back, and we can know. Largely, there are enough people now who know where the CIA has a lot of influence and over which journalists and which publications. So I'm actually putting together a list of don't ask me to name the names right now, but the list of people who I call the designated liars. Which are different from the people who just have a take or they're biased. That's not that.
Which we all have.
Right. When they send out Adam Schiff, it's because they know they're lying. Right? And there are a lot of people in the Senate and in Congress. Think of all the people you don't see. And I think it's because they're not willing to tell the big lie, but they don't mind that one other people do. So once you learn which ones are just people who have a different opinion or they're selling their team, that's one thing. But once you realize who the designated liars are, there are about a dozen of them, you see them every time. As soon as there's a big lie, they trot out the designated liars. But once you've seen it, you can't unsee it.
Well, this kind of speaks to this recent controversy with the ADL. I'm Jewish, and when Elon criticized the ADL, you have these reporters saying, by criticizing ADL is going after the Jews. It's like the idea that they're going to